Show.
Prepare yourself.
Prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The Sports Leader.
Mom's back today. And I think that's Mike's grandma. Carl was here today, but I don't think he came before the game, came into the Giants clubhouse, saw Mike, visited with Mike, got to meet Bob Melvin.
Cannot beat that. Popcorn, peanuts, a ball game, day game. Let's go.
Yaz to right center field and deep. On its way, and it is gone at Fenway Park. Mike Yastrzemski.
I was wrong. I guess you can beat that. How about your son hitting a homer?
Yes, there you go. Hunter Pence, Dave Fleming, they get one. 3-1. The Giants beat the Red Sox. Kyle Harrison, a little bit wild. We'll get into that. Jung-Hoo Lee with a wild day, loses one in the sun. Then he redeems himself. Mike Yastrzemski, the big moment you heard there. The bullpen solid. And it is essentially your Giants postgame show. It's Pop and Lund. Thanks for joining us after Giants baseball. Again, 3-1, the finale at Fenway. I normally say good morning, but it is good afternoon.
Top of the afternoon, John.
Yeah, how are you?
We are going with an icy cold beverage to celebrate the Giants' victory
nice.
today. It's a hot one in the city, and warmed up at Fenway Park.
Beautiful.
Sun was out, didn't have to worry about rain, and what a moment for Grand Yaz to go back to the fans. He did it in 2019 with Carl there when he threw out the first pitch, and his grandfather was there this morning, dropped by Bob Melvin's office, and to hit another home run. And that was a classic Ted Williamsburg home run for Mike Yastrzemski in front of his mom and his grandma. I don't know if Carl stayed for the game or not. He may have hung in the clubhouse to watch it. But when is 3 runs and 6 hits enough? I mean, you've been stuck on 3 runs forever. Today it was enough when one goes out of the ballpark off the bat of Mike Yastrzemski. Interestingly, later in the game, they pinched hit for him with Austin Slaters, and I'm not using that Austin Powers nickname anymore. He struck out and took a couple of strikes to go down 0-2 and wound up striking out. And
by the way,
Nick
can we scratch one term from the record now that it's been since July and 200 at-bats? When people say he has a great track record, he actually has a crummy track record since July.
he did
he's
before
got
that
a
in
great
his
track
career.
record, but we're at 200 at-bats now. That's the latest track record, and he's hitting like 190 now. Not good.
Yeah, that was a rough at-bat. It was a tough call to pull Mike Yastrzemski back to pinch hit, with the left area in, but that's why Austin Slater's on the team. But they were able to overcome that. They had 3 straight hits to set it up. Bailey and Chapman and Tyro Estrada fell behind 0-2, but he was able to bounce one through and battled the whole way there. And then Nick Ahmed, I think John had the at-bat of the game. He got down 0-2, but he had a sacrifice fly. I mean, if it's a 2-1 game and Slater strikes out there and you don't get the extra run, you had bases loaded and nobody out in that situation, and to get 1 and not more would have been tough, but they were able to get the second run, and then the bullpen was just extraordinarily good today.
Yeah, the bullpen was absolutely great. Like you said, I give Eric Miller a ton of credit. Maybe he's coming around. Walker was lights out today. Tyler Rogers, if you haven't seen him, and Red Sox haven't seen a ton of him, he's great. And then Camilo did his thing. So, yeah, absolutely. If that's the way, and look, they've got to put more than 3 up. I'm not bitching and moaning because, look, they won 3-1, so let's celebrate a win, especially in a place like Fenway where they don't go often, but they don't win often there. But like you said, this is how they're going to win. Now, hopefully it's 4 or 5 runs, not 3, but timely hitting. The play that Nick Ahmed made in the hole was absolutely great, so great defense. I know that Lee lost the one in the sun, but then he redeems himself in the very same inning after a strikeout with Harrison on the mound. Then he dives and gets one to save a run there. So defense solid, timely hitting, starting pitcher. We'll get into Harrison in a minute. He was solid, but for the 5 walks, hit by pitch, he did have a pretty tight strike zone there. But that's how the Giants are going to win games with that kind of defense, that kind of bullpen. That's what you expect. Now, obviously, you expect more than 3 runs, and you and I have nauseatingly talked about the offense. Hopefully it comes around. But that is the type of game they're going to win. Hopefully it's a couple of more runs. But the pitching, the defense, the pen, that's the way the Giants got to win.
Yeah, and for Kyle Harrison, he threw a lot of pitches and he got deep into the game. Mark Wagner, the home plate umpire, had a really tight strike zone. But I was watching the game on both NESN, the Red Sox feed, and NBC Sports Bay Area, and there's some different angles there. I don't think he didn't Angel Hernandez a bunch of calls. They were just borderline pitches. There were a ball or two with that he just missed. He wasn't wild. There were some easy takes with the arm side command, but he still was able to blow him away with his fastball and get through it. I mean, it was just a lot of walks for Kyle today, but 5 walks, but he was able to punch out 7. So that's the kind of up and down, arm slot he's got. But then the bullpen, Ryan Walker's performance today, John, was just dominant. And then Eric Miller, he was the opener. He started the game yesterday, and Dalton Jeffries came in, and he was squirming right from the start. Just going back to yesterday's game, we haven't talked about that. And I thought, Bob, when he had Taylor Rogers up in the bullpen, and Duran, the guy, and they can't get that guy out. He's their best overall player right now. Devers is a good player, but Duran, their leadoff hitter, he comes up, and I thought he'd go to the lefty Rogers there. He did not. He waited, and it was one extra hit that cost you. But Eric Miller walked a couple to open the game, but he got a double play yesterday. And then here he comes. He was your opener yesterday, and here he is with a hold, and he was as dominant as we've seen. He kept getting hotter and hotter, 98, 99. His last pitch, John, he blew Rafael Devers away at 100 miles per hour. We're all salivating over the A's bullpen. I mean, that's a lefty throwing a hundy. And then Tyler Rogers, completely different look when you go from Eric Miller and his arm slot at 100 to Tyler Rogers submarining from the right side. And then Camilo Duvall was hitting 100 today with a wipeout slider. That is the formula for the Giant bullpen. They've been squirming all year with Luke going on the IL right away for a second pitch of the year. Opening day in San Diego, Luke Jackson with the back injury. Walker just never settled in. The Rogers have been giving up some home run balls. But today, even though Kyle went a little short, he only gave up 1 run. Walker, Miller, Rogers, Duvall, that is how the Giants win and win big. That is the formula around here.
Yeah, that was encouraging. Yeah, throw the offense out for a minute because it was another 3-run day, but like you said, that's the pen, and you get encouraged when you see Eric Miller humping up there 100. I don't know, maybe I'm just a typical fan, and when I see 100 miles an hour out of the pen, I get excited. But you get Miller throwing that way, and obviously Rogers is going to throw everybody's balance off like he has for years. But then you get Duvall at the end doing what he does, and sometimes it's a tight wire act, but it generally works out in the Giants' favor. If they can do that. And we're starting to see, again, Harrison had some rough moments. I'll say that it was some induced, as you said, by the home plate umpire, which drives me crazy. There's one strike zone, but everybody's got to interpret it their way, whatever. It's not going to change for a while. But if they get the solid starting pitching, which they have, and the pen's that way and the defense is that way, you're going to be in most games. They got to figure out the offense. They're going to be in most games. At some point, I do think they're going to look down to AAA. Obviously, the trade deadline is July 30th, and they're going to look at Ramos and some other guys that are down there. Wisely's hitting really, really well. Casey Schmidt is red hot. Now, again, you got to take into account that it's the PCL, and there's a lot of places that the ball flies, so how realistic is it? They only know by watching it, but there are some guys that are hot right now. So give these guys as much possible time as you need, but at some point, Austin Slater being one on the list, but again, he's only in against lefties, so he's not going to make a massive difference, but at some point, you got to say, look, Austin Slater, man, we've given you 200 at-bats since July, and you're just not coming through. They got to figure something out there. But, they generally have what they have. You and I have had that discussion before, but every other aspect of this team, you get pretty enthusiastic and excited about this team. Now, at some point, you got to mess with the offense and see if you can't get it fixed.
Yeah, I mean, Austin Slater's been a good Giant for a long time, and he's a valued guy in that clubhouse. He's a player rep. He's the guy when they went through the impasse with the new CBA. Austin Slater was doing that. In the 2021 year, he was big time. He was Austin Powers. Plays a great center field, and now he's playing right, but he's got to produce. It had the elbow injury at the end of last year, carrying over into this year. For the beginning part of the year, they did not see a lot of left-handed starting. They only saw 4. And then they saw Jordan Montgomery against Blake Snell on that Friday night against Arizona. And they've seen enough left-handed starting pitching where he's got to find his swing. It's his job. And even if he's not in the starting lineup, and Bob does not go hockey line change the way Cap does, he waits. But he did it today in a big situation. And I thought, wow, he is showing a lot of faith in Austin Slater right here. Mike Yastrzemski just hit a home run. It's Fenway Park. The whole series has been Yaz back to Fenway. And then they bring in a lefty, and he's having better swings against left-handed pitching. He's starting to stay in. Yaz has his swing. Mm-hmm. And Slater's a good outfielder, but you want Yastrzemski playing right field at Fenway. He made a great catch on the ball coming in and just going into a slide. Great play into foul ground. Austin Slater did not come through, and that he didn't even need a hit there. He just needed to make a proper out, and he could not do it. So I don't know what they're gonna do, but they do. For a while they weren't making any roster moves. Now they're making more, mainly with pitchers up and down. They haven't done a lot with position players. They won the game. It's all fine, but Austin Slater's he's got to start producing, and he's got to start producing now. You're going to 2 hitter-friendly ballparks. You leave Fenway. It's hard. Guy hasn't played in a week. He gets 1 at-bat, but that's your job. That's what Wilmer Flores does. If you're not going to be in the lineup against a right-handed pitcher or left-handed pitcher or right-handed pitcher, and they go to a lefty reliever, Austin Slater, that's your job. And it just wasn't a quality at-bat where it was like him. Even if he made an out, lift a fly ball and get it deep enough to score a run, even with 2 strikes the way Ahmed did. So they won the game. It's all fine. But I thought it was curious Bob made that change, but that's why Austin Slater is on the roster. And if he does not come through, he will not be on the roster forever.
No, there's no doubt about it. The Giants improved to 16-17, and they do secure 1 out of the 3. They win today. If you're just joining us, we're doing a bit of a Giants postgame show. They just ended up in Boston 3-1. Kyle Harrison, solid, a little bit wild. The bullpen, absolutely great. Jung-Hoo Lee with a little redemption after losing a ball on the fly. But the big story, Mike Yastrzemski hits that ball to right center field, hits that home run. The family going crazy, all that stuff. And by the way, I don't know if you have this audio. You don't often hear someone as seasoned as like a Bob Melvin kind of get giddy like a kid. Did you hear him when Carl Yastrzemski
Yeah, talking about Carl Yastrzemski. He never met Yaz before.
He's like, look, man, I heard he might come by, so I just stayed in my office during pregame, and Carl Yastrzemski comes by for a couple of minutes. For a guy who's pretty much seen it all, to have Carl Yastrzemski at Fenway Park come into your office and you're just sitting there. Do we have that? Take a listen, man. He's like a kid.
I was just, awestruck, so I didn't have a ton to say to him other than watching our games and stuff like that, and it's just a pleasure to meet you. So, like I said, I was saying earlier today, there are some cool days in baseball, and I've had a lot of them. This was one of them.
I mean, that's just cool. That's cool.
But Bob, we had him on when he was hired, and obviously he's the A's manager, and he knows, all sports. The guy, he was a great all-around athlete, basketball player, and obviously a baseball player at Cal and coming up, and he loves sports. He knows every Bay Area team, and obviously a Giant fan, and Mays and McCovey and Cepeda, Marichal and Perry and that group. But that over in the American League, when the Giants were doing their thing in the 60s, the Red Sox were kind of the American League version, where they were a really good team. They scored a lot of runs. They had great offense, but they just could not break through. They did in the impossible dream season of 67 and then 68 and got their hearts broken eventually. But Carl Yastrzemski there's not a name probably in all of baseball that just comes off your tongue and you just says baseball. Even if you said Williams, there could be a million different Williams. You say Yastrzemski or Musial, who are you talking about? There's only those guys. So Bob's a great historian, and Carl's one of those guys. I met him one time in '78 in Toronto. And he's very quiet. You hardly say anything, and he won't say anything back. He's just pure serious. But you could tell, what a great thrill for Mike to bring his grandfather in to meet Bob Melvin, his boss, his manager, and then, having to turn it back and have him live out a baseball dream. But that's, anybody that knows anything about the game, and Bob Melvin knows more about the game than almost anybody from playing it and managing it and watching it as a kid, as we all did. Just meeting Yaz is like, wow, that's Yaz at Fenway Park.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was just really cool to have Mike hit that home run, and you could tell I was watching the post game on TV before we jumped on, and how excited he was. That's just cool. And again, it's nothing against going to Citizens in Philadelphia, and that's a whole nother discussion that we can have, and we'll have next week too. But man, it's a cool historic place. From having Dave Fleming on yesterday and talking to him while he was sitting in the dugout there, and his brother's there, and the Yaz connection, and Carl coming by Bob Melvin's office, and that was cool. I mean, not losing 2-3 was not cool. We get into yesterday's game too, but just the whole thing was really, really cool. And then, like, I think they were talking during the broadcast, what was it, like 70 degrees today in Boston? Things was coming around. Beautiful day, man. That was cool.
Yeah, it was raw. I think it's going to rain, like, right about now, but they got it in during the game. And there's just nothing like Fenway, really any time, but a day game is where it really comes alive. And Bob was saying, even meeting Carl Yastrzemski before a day game, it just glistens. It just takes your breath away, and when you walk in and see the monster, it's just different. And just the Bostonians love everything. They love hockey. They love the Bruins. They didn't love the Celtics for a long time. When Larry got there, they started to love the Celtics. The Patriots, they were blah on them until Belichick and Brady started winning every year. But baseball, it's different. And I was watching a lot of NESN, New England Sports Network, their 40th year anniversary of NESN. And they were the original regional sports network, and they're owned by the Red Sox, like the Yankees own Yes. It's just different. And it was like, what, they're going to put all their game. They used to be on WSBK, Channel 38 for years in Boston, and then all of a sudden they're on cable TV. And what is NESN? What does that even mean? And I remember, John, they first got the rights to the Red Sox, and they got the rights because the Red Sox own them. So they had the TV rights. No one had a subscription. No one was watching the games then, but they had to broadcast the games just for history anyway, and their announcers would go on. No one was watching, and they'd say, here's Jim effing Rice, followed by Dewey D. No one was listening, so they just literally said whatever the hell they wanted. But now, I mean, it just drives the marketplace. And I remember whenever we went there with the A's, the amount of attention they got. First of all, NESN would replay the game from start to finish the next day, which the Giants do now on NBC Sports Bay Area overnight, but no one did it back then. And then the volume of coverage in the Boston Globe and the tabloid of the Boston Herald, they treated the Reds, every single game the Red Sox play is like, it's like a playoff game in baseball or a football game. I mean, it starts on the sports section, the back page, and there's like 20 pages, just one story after the other on the game. It was great to go back and like, wow, I didn't even know all this. They got so much detail. Just the volume of coverage, it's just different. It's Philly, they're into it. But Boston, they love all sports, John, but they really love the Red Sox in Boston.
And then one other thing, and I realize it's really early, and at the 40-game mark, it's 25% through the season, so you and I, I'm sure, will do something in terms of, where they are at that point. But we're a month and 2 days into this thing, and I don't think this is just because it's early. So if you look at right now, because the Dodgers are actually starting to play some good baseball. Walker Buehler is coming around. Yamamoto is starting to pitch well.
He's coming back on Monday, games.
So they're going to start pulling away, it looks like. But if you start looking at the wild card standings in a real early look at this, it's starting to kind of be like we said. The Phillies are at the top. They're 21-11, 10 over. Going to see the Phillies next. It's going to be a big challenge. Cubs are at 19-13. But then after that, you've got 5 teams that are either 1 over to 2 under. So the Mets are 16-15. They just beat the Cubs in extra innings today. The Reds are 16-15. Nationals 15-15. The Padres are 16-18, and the Giants are 15-17. So you got the Giants, Padres, Nationals, Reds, and Mets 2 over to 1 under as far as that race is concerned. And then you look at the Cardinals 14-17, D-backs and Pirates 14-18, and then the Marlins and Rockies are basically out of it. So it's kind of what we thought was Phillies at the top, Rockies, Marlins at the bottom, and then a bunch of these teams bunched in between. And again, it's 30 games. I understand it. But my question would be, and the Giants now 5-5 in their last 10, if somebody can get some consistency going, and we just talked about it, defense today, great. Starting pitching, pretty good, a little bit wild today with Harrison, and the bullpen more what we thought we were going to get. Can the sticks for the Giants come around so that they can pull off a, 14 out of 16 kind of a thing and get themselves away from this little up and down 500 thing? Because it seems like there's a bunch of teams in the middle of the National League that's kind of going to be their season.
What'd you say? They're 5-5 in their last 10. We had Dave Fleming on yesterday. He asked a coach, how would you describe the year? And he said, 5 out of 10.
Exactly.
Which
they
is,
are.
That's the end of every 10-game segment. They win half, they lose half.
Yeah.
That's kind of who they are. Good thing they won today. You don't want to get swept at Fenway and then going to Philadelphia. So
they're good. Philly's good.
You know, Zach Wheeler just pitched, so you're not going to see Zach Wheeler. It's a 4-game. It's a wraparound Monday as well. We got a day game on Monday as well. But Aaron Nola goes tomorrow. Ranger Suarez, who will be a lefty,
good, too.
will go
That
on
guy.
Saturday. So, you know, that may be. They're going to see a couple of lefties to start. Nola's a righty, obviously, one of the best. Just gave him a big contract. Ranger Suarez, a lefty. Taijuan Walker's been struggling. He'll go on Sunday. The wraparound game on Monday is Christopher Sanchez. So for Austin Slater, you know, he needs to produce when he's in the lineup, assuming he sticks around through Willie Mays' birthday on Monday. So, and then so you know, I think Philadelphia is in a different area code, really. You know, they are literally, obviously. What are they in the 215? The 215 or the 315 in Philly? Anyway, they're loaded. They got that pitching, they got that offense. Giants are going to have to pitch when they go there to deal with them, and they're going to see Jordan Hicks, great stuff. Obviously tomorrow night, Keaton Winn will go Saturday. Logan Webb has got to have a bounce back on Cinco de Mayo. The Giants are not listing a starter for Monday afternoon, Mays' birthday, but I think based on what we saw last night, John, it's going to be Mason Black, don't you think?
I mean, he pitched great last night. His ERA and now 6 starts and about 27 innings pitched, and I think this is enough time, especially you're talking about the PCL here. He's got an ERA of 1.01 after another solid outing yesterday. So, yeah, I know that there's got to be a 40-man opening. You know who I would DFA. But, yeah, it doesn't make any sense now that Mason Black is down because if you look at hitters, you got to kind of take that with a grain of salt because of the league. But Mason Black's got an ERA through 6 starts of 1 in that league. That's
and he'd have to pitch at Citizens Bank Park. Kyle Harrison made his major league debut in that ballpark, and he pitched okay. He gave up a bomb to
in that
Bryce
lineup.
Harper.
He
had a tough time. Yeah, that was left against those hitters. But I think a lot of it, and you know, he did throw a bullpen yesterday, Blake Snell, or I don't know if he threw a bullpen or on flat ground, but he threw for 20 minutes in San Francisco here. He's not even on the road trip with them. So based on that, do they have any kind of a timeline, Dave Greshner, on how long he's going to be out? Would he miss? He's going to miss the start Monday.
Yeah.
Is he going to miss multiple starts after that? If he's only going to miss Monday and then he may come back, you know, after that, but you don't have an off day, so he's probably going to have to miss another one. It's a question of how long he's going to be out, how he's feeling, and ultimately I agree with you. And I think, you know, maybe they'd let it go to give Austin Slater the start against Ranger Suarez. He may get a few pinch hit late game appearances, you know, Friday and Sunday. But they may have to make a call on Monday if they do bring Mason Black up. He's got to go on the 40-man roster, which means someone's got to come off the 40-man roster. So that would give at least one more start. And then it would be interesting if you pulled out Austin Slater right before a start against a left-handed pitcher.
Yeah, by the way, Bags wrote this stat yesterday. Giants now 0-6, and again, this was yesterday. We weren't on the air after that, and then we just had the game today. 0-6 with a minus 47 in the Snell slot. So they got to figure that out, man. Either him or who's ever going in that slot. So anyway, there's a little bit on the Giants today, and again, they win 3-1 over the Red Sox. They salvage one of the 3-game series, and now it's going to be tough because the Phillies are rolling. They're at the top of the wild card, and they're threatening the Braves in the NL East. They're 21-11 on the year, so that is not going to be easy. And like you said, man, they hit the heck out of the ball, so the Giants got to bring the offense to Philadelphia. All right, a couple of things before we get out of here at the top of the hour with the shortened show. A lot around the NBA, both what happened last night and tonight, plus a couple of interesting notes as well. We'll give you that and a few other remnants before we get out of here at the top for Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. A little elongated postgame as the Giants win 3-1, salvage one out of Boston, then they head off to Philly. A couple of quick things before we get out of here at the top of the hour, then Tolbert and Copes. A lot of NBA news. First and foremost, it's probably sports' worst-kept secret that Darvin Ham is, now it's being reported by Shams and others, that is likely going to be fired by the end of the week. Can you just let the guy go rather than dangle him? My goodness,
well, I mean,
man.
the season just ended, so they have to have a... who are they talking about replacing him?
A good question.
Because I think, and the other bit of news was Matt Ishbia, the Suns owner, and James Jones, their GM, both had pressers yesterday, and they're not trading anybody. They're not breaking it up. They're gonna try to assess what happens with Frank Vogel. I wonder if the Lakers would rehire Frank Vogel. If Phoenix fires him, would he go back? He was their coach when they played really good defense. Ham's defense is different. When they did well last year and got to the Western Finals, but who was LeBron going to want as head coach?
Right, that's what matters.
If and when they fire Darvin Ham, I don't think they'll bring Vogel back. I'm not sure whether they ever got rid of him because he did a good job, but he's kind of struggling in Phoenix. So who else is available? Who's out there?
Good question. It's going to be who LeBron wants, but just back to Ishbia, who's the newish owner of the Phoenix Suns. Things can change during a season, and I understand that. But you and I have had so much conversation about, would they break it up and teams overreact after this kind of stuff, and they did get swept by Minnesota. But it sounds like he's going to be content and keep his team together. Maybe probably fire the coach and change some things in that way, but. Doesn't sound like they're going to move Durant. So if they're not going to move Durant, they're going to keep it together, try to add some things to that roster. He said the house is not on fire is what he said. He said a lot of teams would like to have their problems in their roster and all that kind of stuff. But so that means all the discussion we've had, then Durant isn't on the move. Then what direction would the Warriors go after that?
Well,
so as of now, it doesn't sound like they're going to move him.
I never thought they'd trade Kevin Durant. There was a moment there right after they lost. So you don't know what Durant wants, but the owner was pretty clear, and James Jones was pretty clear when he said no one's ever unlocked Kevin Durant. Well,
that was comical.
What did that mean? Never gotten the most out of his ability?
Yeah, really?
He's a 4-time NBA scoring champion. He missed 1 year by like 2 points.
The guy's 36.
He took Oklahoma City on his back forever. He was the finals MVP back-to-back years. What is he? Does he mean no one's ever guarded him and locked him up? No one's ever unlocked him? Maybe you haven't, sticking him in the corner in your offense, but... He's been unlocked. I know. He's KD Unchained. I don't know what you're talking about there. The one thing also is keep an eye on the Clippers. And they just didn't play well at all last night. I was shocked they played so poorly. And Kawhi just may not be able to come back. What do they do with him? What does Paul George do? That owner is itchy. They're moving into a new building. Lawrence Fans has done a nice job there, but would they bring Bob Myers in? You got Jerry West, obviously. Always the silhouette of the logo, in the shadows there. That was not a good Clipper performance last night, John. They got rolled by 30 points on their home floor in a Game 5 when the series is tied 2-2.
Yeah, it was terrible. And, look, I love Kawhi, and everybody knows what Kawhi can do, but it's just at some point, and we see organizations do this in all sports, he's just not available. The best availability is, or the best ability is availability, and he's just not there. So when he's healthy, he's one of the best of all time. When he's there, he's one of the best all time in the playoffs, and you'd love to have him on your team, but he's not there enough. And like I said, they're moving into a brand new arena. They can't compete with the Lakers anyway, never will, but at least they're trying to, get their own identity in L.A. And so you would think on the surface that having guys like Harden and George and Kawhi and so forth, you've got enough stars in there, but Harden does what he always does in the playoffs. He stunk last night. Kawhi's not available. Paul George is 34 and banged up. So I would agree with you. Keep an eye on the Clippers, but do you want to be in the Clippers business? I mean, obviously you're not going to – Harden is not of interest to the Warriors. But as much as I love Kawhi, would you want to be in the Kawhi Leonard business when he's not available?
That's up to Dr. Rick Celebrini. It's a medical issue, and you have to go back to, he will shut it down. We saw him even after a Finals MVP in San Antonio, and I know that medical staff well there. They were perplexed. They thought he was fine, and tendinopathy, and he just didn't play. And then they wind up trading him. They got DeMar DeRozan back, and then what happens? He comes limping into the last days of Oracle, and he takes the finals away from the Warriors. And every time you're watching him, you're thinking he's gonna come off the floor in the next 30 seconds and never play again. And he never did. He just kept, limping around, getting to his spot, shooting that low line drive over people and clawing you on the other end. So I don't know. He's going to have a say on where he goes. He is from L.A. Would he want to do that? He would fit in so well with the Warriors and his ability to guard in the perimeter. You can move Andrew Wiggins then if you got Kawhi and Leonard coming the other way. But that is a major issue for medical. What's wrong with him? It's been persistent. And, ever since he left San Antonio, he's missed a lot of time. The guy has bad knees. So, Celebrini may just say, don't touch the guy and you move on. And then we'll see if they could even move him. But that game will be tomorrow night, John. But the interesting game tonight, Bucks-Pacers, and we'll see if, Indiana can put them away. But Knicks-Sixers back in Philadelphia is going to be fun tonight. They are all over Joel Embiid. But Joel Embiid is called out as home fan, so what's going to be the mood tonight in South Philly when the New Yorkers look if they have to go back and play Game 7 over the weekend, not a good idea. So that's going to be a huge rating game tonight, and the fans in South Philly are going to be lubed up. That game tips off after 9 o'clock Eastern time. Yeesh.
Yeah, I wouldn't miss that game. I mean, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be emotional. Joel Embiid has been the opposite of Kawhi. He's banged up. He probably shouldn't be playing, but he just, they need him. He's got to play. And Maxey was great in that last game. So, yeah, that's going to be a huge one in that one. And I'll see if the Bucks can do it again without their stars. But, that Knicks 76ers game is going to be great. One other note from the NBA, I'm sure you've seen this and read it. So TNT, it's being described that their 40-year relationship with the NBA is hanging by a thread. And there's a clause in Barkley's contract that will make him a free agent. Can you imagine the bidding war for Charles Barkley and what he's going to get paid if TNT loses NBA basketball?
Yeah, he'll be out there. I wonder who else. I wonder if they'll try to just take that whole show to wherever they go, whether it's Amazon Prime or.
I just read a piece this morning that said Ernie's contracted to TNT and there's no out in his deal. So if they do take that show, they're going to have to do it without Ernie Johnson.
Mike Tirico with Shaq and Kenny and Charles. Or maybe Ahmed Fareed.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have a clause in your contract that you can't opt out, but you're leaving me? You are going?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, where exactly are you divulging where in Mexico?
Yeah, sure, I can tell you. We're going to a place called Nuevo Vallarta, and it's very nice. Okay. Adult-only type of a place, not a nudist colony, but very nice, very swanky, and I'll be out of touch.
When are you leaving, tonight or tomorrow?
Late tonight, so I've got the tequila lined up.
Passport is in order, John? It's in good working order?
Yeah, you sound like my wife. She's asked me 55 times if I have. Where's your passport? Where's your passport? I'm like, I have it. And then this morning,
I remember when you and I flew to London together with the Raiders. You showed up the wrong day for the flight.
I did.
You had no passport.
I forgot about that. I forgot about that. I did show up the wrong day.
At least you showed up a day early and not a day late, which was much better.
But. I did fool her though because I have my son's passport. And I walked up to her and I said, I have my passport. And I go, oh, my God, it's George's. And I go, where is mine? And she lost her mind. And then I went,
you guys, well, it's your son, your doppelganger.
Yeah, exactly.
You could play that.
So anyway, looking forward to it. Heading off to Mexico. We'll be back like middle of next week.
Happy birthday, Lainey.
Yeah, it's her birthday.
And when are you back? You're back in time for the scheduled release, right?
Oh, there's no doubt. I told her I had to be. She's like, well, we're going to spend. And I'm like, no. We have to do the win-loss game with the schedules. I can't stay. You can't stay too long. So, yeah.
How long are you gone for? You're leaving tonight?
When are you back? Yeah, next Thursday.
You're back on the 9th. So you come back on the 8th?
Yeah.
So do they have a Cinco de Mayo? I know they have May the 5th in Mexico, but what do they think of the Battle of Pueblo? That was the other side.
I'm going to find out because I don't know if they're big on that. South of the border for Cinco de Mayo.
Bring up Davy Crockett. Tell them the Davy Crockett story when you're there.
And then if you need anything from the pharmacia, just let me know.
Oh, I do. Yeah. I do, John. I do.
People want a Ozempic or that certain medicine.
I'm going to send you an order.
Yeah, let me know what you need. I'm there for you. All right.
Have fun, brother.
Thank you, my friend. There you go. That is it for us. Lots of thanks to Danny. Limited thanks to Walter, as always. We appreciate it, and we will see you next week. Papa will be back tomorrow to finish off the week. Is it JD that's coming in?
I think we're doing JD tomorrow, Jack.
Okay,
we're drinking JD.
Stuff.
It's
JD
a Friday,
awesome.
so we're doing JD.
Yeah, perfect. All right, JD will be in. We'll talk to you then. It is time for Tolbert and Copes on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we're going to have our Friday regulars today. Why? Because we got a 40-minute show. It's a full banger today. We get in here and work a little bit for our money on a Thursday. JT Snow is going to join us, 2:50. Marcus Thompson, 3:50. And then Farhan Zaidi will join us at 4:50. Hope everybody's enjoying the gorgeous Bay Area day. God, it's lovely.
I hope you're outside listening to us, yeah. Sitting in the park somewhere, throwing your buds.
The old transistor radio. We get the old transistor radio. Those don't even exist.
I don't want to miss Tolbert and Cubs. I'll go outside, though, and listen.
There you go.
Or watch. Stream, maybe.
You can get your steps in.
Yeah.
Go out for a walk. Throw your buds in.
A little vitamin D.
Good to go. Good to go. So at least we got a Giants win.
Salvage one.
For a show following a Giants win instead of two losses, which were remarkably, well, I wouldn't say they were similar. Yesterday, at least you thought, maybe not.
Well, yesterday they had 4 hits going into the ninth instead of 2 going into the ninth and finishing with 4.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was nice.
It wasn't like they were tearing the cover off the ball.
What they have today? 6 hits, 3 runs?
Yeah.
I heard Papa say, how many times does that work?
Yeah.
Not often.
Well, recipe for success. Don't let the team score more than 3. The opposition score more than 3.
Also,
and they got a shot.
I'll say this, back-to-back starts for Kyle Harrison where you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah. No.
He's putting something together. Yeah.
No, he looked good. He was a little wild. Couldn't control the strike zone, I'm sure, as well as he would have liked. But, yeah, for the most part, he was really good. He was really good today. And I think we saw why the Red Sox team ERA is what it is. I mean, they can pitch. They can flat pitch. It's just not what you think of when you think of the Red Sox in Fenway. You think of the Red Sox as just, stacked lineup, got to get 6 runs in Fenway to beat them, banging balls all over the field, off the wall, and that's just not the case. That's not really who they are this year. They're a lot more athletic this year. They steal bases. They're better athletically in the field, and they can pitch. They don't really, really, when you think about it, Devers is the only guy. I guess O'Neill now, the way O'Neill's playing, and he was pretty good with the Cardinals. Yeah, he was pretty good with the Cardinals
at
times
start
too.
In April.
So they got a couple hitters, 3-4 that are pretty good, but it's mostly pitching and defense. Not really defense as much, but athleticism, and they have that one guy. And I know we're going to talk about this at some point during the show. That's one thing the Giants haven't had in a long time, a guy in the middle of the order that you could say, okay, that's a guy you got to contend with. But, hey, get one, move on. Going to Philly, not going to be any easier because that team's playing really, really well. So it's a grinder of a road trip. This is one of those road trips you just want to survive.
It's the longest one of the year, and it ends in Colorado. Don't forget, just for fun.
If you can go 5-5, perfect. 4-6, not the end of the world. You'd like to go 5-5, maybe even 6-4 if possible. What you don't want is a hang a 3 spot up there and get like 3-7.
That's a tough deal.
And roll back home. So
trip.
yeah, exactly.
They're still, by the way, I guess technically in third place, right behind the Padres. Only 4.5 back of the Dodgers, though, both the Giants and the Padres. It's not like the Dodgers, for as hot as they've been and as good as their lineup's been, have pulled away tremendously. Now Walker Buehler getting ready to come back after Tommy John, so they're going to get some reinforcements. But how about this? Giants run differential on the year -23. Dodgers plus 49. Even the Diamondbacks have a plus run differential.
Yeah.
The Giants just can't score.
No, they can't. Well, the Dodgers are starting to play decent ball, too.
Yeah.
I think they were, 14-11 at one time, maybe 8-2
now,
since then. So, you have a bad road trip. They're gonna come back from the road trip. We're going to start saying, how many games out of the wild card? Of course, that's probably what we were saying at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think anybody expected them to compete.
4.5 now looks pretty good May 2nd. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you're in the mix at 4.5. By the way, Dodgers come to town next week. Next week or next week. Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Dodgers are. I don't know why I'm looking at the Warriors schedule.
What's like funny at the halftime of a basketball game? They're like, oh, you know what? They're only down 12. It could be a lot worse. So, it's not that. I'm like, 12? Well, if you double that, that's 24. You're getting your ass kicked.
Yeah, your rate of loss right now is not good.
You're getting your ass kicked by 12. I mean, jeez. So, it's kind of hanging in there, and hopefully the offense will kick in. I guess the question, and I'm sure when we talk to Farhan, we'll ask it, like, how long do you stick with these guys? Like, all of them. I mean, obviously, some of them you're sticking with. I talk about Chapman and Soler incessantly, but they're not good. You're riding those guys out for 150, 140 games, whatever the case may be.
We're talking your Slaters.
Your Slaters, who's really, really scuffled. I don't know, what, and I don't even know how Luciano's hitting, but, it'd be nice to have somebody. Estrada is not lighting the world on fire either at second base. So
I ain't setting my clock for Ahmed at bats.
No, not at all. And he's been pretty good.
He's been solid.
He had a nice at bat today. The sac fly, 2-strike sac fly. I mean, he's actually been pretty good, and the defense has been good.
That's the difference is he's found money. You know what I mean? Nobody expected anything from him, so anything he does feels like a positive. Whereas a guy like Soler, you've invested in. A guy like Conforto, he came back. You were expecting him to carry in the middle of this lineup, and these guys just haven't put it together. Tyler Fitzgerald's had some problems in the field, but when he's out there, he's one of the more electric and athletic players they have on the diamond. I just don't want the ball hit to him or have to throw it to him at all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's kind of a problem. It's kind of a problem when he's a butcher with the glove. So we'll talk a lot more about this. Again, Farhan Zaidi going to Tim says frying pan.
The old Jeff Kent comment.
Farhan Zaidi going to join us at 4:50. Marcus Thompson 3:50. JT Snow 2:50. We'll get deeper into this Giants win as they salvage one at Fenway. 1-2 so far on this 10-game road trip, the longest of the season. They avoid the sweep with a 3-1 victory today. We'll get more into that after I tell you how you can win a pair of tickets, single-day passes to the Aftershock Festival for October 11th of this year at Discovery Park in Sacramento. Tune in all week long, 2 to 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. Furnished by Danny Wimmer Presents. The rules are at KNBR.com. Lineup includes Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, Pantera, Judas Priest, Disturbed, Five Finger Death Punch, Mastodon, Flogging Molly, and many more. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Respecting the law, respecting the law. Copyright law, copyright law.
I thought you might go Beavis and Butthead there.
I thought so too. I kind of thought respecting the law.
Breaking the law.
Respecting the law. Though. I like that. When you hear that and you live by that, make sure you call 415-896-KNBR, and the single day passes to the Aftershock Festival are yours. A little more reaction to the Giants getting a win at Fenway Park, and Mike Yastrzemski does it again. Only here on the Sports Leader.
You're a stupid dumbass.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's Sports Leader.
The Giants got a win today in Boston as Kyle Harrison struck out 7 and Yastrzemski homered in the 3-1 victory. What are your thoughts on today's win? Let us know at 415-808-KNBR. What?
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. got Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's the pitch. Swing, and there's a high drive. Right center field, hit well. Still going, way back there. Goodbye! And Yastrzemski has launched one at Fenway Park. His second visit here with the Giants, and he has homered in each visit. That one was into the Boston bullpen. And the Giants take a 1-0 lead. What a great moment. And you can hear the Giants fans applauding him, and a lot of Red Sox fans joining in that cheering. Mike Yastrzemski with his third home run of the year.
Tolbert and Copes with you Thursday afternoon. Giants get a victory today. Sounds good. I rejoined, I guess, produced by Derek and Tim back there. They said, hey, sun's out, music's playing, transistor radio, listen to Tolbert and Copes. Little Mike Yastrzemski home run. Does sound good. The horns, too. Sounds good, Tim. Well done. Giants get a victory. 3-1. Mike Yastrzemski makes his grandpa happy. He was out there again, by the way, Carl Yastrzemski, to watch his grandson play. And the second time Mike Yastrzemski visits Fenway Park, he homers again in front of his grandpa. I think his mom was out there, too. It's pretty cool. We were saying the other day, like, that's stuff that's like natural type stuff. That's stuff that just seems like you see in movies. And pretty cool the Giants get a victory in this one. Kyle Harrison has a nice outing, 7 strikeouts in his 5 innings pitched. And the bullpen was better today, taking over 4 innings and allowing 0 runs. Camilo Doval sharp, Rogers sharp, which was nice to see after he'd been rocky. The bullpen's probably if you're going to go lineup as your biggest concern, then bullpen is right there behind it for me.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't think the starters, you have any issue with the starters. I mean, Webb has been really good. Harrison, solid. Wynn, really good. Hicks, way better than you could have ever hoped for. And then the Snell spot, which is like when he's supposed to pitch or he did pitch. What are they in those games, like minus 190 runs, something like that?
It's a lot of runs.
I don't know if it's that many.
It's a lot of runs.
Well, it's his starts and then the spot in his order.
The bullpen game after that.
The spot in his order where he would have pitched. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Where he would have pitched.
The Dalton Jeffries Kaiway Tang spot is what we call it. Yeah,
that's not ideal. That's not ideal.
That's what we call it here.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree. I think the lineup's number 1, bullpen's number 2, and both of them have been substandard. Like, if you'd have told me before the year that the starters were going to do as well as they've done, even without Snell, and even that spot not doing well. Well, I mean, not doing well is being kind. I'd still say, okay, they're over 500 the way they've pitched, and that's just they're having trouble scoring. And then the bullpen has not been great. Again, kindly. So those are a couple of things they got to. I mean, the offense is really the biggest issue. Like, how many times have they had leads this year after 5? It's just it's hard for them to get out to leads and score early. So that's just something that I don't know how much tinkering can be done. I mean, there's Ramos. I don't know how well Matos is hitting. I don't know how well Luciano is hitting.
I got Luciano's numbers in front of me now. Marco Luciano right now is getting 810 OPS.
Okay.
In 25 games, he's got 119 plate appearances. He's hit 1 home run, and he's got 7 doubles.
Okay.
He's struck out 34 times. He's walked 23 times. So
that's not bad.
And he's stolen 3 bases, been caught twice, 17 ribs.
How many at-bats?
119 plate appearances, 95 at-bats.
Okay.
His OBP, you ready for this?
Yep.
Marco Luciano's OBP in AAA, 420.
Really?
His batting average is 284. His slugging 390, so he's not hitting for tons of power, but still 810.
I mean, like to cut the strikeouts down a little bit, but yeah,
he's walking
that's pretty solid, yeah.
It's not just that he's so he struck out 34 times in 119 plate appearances, but 23 walks is solid in that same span.
I mean, look, this is what everyone wanted. This is what I wanted. Everyday lineup, right? And this is what you're getting, but the guys really, this is about the players just being better.
We wanted the everyday lineup to be good.
Yeah, well, I know.
We wanted everyday guys to want them to perform.
I get that. I think everybody wanted that, but like this is what you get. You're not getting guys shuttling in every other day. Like, okay, here's our new right fielder, here's our new first baseman, here's our new left fielder, here's our new center fielder, and then when they switch pitchers, we're going to have all new, all those positions will be even third base. I mean, literally no position was off limits. It was just everything was like interchangeable, except for maybe once Bailey came up catching second base. Other than that, you didn't know who the hell was going to be out there. So this is what everybody wanted. I know they wanted him to be good, but you look at their career numbers. Soler, down. Chapman, down. Estrada, down. Ahmed's probably pretty similar. All of right field, way down. And then you got Jung-Hoo Lee, whose numbers aren't great, but they're good. They're solid. I mean,
By the way,
for
how about
first time in the league, solid. But, I mean, like everybody. I mean, you could say just about everybody is underachieving hitting besides Bailey, Conforto. And Conforto, after a hot start, I mean, he's still kind of been middling. He's been okay. But other than that, there is nobody right now you look at and go, that guy's rolling.
So Conforto right now is hitting 250. His OBP is 293.
Yeah.
So it's the power numbers and the slugging 430 that have him up to a 724 OPS. Soler's got a 683
and that's okay.
OPS. And to your point about Soler, it's not that he's striking out an alarming number like more than he normally does.
Yeah.
He's got 33 Ks right now and 113 at bats. But it's the number that Andy Baggerly was telling us about earlier this week, and I think he's done it 2 weeks in a row now. He's come up with 80-something guys on base, and he's driven in 3 of them that did not include himself. He's got like 5 homers and a bunch of them are solos, right? Matt Chapman, a 652 OPS. Tyro Estrada, a 655 OPS. Pat Bailey, you're right, at 793 and what he's doing behind the plate.
That's awesome.
That's fantastic. Jung-Hoo Lee's OPS is low. He's only hitting 250, but I still think, to your point, some of the adjustments he's going to have to make to the league coming back to him are going to be evolutionary, I think, for his game. Real quick on him and in center field. I was joking with the guys earlier because you saw him miss the ball in center.
Yep.
And then he made that great diving catch. He misjudged the ball, lost it in the sun, fell down, looked sort of goofy. Always goofy when a guy falls down to the bigs, chasing a fly ball. Remember he had a game earlier this year where he couldn't see the ball in center field at Oracle Park.
Yep.
And I was thinking, isn't it funny that his deficiency might be day games outside?
Yeah.
Because I looked it up. The Kiwoom Heroes, where he played in Korea, domes. He played indoors for a lot, and a lot of guys in Japan do too because of the weather there. Anyway, Jung-Hoo Lee's averaged down a little bit. Lamont Wade, he's getting on base a ton, but he's like Belt. I'm like, dude, he's getting on base a ton, but nobody's driving him in, and he's not hitting for power like he had in the past.
I should have mentioned him.
So Luis Matos is the other guy you mentioned because he's a guy who needs to play every day.
Yep.
He's not hitting all that well.
Okay.
He's at a 689 OPS in 108 plate appearances. But we looked at Elliot Ramos the other day. He is playing well.
Yeah.
So when you look at a guy like Austin Slater, who on the year in what's he got, 30 at bats, he's hitting 100. He's 3 for 30. That's, I don't know how you keep calling that a platoon. I know that he's had stretches in his career, and Farhan said this to us a couple weeks ago. If you look at his splits against lefties in his career, you've got to feel good about what he can give you against left-handed pitching as a right-handed hitter. But when he's not doing it a month into the season, I don't know at what point you say, we do have some guys down there who are bubbling and might be able to help this lineup from where it is right now.
Well, that'll be a question for Farhan because I don't know the answer to that. That's got to be the toughest one. How long do you give somebody before you say, and I think we're getting to that point. We're right around there now where you start to say, okay, and I don't know what kind of moves would have to be made, but like you said, you can always make a move here or there. Let's go with Yaz Ramos out in right field. I think we're past the point now with Ramos where you say, oh, he has to play every day. He didn't have to play every day. Why does he have to play every day? He hasn't earned anything since he's been up here where you'd say, okay, that guy has to play every day. He'd come up. You let him play against left-handed pitchers and let him do it. Now, I mean, again, I don't know the answer to this, and I'll be curious to get Farhan's take on it. Slater has performed in the past. So you hope at some point those numbers start getting back to what you expected them to be. How long do you wait for that? Do you wait another week? Do you wait another 20 plate appearances, 10 plate appearances? I don't know the answer to that. I don't. But like I said, it's still relatively early in the season, but we're coming up pretty closely on the quarter pole. Another week, you'll be at the quarter pole, and I think that's a good point where you say, okay, what's working, what's not working, but that's got to be the toughest part for coaches, for GMs. Okay, at what point do you say this isn't working? Because I've talked about that with coaches, in-game stuff. You have a game plan going into the game, and then at what point do you scrap your game plan? You spend a lot of time working on this game plan. At what point do you say this isn't
right?
This isn't working. If we stick with it long enough, the numbers will bear themselves out. And of course, one game is a lot smaller sample size than a month and a half, of course, but it's still kind of the same principle. At what point do you get to you say, okay, we need to do something different, or do you say let's stick with it You know, he's hit 3 threes and he shoots 31% from the line. You know, we're still not going to guard him out there. We're going to let him continue to do that because the numbers will play themselves out over time. I don't know. But I think you're getting to the point where you look at the offense right now, and the offense, I looked last night, look at the teams that have scored fewer runs than the Giants. They're awful. Like, they're just awful teams. And you're like, ooh, that's not good. So all this great starting pitching you're getting, what has it got you? Under 500. Thank goodness they are pitching well. They could be 8 games under 500 if they weren't pitching well.
Baseball's weird, man. All the pitching in the world doesn't help you if your team can't hit.
You got to score a little bit.
You got to put some up for them.
Yep.
And today, getting 3 runs on 6 hits was enough, but that's not going to be sustainable, I don't think, going out to Philadelphia. We are going to catch up with JT Snow at 250 and Farhan Zaidi at 450. We'll talk to him about Elliot Ramos and Marco Luciano, some of these guys who are performing down at the AAA level. We'll get to more of your calls, too. 808 KNBR, Scarecrow, Brett in Walnut Creek. I see you guys hanging on the line. We'll get to you. Mort, I see you hanging, too. We'll get to you, bro. On the Giants winning 3-1, salvaging a game out in Boston. But when we come on back, our buddy, Chris Mad Dog Russo, who we spoke to at Super Bowl Radio.
My station, KNBR, baby.
That's him. That was him.
I mean, gee whiz.
I mean, tell you what, these Giants, they don't have a superstar. It's basically what he was saying. He was on NBC Sports Bay Area today, dude. He was on Giants pregame today on NBC
hilarious.
Sports.
That's a rough day.
Bay Area.
That's a rough day.
And he says, I don't know, these Giants, they don't have a great player. Do you need great players to win in today's game? We'll see if we agree with Mad Dog Russo on the Giants' lack of stardom, and we'll get to more of your thoughts and your calls at 808 KNBR only on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Thursday afternoon, 808 KNBR, the number to call, talking some Giants baseball following a victory in Boston. Scarecrow will get to you in just a moment here. But I do want to get to this piece of sound from Chris Mad Dog Russo. So he joined Giants pregame today at NBC Sports Bay Area. We talked to him last out in Radio Row in Las Vegas ahead of the Super Bowl 58. And on pregame today, he sort of echoed the same thing that he was saying to us back in February, which is just that the Giants don't have any stars, man.
They haven't hit a lot. Bullpen, their starting pitching should be really good once they get everybody sort of in sync, and that includes Snell. They had obviously a good weekend, and then they go to Boston, and Webb gets bombed right out of the gate, and puts them in a bad way. So they really have not been able to get on a good run. We all know the Dodgers are going to run away and hide anyway. So it's really a scenario where the Giants, with the Mets in Arizona and San Diego, probably another team in the NL Central, they'll be in that mix for a couple of wild card spots. The Giants don't have a great player. That's another thing. A lot of these teams that are good have a great player. The Phillies have great players. Braves have great players. The Dodgers got a lot of them. The Yankees got great players. Baltimore's got a lot of them. The Giants don't have a great player. I like to have a great player. I think it's a little better when a player can carry you somewhat. They missed Posey. They've missed him for a couple of years right now. I think the Giants will be in the mix at the end of the year. I think they'll be in that, mid-80 range as far as wins go.
It's an interesting thought that the Giants, because now he's not talking superstars, and superstars have to do with status, right? It has to do with like their sex appeal or why you come to the ballpark. Tim Lincecum not only was a great pitcher, but had the superstar sort of air around him, right? Like Matt Cain, great pitcher. I don't know that anybody would call Matt Cain a superstar. It was just a different type of player, right? And so there's a flair and a theatric that I think comes with it. A guy like Ichiro was an absolute superstar because of the way he played the game. It doesn't all have to be 40, 50 homers.
Yeah.
Buster Posey is the example he gives, and he's right. He had a great player. It's tougher when you're talking superstars and great players that are pitchers, and I'm pretty sure he's talking lineup here specifically. Because we all know Logan Webb's a great pitcher. We all know Blake Snell at the peak of his powers is a great pitcher. He won a Cy Young, right? He's won a couple of them. So I guess the question I would ask is, do you agree with him that the Giants do not have great players or a great player?
Yeah. No, absolutely. If you're talking lineup, there's no doubt about it. You go back to when the Giants were winning World Series, you're talking great players. There was 3. 2 of them were pitchers.
Yeah.
Lincecum, Bumgarner, right? And then Posey. After that, there really wasn't.
Crawford was damn good, but he was not. But he wasn't even what he became.
Well, they had a bunch of damn good players.
Yeah.
They did.
Gold Glovers.
Bell was a really good player.
Right.
Hunter Pence, really good player. Like they had some really good players, but they did have a few. This team doesn't really have lineup wise. Yeah, they don't have that guy. They do not have a guy. I just looked. They have 2 guys. Now I'm not sure if after today's game. Bailey's OPS is still above 800. I'm not positive. I'll have to.
I think it just dropped right below.
Just dropped right below. So that gives him 1 player with a
he's at 793.
OPS,
yeah,
over 800. Lamont Wade,
an everyday player.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. And he's not even an everyday player. Plays a lot. Plays most of the games. I would include him in that because he has enough at bats. But 1. I mean, I think the Diamondbacks have 4. Dodgers have 7. Braves probably have 7, 6 or 7.
Phillies have guys, I'm sure.
Oh, they have a ton of guys. I'm gonna look at the Padres here in a minute to see. But I mean, most good lineups will probably have 3 guys, 2 or 3 guys. And I'm talking about just creeping over 800 too. Forget about. I mean, the Dodgers are the extreme because they have 2 guys over 1,000. Ohtani and Betts. But they have a bunch of dudes up and down that lineup that are over 800, close to 900. I mean, and again, that's the extreme. That's a stacked lineup. But if you're just looking at, I'll pick a team out that's kind of a random team that's actually been playing some good baseball. But when you think of them, you don't really think of them as a team that, has a monster lineup.
You're saying who, the Padres?
No, I'm going to pick out the Twins.
Oh, the Twins.
The Twins, and see how many guys they have.
By the way, I can give you the Phillies too. The Giants too. They got 4 over 800.
4.
It's Baum, who's at OPS over 1,000 right now. He's got 12 doubles and 4 homers and a triple on the year. Trey Turner, Brandon Marsh, who's had an incredible start.
Yep.
Nice work, Angels. And then Bryce Harper.
Well, now they got O'Hoppe in return.
Oh, cool.
That was a good trade for both teams.
Oh, was it? Was it good?
Yes, that was a good trade for both teams.
Okay.
Yes.
Blind dog.
Trust me on that one.
Broken clock, blind dog.
There's not a lot to root for there, okay? But that was a good trade for both teams.
I'm just pissed because the Giants are rolling into Philly. You know what I mean? O'Hoppe doesn't affect me so much right now. So.
I like Marceau because he's a caveman.
Yeah.
And became a straight, stringy-ass, greasy hair, big-ass beard, and he's figured it out. So
no
good for him. Good for him. Twins 3 players, by the way.
Giants have none.
800. They have one.
They have one with
Wade.
Yeah, and again,
That's it.
And if you pair he and Flores' at bats together, plate appearances together, then you've got it is like a triple team.
Yeah.
They're both playing almost every day.
Yeah, like the guys I would expect to have an 800 plus OPS with the Giants. Soler, I would expect him to have 800 plus. I would expect Conforto to be around 800, high 700s, low 800s. I would expect Chapman to be at least in the 775, 780 range, somewhere around there. I know he's because the average kills him.
His lowest career OPS was last year at 750. 755 last year, but his last year in Oakland he was 716. He had a really down year that last year.
What's he been most of his career? Like right around 800.
His career OPS is 785.
Yeah, so
785, then 864, 848, 812, 716, and then he should be at 750. He should be 750, 760.
Minimum. Yeah. Minimum. But he should be right around
30 doubles, yeah.
Right around 800. Yaz has been one of those guys that a lot of his career spends his time around 800 OPS, I believe. So, I mean, it's not a stacked lineup where you look at it and go, okay, they should have 6 guys over. No, they shouldn't. But they should have 4 guys that are over or right around there. And they have 1. So, again, Soler's got to be there. That's what you pay him for. This is what you're paying this guy for, his bat. He's a DH. Chapman's different because you pay him for the glove as well, and he's been spectacular in the field. We know that. But it's just been, they don't have any thump. They don't have a middle of the order that produces consistently, if at all, right now. And to do what the Giants are hoping to do, the pitching is going to absolutely have to stay the same as it is, which is, I don't know if that's possible. Like, I don't know if Hicks can continue pitching this well. I'm not sure if Wynn can continue pitching this well. And then Snell, when he comes back, he's got to get back to, if not what he was at the end of last year. I'm not sure if anybody expected that. But, a reasonable facsimile of Blake Snell is what you're hoping for. And I said this to begin the season. The hope is, you stay in it, and the pitchers are pitching well, and then all of a sudden Ray comes back, and now he's pitching well. But that's, who knows? You never know. You can't just drop guys into the lineup and expect them to be in midseason form. But that was kind of the hope. But contingent upon that was having a average offense. Don't need to be a top 10 offense, but, in Major League Baseball, give me like the 13th, 15th, 16th, it's somewhere around there. And it's not close. I'm going to look it up in a minute here to see what their OPS is in baseball. It's got to be in the 23, 24.
I bet you they're like 17 or excuse me. I bet
so?
you. Yeah, no. I think they're like 17th worst. I think you're probably right. They're in the 20s.
So like 23, 24, somewhere around there.
I guess you're right. I think 7th worst.
Yeah.
You can look that up. That note. Let's go out to the phone lines. 808 KNBR. Scarecrow is in Gilroy's been waiting a while. Scarecrow, do you agree with Mad Dog Russo? Do the Giants have any great players right now?
Not really. Not particularly. I think the schedule is going to probably ferret most of that out because I'm figuring realistically 1 in Boston, maybe split in Philly, possibly get 2 in Colorado, and then you got L.A.
We're losing you a little bit there, Scarecrow. Got to let you go.
It'll be hard to split in Philly unless they get 1.5.
Yeah, right. Is it only a 3-game?
I think, isn't it?
I think it is only a 3-game set.
Well,
is it a 4-game set? Is it 4?
Can't be 4, can it? It starts tomorrow.
I think it's a wraparound. He should do that.
Well, that would make an 11-game series. They only played 3 in Colorado?
They played 3 in Boston, unless it's 4 in Colorado. Now you're throwing me
okay. My bad then,
I think
Scarecrow.
it's only 3 in Colorado.
My bad. So they're going Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday?
Yeah, because Monday's a weird start time, too.
Wow.
Yeah,
Scarecrow.
Look at us.
Apologies. I'm staying corrected.
How about this, a 105
like a man with
Monday,
orthopedic shoes.
A Monday 105, which means it's a local time 4:05 in Philly.
That is a weird start time.
Isn't that a weird start time for a Monday afternoon in Philly?
Yeah.
Getaway day.
Just throw that one in there.
Just throw it in at like noon or something. They used to do more of those. You get that Monday like Giants 12:35. I like that. Get a Monday afternoon game. Anyway, were you able to? Yes, just knock it off, Tim. Stop.
Wow.
Don't you dare. By the way, Tim just said something raunchy behind the scenes. We should let you guys know. I believe Harmony's stopping by tomorrow.
Is she?
I think she's coming by tomorrow for her Kentucky Derby picks.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what she calls
likes
them.
The ponies.
I don't know what she calls them. But were you able to find
the? Not that it's great, but they're 19th.
Oh.
673.
Only 11th worst.
Below them in the Rockies, a team you wouldn't guess, the Blue Jays, who have really been struggling. You wouldn't think so with that lineup. Nationals, Tigers, Rays, Mariners, Pirates, A's, Cardinals are 28th, and then Marlins and White Sox are the bottom
White
two.
Sox are awful. By the way, he said, you'd love to take 2 out of 3 in Colorado. I'd love to take all 3, but it's Colorado. What do they have, 7 wins right now, the Rockies?
Yeah, they're terrible.
They're terrible. Them and the White Sox. I think the White Sox have 1 road victory.
That game was so bad today between the Marlins and the Rockies, they put it on NBA TV. Ridiculous. It's going to be shocking.
Over a playoff game, by the way. That was well done. Well done.
What are the top 2 OPS teams?
Dodgers and Braves. Is
ding,
that
ding, ding, ding.
There we go. Nice.
Ding, ding. That's a hard one to figure out.
Right you are.
Dodgers and Braves. Dodgers, by the way, team OPS is higher than all but 2 hitters in the Giants lineup. 794 team OPS. The only one, Bailey and Wade, are the only ones that are above that. And the Braves are 766. The Dodgers got the Braves by about 30 points. And if I had to go down, the difference between the Dodgers and number 2 is the difference between the Braves and number 7, which is the Red Sox. That's what kind of lineup you're dealing with there.
Let's go. We got one more call here on the line. Now, I never know when Derek does his spelling thing. I don't know if this is Kieran or it might just be Karen, but let's see how it's spelled here. Kieran, you're on the Sports Center. What's going on?
Yeah, it's Kieran. Spelled like Kieran.
Okay.
Close enough. I get Karen a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just with the offense, I'm kind of not too worried yet. The pitching's doing fine. I believe the pitching's going to hold up. We just got to choose an identity. If we're going to be a high contact, let's slap the ball around, run a bit more. That's the way that works. The Guardians do it all the time. I just don't think we're really built that way. I think you got to see some pop, and that's going to come from a Conforto and Soler. And both of those guys are streaky hitters, so I believe it can come. You just got to have it at the right time. And I know it's whimsical thinking, but that's what the 2010, 2012, 2014 teams are built on. Get hot when you need to get hot and stay in it the rest of the way.
That's a good point there, Kieran. I appreciate the call, man. By the way, I love somebody calling in and just being we just got to do more what the Guardians are doing.
Yeah.
This guy's a ball fan, dude. Kieran knows what he's talking about, dude. Just slap the ball around. Play to your team. That was, remember the Bruce Bochy ground attack, that whole deal?
Yep.
It was dude, pitch it, get 6 or 7 out of your starters, hand it over to the core 4, and give them 4 runs, and they were going to figure out a way to win it.
That's why the Nationals play.
Yeah, they just don't win a lot of games. They're actually off to a hot start.
They got more wins than Giants
They got more hot start. Yeah, well, they took 2 or 3 from the Dodgers earlier this year.
Yes, they did.
Giants still looking to get 1 from the Dodgers this year, mind you. Swept down at Dodger Stadium. And, oh, boy, they come to town after the longest road trip of the season. We'll take a quick break here. When we come on back, JT Snow's going to join us for his weekly conversation. Well, Tom and I were joking during the break about Mad Dog Russo talking JT Snow and his 2003 Giants run. Well, I can't get mad at JT. now Pedro Feliz Rodriguez. We'll have some of that for JT Snow. We come on.
They don't have more wins than the Giants.
What do they have?
Tied. They got a better record than the Giants. They both have 15 wins. They're 15-15. Giants are 15-7.
Giants, so they're ahead of the Giants in the wild card standings.
Correct.
JT Snow joins us next on the Sports Leader. Chris Mad Dog Russo joined Giants pregame on NBC Sports Bay Area and said the Giants are lacking a great player. Do you agree with Mad Dog? Let us know on our socials at KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Look, the regular basketball season is over, but there's still Underdog Fantasy and the fan favorite way to play fantasy sports with the NBA playoffs and Underdog Fantasy's NBA Pick'em game. The Pick'em game is where you select between 2 and 5 players to build a Pick'em entry. You select higher or lower on a player's stats, and if your picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money. There's endless projections to choose from. You can create your own custom experience, plus legal in California, and it's a ton of fun to play along as you watch the games. I'm checking out some of the popular plays for today. I'm looking at Jalen Brunson here at 6 o'clock. I guess we get it at, is that 6 o'clock tonight that game gets tips off? Yeah, nice. Thank you, Tom. 9 o'clock their time on the East Coast. I'm looking at Jalen Brunson, 33.5 points. I don't know. It's sitting right there, dude. 33.5. I might go higher than that 33.5. And then for Joel Embiid, points, rebounds, assists, I'm going to go lower than the 47.5. How about we just throw that out there? You pair those together, you can make some money. Underdog is easy to play, and you can make a pick'em like that. It's easy to get started. UnderdogFantasy.com, or download the app and sign up with promo code KNBR. They'll match your first deposit up to $100 plus. They'll give you a special pick, almost guaranteed to hit with your first pick'em entry. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to match your first deposit of $10 up to $100 plus that special pick. You must be 18 or older, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Winter is coming. They say it doesn't snow in San Francisco.
Snow swings, high fly ball to right, hit to the corner, to the wall.
We beg to differ.
It's gone! Oh no, it's gone! Snow has homered, and we are tied!
Here's Forever Giant JT Snow with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Copes and Tolbert, time for our weekly conversation with former Giants first baseman JT Snow. JT, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Not much. What's up, guys?
Not a whole heck of a lot. Just trying to kind of figure out this offense a little bit. And I'm kind of curious from your standpoint. At what point do you view a team and say, okay, because right now we're looking at the offense, and the offense is underachieved. At what point do you say we need to maybe make a tweak here or there without, going crazy and then blowing? They're not going to blow the whole thing up, obviously. Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, at what point do you say, okay, this isn't working, we need to try to do something a little bit different? Or do you say, look, this is the back of their baseball cards. We got to give them obviously, it's a little too early for that, but I guess the point is, at what point do you say, okay, this isn't working, let's pull the plug? Or do you just ride it out and say, this is the team we have? We just got to hope for the best and hope these guys start hitting the ball.
I think the second thing you said, Tom, makes sense, because I think the money that they invested in, the guys that they brought in, I think they just have to let it roll. I think you have to, at this point. And I was just thinking about it. I watched the game today. I was just chilling at home watching. It's always fun to see a day game in Fenway, right, in Boston.
Yep.
Had a chance to play there for a few months, which was a cool deal. I didn't play much, but I was there. But it just and I just thought, like I think last week we were talking about how long does it take, and we're a month in now, and I think there's still some of the same questions, right? Like the offense, it just doesn't seem to ever get rolling. They score 5 runs in 3 games there, and to me, I think they have to stay with it. I don't think you can pull a plug on something. I mean, they've got, they brought in Soler and Chapman and Lee and these guys, and the pitching, and just, a couple things like if you watch Boston play the last couple days, they just that's like a scrappy team, right? Having good at bats, putting the ball in play, getting base hits. They swing the bats, right? A lot of times the Giants aren't swinging, and the strikeouts are still huge. The runners in scoring position, and those are things I think last week we talked about with the analytics wasn't a big deal back years ago. Now it's rearing its ugly head, because I don't know if guys have been used to that, right? Like the Red Sox, they didn't strike out. They put the ball in play. They hit the ball the other way. They hit tough pitches, and the Giants pitchers, Webb, and then today, I mean, they threw a lot of pitches and not a lot of innings. So I think at this point, you just have to roll with it. Maybe just leave guys in the same spot in the lineup. I know they've been playing the same guys, but it's been tweaked, right? Righty, lefty, righty. Just figure out who your number 3 hitter is. Figure out your leadoff guy. Figure out your cleanup hitter, and just roll with it.
Let me ask you about a specific player, because I agree. Like, they spent a lot of money. This is who they have. This is what everybody wanted, myself included. Just give me a damn everyday lineup. Let them go out there and play instead of switching parts every other game. So Slater, a guy who is typically hit really well against lefties, hasn't had a ton of at-bats, but is really struggling. He's batting 100. So you got a guy like Ramos down in the minors who's hitting the ball really well. He could come up and be that platoon guy in right field for left-handed hitters. At what point do you say, okay, I've seen enough? Or do you trust that, look, this is what Slater has done over the course of his career. We're just going to have to trust that he's going to figure this out and keep running him out there. Like, when you look, and I know that's an ancillary piece, that's not really the problem for the offense. I mean, the problem's the middle of the order not getting it done. But when you're talking about a specific player, like, how long do you think you let a guy who has a track record of performing, when he's not performing, how long do you say, okay, this is something we can make? That's kind of the little tweak I'm talking about. Maybe like a little tweak, a little juice in the lineup.
Yeah, because it was like today was weird because Yastrzemski hits the home run, but it's a lefty on lefty. So I saw the move and I was like, ooh, like it's good karma. He's in Boston.
Yeah.
First and third, he may strike out, but he may put the ball in play and have a good at bat. And then when they put Slater up there and he struck out, I think, you look at the baseball card. I think Bob Melvin's a guy that's going to stick with veterans a little bit in their track record. But I also think that, a good way to get someone's attention and shake something up is to bring a young guy up and sit a guy down and say, hey, we got to have that tough talk. We need more from you.
Yeah.
We need some production. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think guys play in the league for a while, they get comfortable, and there's only so long you can go and blame it on, oh, it's early, it's a slow start. But, to be hitting 100 after 30-something games and really not doing what you're supposed to be doing, right?
Yeah.
The left-handed specialist. So I don't think it's a bad thing to shake things up, wake guys up, open their eyes a little bit and say, hey, we're going to make some moves and maybe bring a guy that's hot. Because we talked about it before, the offense goes up and down, but if you can have, 3 guys, 4 guys swinging hot bats in the lineup at one time, that's a good deal. But, it just, you watch and it's kind of frustrating.
Talking to JT Snow here on the UMA guest line. So you're talking about bringing a guy up. Did you ever subscribe to that idea as a player that like somebody could come up and ignite a lineup or ignite an offense that was hot? Because I think about when you guys traded for Kenny Lofton in 2002. His first at bat, he hits a home run and immediately was like, oh man, I think Barry was even hurt at the time too. So you think, oh God, this guy's going to help us out at the top of the lineup. But does it work the same with young guys?
I think it can. I think the thing with hitting is and you ask any hitter, when you're going good you could be in AAA, AA, big leagues, like you're seeing the ball good, your mechanics are good, you've got a lot of confidence. And so and it's not like Ramos hasn't been here before. He's got a little taste of the big league, so he could come up. But I think hitting's one of those things where you ride a hot hand. If a guy's swinging the bat well and hitting the ball hard and having good at bats, day in and day out, in AAA, the big league level, man, like you can put him in there and see if he can keep riding it out. I think you can, like to your question, I think you can bring a guy up, younger guy, maybe just interjects with something a little different. It's a different face, maybe brings a little more energy. Yeah. You talked about Kenny Lofton. When Kenny Lofton got with us, man, he brought so much energy into that clubhouse. He was a leadoff guy, and and Tom knows him. He's never sitting still. He's talking the game. He's getting on guys. It was a great move. So that can definitely help.
Yelling at the Cardinal dugout, all that good stuff. Yeah, I was into all that, man. I was eating it up.
The only thing faster than Kenny Lofton was the way he spoke. I'm like, Kenny, slow down. I caught about 2 words. Just slow down for a second so I can get all the words. I mean, that guy could talk.
Yeah, but I think Kenny, every time I see him, is like, dude, you hit the ball that made me say Darren Baker. So if that wasn't
that's
you,
right.
Oh man, that's right, dude. That's right.
That's exactly right. I mean, it's still at what point of this season? And you've been through some good seasons. You've been through some bad seasons. At what point of the season does this team start thinking, look, okay, it's not early anymore. Like, we can't keep saying it's early, we're good. Because I hate when people say, even players sometimes will say, still got a lot of season left. We got 80 games left. I'm like, yeah, but you played 80. That's half a damn season. It's not early anymore. It's kind of getting to the midpoint. It is the midpoint. Yeah. So at what point as a player do you start thinking, like, maybe not even individually, but as a team, like, okay, like, we got to start turning things around here because we can't keep using hey, it's early, let's not worry about it too much.
Yeah, I think the time is now. I mean, after a month, and the one thing is players, they follow the box scores, they follow the standings, and you start falling too far behind. They were, I think, 5 games going into today. After a month, you're 5 back. That's a lot of room to make up. And I know the mentality now is different. It's like, hey, let's just get into the playoffs, and if we get a couple hot pitchers. But you definitely, I see how this is a tough road trip, right? Boston, Philly, then they go to Colorado, which can just be a total whack show for 4 days, right? With the bullpen, and maybe they get hot in Colorado, but the next homestand they come home, it's got to be go time. And I agree with you, Tom. Like, you keep hearing that, oh, we got another, especially in baseball, right? Oh, we got 5 months left. Oh, we got 4 months. Well, you better get going.
Yeah.
At some point. I talked about this a couple shows ago where Dusty Baker always told us the worst team in the league is going to win 62 games by just showing up. The best team is going to win 100. So how do we get those 38 games? And those are important. So winning today's game was huge for them, though. If they get swept in Boston, now they go into Philly. Philly is hot, but Philly's also a good offensive ballpark. So maybe some of the bats get hot. It's a great launching pad, and but I just don't. When you get your hopes up, it's like I don't know. I don't see where this team's going to roll off 8-9 wins in a row, right, or 10 wins in a row. It's like win 3, lose 1, then lose a couple, win 3 or 2. And that's part of the lineup. It's just like the protection you have behind you. Who do you pitch around? And there's not like guys are just the Giants offense is struggling off good starting pitching. If you watch the games, the starters are shutting them down, and they get into the bullpen late in the game. They'll get some hits, but they're really struggling off good starting pitching, and they're going to go into Philly. I'm not sure. I think they face Nola tomorrow, but if they face Wheeler and these guys, it doesn't get any easier.
I want to say, JT, the first time that you guys went to Citizens Bank after they left Veterans Stadium, did you guys go back to back to back? Did you hit a third homer in like a 3 in a row?
I think we did, and I hit 3 in one game there.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
And then I came up a 4. I actually had a 4th at bat, and I forget. I was on deck with somebody. There's a pitching change. They brought in the left or something. I said, "You can guarantee I'm trying to hit a home run this next at bat. Like I'm trying to hit 4." Yeah. And I got to 3-1. The guy threw a pitch in my eyes, and I swung at it. And I think he was on deck. Might have been Richard Reilly or something. He looked at me. We were smiling. And then I think I struck out or something.
Yeah.
I gave it the old college try. But after the game, I was like, one of the 3 I hit, like one was legit. The other 2, if we're playing at Pac-Bell or SEC back in the day, they would have been out. But thank God for that ballpark. And another funny story was we took batting practice there the first time in, and Murph was our clubhouse guy. We always had 2 buckets of balls, and we came in after I think the first day, and half of the balls were gone because guys were hitting them out in BP.
Yeah.
And Murph was like, "What the heck's going on? We only have half the balls left." And we're like, "Well, guys are just launching." We were playing home run derby like the last couple rounds of BP, so it's a great place to hit.
It was August 13th, 2004, and I just looked it up. JT, you'll be happy to know the Bleacher Report has an article that's labeled or titled most unlikely 3 homer games in MLB history, and they have you on this list. I was like, come on, man, doing my guy dirty. You guys hammered him 16-6.
Elster better be on.
Yeah. Elster is on the list.
Pate.
Actually, he's only an honorable mention, JT. Like,
okay.
Elster and
Honorable mention.
You're only honorable mention. Circling back, JT Snow with us on the UMA guest line. I want to ask you, because we were talking Ramos and having guys come up, and Tom was mentioning, like, if they were to do something like get Ramos in here to platoon with Slater, and he says, I don't know why they always say a guy has to play every day. My thought is that for a young player, you don't want it to hinder his development, that he's so young that you want him to get into a rhythm and a routine, and ideally, he would be a guy that could play against righties and lefties. What's your thought on guys having to play every day when they come up?
Yeah, I think it's important. I think because most of these guys, you come through the minor leagues and you play every day, and then you get to the big leagues and the numbers sit you down and this and that. But if you can play, you can play. And I look back to when I was drafted by the Yankees out of college, and their philosophy in the minor leagues was if a guy was on a radar and could play, he's playing every day, and he's going to stay at that level the whole year and get confidence and get, back in the minor leagues, get 400 at bats and get 500 at bats. I had almost 2,000 at bats in the minor leagues before I got to the big leagues, and they just let you play every day. And then when you get to the big leagues, there's some days, matchups that, you're facing a tough lefty or whatever. Today's a good day to take off. Okay. But the other guys, you can hit guys can hit them, and guys, baseball's about rhythm and playing every day and keeping your stroke going and seeing the ball and keeping your timing. I love for young guys because, Tom, you know this, you need to fail a little bit to find out who you are and to get better. Like if you never learn to fail, you don't know how to get out of it. And then once you do fail, then you're in a boat just rowing in circles because you've never been there before. So I think the Giants have done a good job letting guys play this year. But for a young guy, like you said, Coach, bring him up and let him play. And let's give him a certain number of bats and let's see what he can do. And you can tell by the at-bats if he's having good at-bats, if he's overmatched, if he's hitting the ball hard. Just let him go.
All right, speaking of BP, what's the furthest ball you hit in BP at Coors? And what's the furthest ball you ever saw hit during BP at Coors? I'm assuming that was Barry, but it could have been somebody else.
I think there's a noted Barry one that went third deck.
Yeah, so BP's kind of different because of the pitcher's throwing 50 miles an hour, right? He's at 40 feet. In the game, when a guy's throwing 95, that's when guys can launch.
Yeah.
But I think at Coors, I think it was either Larry Walker or Andres Galarraga or somebody like that. I think Barry hit one up in Coors. There's a purple line up there that's
right.
A mile high, like a mile high above field. And I think Barry hit one up there. But I mean, it's just it's just a fireworks show there, right? Like pitcher leaves the ball up and guys are just going yard, but it's such a good place to hit. I was looking at my numbers the other day because if you go on Baseball Reference, you can see like what you hit in certain parks, and I had over 200 at-bats in Coors Field in my career, and my average was 370 at Coors Field. So and I was a 270 career hitter, but that just goes to tell you, because when you go to the plate, you just relax. You don't have to try so hard. You just get a pitch and let it go, and then the ball just flies. It's ridiculous.
Speaking of home runs, you mentioned Andres Galarraga. To me, still the furthest home run I've ever seen hit at Oracle was to left field. I mean, to right field, Barry, of course, but to left field, that one Galarraga hit. I don't even know.
I think it was against the Phillies.
Who was it? I think it was last row. I thought if any ball was ever going to hit the glove, that would have been it. But you remember that home run? Because that was like, oh my gosh.
I do, because I think this is true, but he hit it almost, where the glove is, at that glove, and then we were like, wow, we never seen it. Then I think we went on a road trip and came back, and then they put a sign up there. It's like 501 to the glove, and we're like that sign was never there. But Galarraga, it had to go 490 or 4. I mean, it landed. I remember the people on the bleachers like standing up to catch it, and then they all just like looked and went over their head, and it bounced up by the little mini field or by the glove back there, and we were like, "Holy cow!" He was a strong dude. I mean, he hit some. I would love to see if we had exit velocity back in the day. I mean, this guy was probably hitting balls 200 miles an hour off the bat. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, the big cat, and what a better person. What a great guy.
By the way, it was off of Roy Oswald. It wasn't the Phillies.
Is that what it was?
Oswald.
Wow.
I found the video. I'll send it to you, JT. He looks pissed, Oswald, too. Like, I think he still hasn't come down. And the price is rocking. 2001 at Pac-Bell Park.
That was incredible.
And I remember the big cat. He signed with the Angels, I think, late in his career, because he finished with like 398 career homers, or 399. He's trying to get to 400. Yeah. And I think Sosha, in the last day of the season in 05 or 06, whatever year, Sosha put him in the lineup as like the two-hitter to try to get him a couple extra at-bats over in Oakland. My mom and I went out, tried to see him hit some, but he didn't get there. But how was he as a teammate? He was one of my all-time favorites.
He was great. And I think if you remember, he battled through some cancer in his career where he took a year or something off. But he was like just one of those gentle giants. And we picked him up in 01. I was having not a very good year. I think it was 01, and then he came back later, and we kind of platooned. Felipe put him against the lefties. I played against the righties. We were both kind of end of our career, but he was so cool. Like he help you out. I mean, like he's one of those guys when you shake his hand, his hand goes up to your elbow, right? It's like, hey, what's up? But it's funny, Tom. We're talking about home runs, and like I think the farthest one I ever hit was on a split finger. We're playing in Kansas City, and it hit off the top of the fountains out there. That's when the fountains, the old.
Oh yeah, Kaufman.
Kaufman, and I came back, and I was with the Angels, and they first started reporting and it went like 460 or something, but it was a split, and it hit off the top of and a split finger only comes in at 80 something miles an hour, but it doesn't. It already has that downward spin, so when you hit it, the backspin just takes off of me. It's kind of like a curveball or a knuckleball. Yeah. You put the spin on it, and it was like, so it's kind of like all those numbers don't make sense, right? Like I threw me 80 mile an hour split, and I hit it 460, and a guy throws a 95, you only hit it 310.
Yeah, exactly.
Before I let you go, JT, so we were we had a soundbite from Chris Mad Dog Russo. He was on Giants pregame today, and he was saying, he goes, I don't know if the Giants got any stars. I don't know. But what it did immediately for me was it took me back to his all-time great rant, because he's a Giants fan from 2003 when you guys, he was he couldn't believe that you guys were eliminated by the Marlins, but he starts kind of taking some shots. But I don't know if you knew that Chris Mad Dog Russo is a big JT Snow fan.
I thought it wouldn't bother me. Saturday, I was mad at Rodriguez. I was mad at JT. So I wasn't mad at JT, but I was mad at Rodriguez. Jerome Williams. I'm mad at everybody. I cannot believe. I mean, why waste my time? Every single freaking year, I get myself juiced up with this stupid team, and at 43 years of age and 3 kids, enough already. Let them go hurt somebody else. I mean, when am I ever going to have a chance to win a lousy freaking champion? One time! Not 20! One lousy time!
That guy, I saw the pre and post today, and like I was so funny because I was watching Laura Britt and Sean Estes, and they were quiet. They didn't know what to say. And Sean, he's like, Sean's really funny when you meet him off air. Like he's very witty, and he was like speechless. And But Mad Dog, I've been on his show before, and he loves the Giants. And I remember going back there in 2000 against the Mets, and then he would come into our clubhouse, and we let him down a few times. But he's funny to listen to. I mean, and I saw that whole thing today. It's like he kept going like, what Hall of Famer are the Giants at? What Hall? And he went through every team, and they were asking if Logan Webb was a top 5, and he's like, and then he went through every team, and at the end he goes, yeah, he is a top 5 pitcher because so he's a pretty funny guy, and he loves the Giants.
He loves.
I wasn't mad at JT.
I can't be mad at JT. Can't be mad at JT.
I was mad at JT, so I wasn't mad at JT.
All right, before we let you go, real quick, did you any team you ever played for, or you ever during BP or just screwing around, take aluminum bats out to the field?
Ooh, that's a good one. I don't think we did. I
would have loved to have seen.
I can't remember the big. They might have been in the batting cage or something, but man, if they were used, somebody would probably get killed.
Exit velocity 312.
Yeah, they've deadened those things now. They don't want that happening. JT Snow joins us every week on the Uma Guest Line talking Giants baseball. Always fun, like talking the current team and then walking through memory lane with you too, JT. We'll do it next week.
You got it, guys. Thanks again.
JT.
Good stuff, man. JT Snow, longtime first baseman of the San Francisco Giants, joins us every Thursday talking some Giants ball. At 3:50, Marcus Thompson joins us. At 4:50, Farhan Zaidi joins us. But you know what we got time for now? NBA playoffs return tonight. It's a Thursday NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
No, it's grab bag, and it's next on the Sports Leader.
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's Sports Leader.
John Lynch joined the Pat McAfee show today and said the 49ers are past. I don't even know what this is. I'm confused about this one. They're not trading Debo and Ayuk. More on that on our socials at KNBR.
Hello. I like most of the sounders on KNBR, but the NBA grab bag sounder is really stupid and annoying, and you play it all the time. You can really do better. Please get rid of that stupid sounder.
.707, Amelia Jason says that NBA grab ass sounder is an amazing sounder.
Yeah, we can't do better, by the way.
We can't.
No, we
People
can't.
are like, do better. And I'm like, why would we?
Why would we?
Why would we try? Why bother?
NBA grab ass.
Says, I don't even care if it's a grab bag. Says the 707, that NBA grab ass sounder is fantastic. We do it every week, usually on Tuesdays. Didn't have time this week on Tuesday. So you get a Thursday edition of the NBA grab bag, which starts where else? On the hardwood. The entire East Coast is complaining that the Knicks and Sixers game tonight is tipping off. That's why I was confused when I was doing my underdog read. I said, am I reading this right? That it's 6 p.m. Pacific. Look at them giving us a primetime East Coast matchup.
Yep.
It's tipping at 9 Eastern. Valid complaint, or does the East Coast audience just need to suck it up for a night? It's New York.
Hey,
Well,
for
it's
the
Philly.
players, their night's just getting started at 9, okay?
Hey, come on.
So they're good. I think they're good. Really? You can't stay up like till 11:30 to watch a basketball game once?
No.
That's tough. Although I will say, East Coast sports viewing times suck. I hate watching like football. Monday Night Football. It starts at 8:30. You start at 9 back when I was there. Terrible, just brutal. So, yeah, once a year, I think it's okay. But we should all know this: TV runs everything. That's just it. That's the game everybody wants to see. No one really cares about the Bucks and the Pacers. So suck it up. Not that big a deal.
You know who else can suck it up? Shannon Kaler, the voice of the NBA grab ass and the NBA grab bag. He just sent me a text right now and says, I want my grab bag royalties, a-holes, but he didn't say A.
grab bag.
How about this? Suck it up, Shannon.
Yeah, suck it up.
NBA grab ass.
Yeah, how about that?
That's
how
our
about,
property.
How about you grab some of that?
That's our property.
That's our property now. We own it. Sorry. It's our creative rights to keep it and to use it. 209 says, people are so mad about the NBA grab bag sounder. So stupid to get so mad about that. Many reports moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Many reports have the Lakers, second basketball story here, making a change at head coach by firing second-year head coach Darvin Ham. Ham was 90-74 with a conference finals appearance in his first season. Dave McMenamin believes LeBron's podcast host J.J. Redick is a serious candidate to take over as the Lakers head coach.
Lame as hell.
Tom, your thoughts on LeBron answering to J.J. Redick?
No. Well, I just laughed.
Yeah.
So I think that's
I think
funny.
that's his thoughts.
Yeah.
Number, what do you
Blame the
think of it?
coach. Blame the coach. Coach's fault. I mean, come on.
They went to the conference final last year, lost to the team that they lost to in the first round this year.
Coach's fault.
Well, don't forget, they said they weren't jockeying for position.
No, not at all.
That is a little bit on him.
Yeah.
We're just getting in.
Look, I don't know if we have the Barkley sound from last night, which was really good, about him ripping people that rip coaches and everything and don't blame the players. Been saying that for years. What happened to blaming the players? It's all the coaches now. Yeah, I think whatever. I think Darvin Ham's a fine coach. That job is probably the toughest in the NBA right now, especially with LeBron there.
209 says, I'm going to change the channel when you play that. It's so annoying. How'd you know we played it? 209 says, keep playing it. The different 209 says, just keep playing it. It's funny AF. That's what happens. The grab bag giveth and it taketh away. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
The Bay Area's own Najee Harris had his fifth-year option declined by the Pittsburgh Steelers today. he'll have a make-or-break season coming up for him to earn a new contract with the team. What are your thoughts on Najee? I mean, you and I talked a lot about him last year.
Yeah.
We were like, I don't know how many guys I'd want out of that backfield, but Jaylen Warren was a guy for me who I thought was maybe the better back at least last season.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, I'm not going to say I watched a lot of Steelers games. So I don't know how they were using him. I know they split a lot of carries. Najee got better as the year went on. Najee was better probably the last, if I remember correctly, like maybe the last 5 weeks of the season. So, look, you know how they treat running backs now. There's about maybe, a handful that you can look at and go, those are like difference-making running backs. Other than that, they're just interchangeable. And I like him a lot. I like the way he plays, but they didn't. The one thing they didn't do is throw to him much. Remember his first year, Roethlisberger gave it to him all the time. He didn't catch a lot of balls last year, so I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. I hope he plays for many more years because I like him and I think he's a cool dude and he's fun to listen to too. If the Steelers are good, at least we get more Najee Harris interviews.
Najee Harris did not have his option picked up. I saw this, by the way. It was on the front page of ESPN today. We'll keep it right here with the Pittsburgh Steelers in the grab bag. They acquired Justin Fields earlier this offseason, right? The quarterback from the Chicago Bears. They also acquired Russell Wilson. Did you see this? There's reports and thoughts that Cam Hayward was recording his Not Just Football podcast, Cam Hayward of the Steelers, during the draft party over the weekend, and that same running back we just mentioned, Jaylen Warren, said that it's been suggested that potentially Justin Fields ends up returning kicks for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That ain't happening. There's no way that's happening, right?
I think that's the surest way to get drug tested.
Derek says Cordero Patterson's on the team.
Say something like that. Excuse me. Here's a vial. Go pee in it.
NBA grab bag.
Warren told Hayward, I think it's pretty good. As soon as you touch the ball, everything starts to happen. Like, what are you talking? Okay. Our special teams coordinator was talking about having Justin Fields back there. We're like, hold up. We looked at him and Justin Fields about to be back there? I don't know. I think it's cool. says Jaylen Warren.
You going to have Russell Wilson block for him?
Yeah, seriously, right. How about he holds the kicks and then Russell kicks him?
Lead blocker.
How about that,
Russell
dude?
Wilson.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Jason Kelsey has joined ESPN as an analyst for Monday Night Countdown. Matt Ryan is joining NFL Today as on CBS with Boomer Esiason and Phil Simms out. How about that?
Really?
Waking up on Sundays now, you're not going to see Esiason and Phil Simms.
Well, I don't see him anyway.
Yeah, me neither. I
never watch pregame.
That's not my thing. Anyway, that's the question Derek writes on here after.
Not missing you.
Right after says, do you watch pregame shows anymore anywhere?
I never did.
I don't really care. The only one that matters, the only one, is the one you just quoted.
Yeah, that's the only one.
Shaq, Ernie, and Kenny, Shaq, Ernie, and Chuck. Those are the best.
And the only reason they're the best is because they don't even talk hoops all the time.
Yeah, they're just goofing off.
They're just goofing off.
Buddies hanging out.
The one that I've missed over the years is like that everyone loves is College Game Day. I've never watched a full College Game Day. It starts at 6 Pacific. You can wake up and watch College Game Day. The only thing I will get on College Game Day
you want to see Corso put the
is
head on?
the last 4 or 5 minutes because I recorded the game in the morning. And I didn't feel like getting them watching it. That's it. I get like Corso's picks, put on the helmet, and then boom.
Is it getting sad? The Corso head's just getting. It's tough to because he's just sort of rambles now. Like he's up
He
there.
throws in an F word every now and again. It can be pretty funny.
Does he slip off?
Oh yeah. He threw an F word in there not that long ago.
The saddest one was during COVID.
F him.
Yeah,
But he didn't say F him.
No, he doesn't. No. The COVID one was the saddest when they're like throwing to him in a studio at his home somewhere. They're all out. I'm like, what are we doing? Come on. They're like, he's too old to be out here. Of course, he's going to get sick.
Man.
We're going to keep him at home. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Oh, this is good, dude. This is going to be good for college football season. In a recent article from The Athletic, former Colorado Buffalo Xavier Smith criticized Deion Sanders, saying he encouraged players to go into the portal when he didn't like them as players. We knew that, though, when he got there. He said, I'm bringing luggage. And it's Louis. Like, this isn't a new
We got a
report.
few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me. And it's Louis.
Well, Lou was 4-8 last year.
Yeah, but they started 2-0, didn't they?
Yeah.
They were exciting early on.
Have you ever seen more hype for a team that was way below 500?
Quote, he was destroying guys' confidence. Shedeur Sanders commented on Twitter on this guy's comment, and he said, Shedeur retweeted it and said, quote, I don't even remember him, TBH. Bro had to be very mid at best.
The great part about his tweet was just You were just confirming what the guy was saying. He was saying he doesn't get to know you, blah, blah, blah. And then your son comes on and says, I don't even know who this dude is.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, exactly. That's what he was saying.
He's like, I know. That's what I was trying to tell everybody.
God.
Just shattered our confidence and didn't care that we were here. One more here in the NBA grab bag. Nice beefy grab bag today.
Ooh, I like it.
The more stories we have, the more times we get to hit the sounder, too. This from Front Office Sports on Twitter. Charles Barkley confirmed to ESPN that he has a clause in his contract allowing him to join another network if TNT loses its NBA rights. Chuck could draw offers of $18 to $20 million a year from ESPN, Amazon, or NBC. Sources are telling Front Office Sports. Pretty good clause for Chuck.
Real nice clause.
He's like, okay, I can't call games too. I'm out.
Can he still do Subway commercials?
Yeah, probably. I think those are all personal endorsements. How about Clay getting a Subway commercial now, too? With
I
Steph?
know.
He's working his way in on Steph's endorsements.
Well, got to have the sidekicks. I guess Clay's a churro.
Yeah. That's going to do it
Not a bad thing.
for the NBA grab bag.
Churros are good.
That's going to do it for the NBA grab bag. Yeah, 925 says, I'm indifferent to the sounder. 707 says, I'm effing pissed about the sounder. Only because D Papa probably made it. That's going to do it for the grab bag for Thursday, May 2nd, 2024. When we come on back, we could end up with Joel Embiid out, disgruntled. We could end up with Giannis out, disgruntled. By the way, their game time decisions, he and Dame Lillard. Does it matter if the Warriors land one of those big guys? Do super teams even work the same way anymore? We'll discuss that next as the NBA playoffs continue tonight on the Sports Leader.
Listen anywhere, anytime on the KNBR app. Now back to Tolbert and Kurps.
Tolbert, Kurps, how you guys doing, man?
I'm good, dude.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert, Kurps, how you guys doing, man?
I'm good, dude. Tolbert goes back with you on a Thursday afternoon. Sorry, Rod Brooks popped in. Rod Brooks is hanging out in the studio, or in the control room. Just came by to say what's up. Good to see Rod hanging out in the KNBR hallways. We are going to catch up in just a few minutes at 3:50, about 17 minutes from now, with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. For his weekly conversation, we'll talk about some of the NBA playoffs and stuff going on with the Warriors offseason and what could happen. He was the one who posited the idea to us. It was last week where we were talking about where the Warriors could go this offseason after they were eliminated, whether or not they would go after a guy like Kevin Durant or LeBron James if one of them became available or decided to exit their respective teams in Phoenix and in Los Angeles. But the names that Marcus threw out were both Giannis, who he's like, that's maybe something that's down there, but he said maybe even one that's more so than Giannis or as realistic as Giannis would be a Joel Embiid potential matchup for the Warriors. Somebody to if you want to extend this championship window or you want to go all in and chase titles here with Steph Curry, do you need somebody like that, and do you need somebody younger who doesn't have the same sort of I don't want to join Steph's team like a LeBron or a KD? Because that's something that we'd see in the past. Giannis has more, I think because he's a younger guy, has had more respect for Steph and has shown how much love he has for Steph. I don't know about the realism of any of this or the reality of any of this stuff happening. It doesn't seem like something that's in the cards. But I do wonder, because you brought this up the other day, super teams, like when you think back to the Boston Celtics putting together their big three, that was like something like, oh my God, 3 superstars? Every team has like one, but 3 of them on one team seems unstoppable. Then the Heat did it with LeBron and Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade. We all kind of thought they would just win every title. They won 4 straight, but they won 2 of them, the middle 2. Now you look around the league and like every team has multiple, what I think you would consider superstars.
Denver, they got 1.
Is Jamal Murray not a superstar?
No. He's a star.
He's a
not
star.
a superstar.
No, he's not there yet.
Look, if we're talking about Giannis and Embiid, there's an old song. I don't even know who sings it, but it's Dream. Dreams, dreams, dreams. It ain't happening. Those guys are not coming here. And it's not going to happen.
We thought Ohtani was.
Like Durant's probably not coming. I mean, Durant's 99% not coming here. LeBron's not coming here. I know people love to speculate and say, oh, God, it's going to be great when Durant, LeBron, and Steph hook up. It's like, no.
Well, what percentage chance did you give it that KD was coming the first time?
Decent. I
really?
did.
You did?
Yeah,
You thought that was a
because the
realistic
Warriors
thing?
lost
Yep.
in the finals.
They
Durant
just come
had
back
been there
on
and
OKC.
just got beaten by the Warriors. Yep. And it was a 3-1 lead. The Warriors came back and took that series. And you could tell the him and Russell dynamic. And there'd always been whispers that like that he was getting tired of that, getting tired of the thank you. Who sings that, by the way? I have no idea.
Everly Brothers.
But I mean, that's what we're talking about here in this stuff. So I've been thinking about this, like how the Warriors get better next year. Like how they and all I could come up with is the young guys got to be a little bit better. And maybe you add a piece here or a piece there, like a decent player. Kuminga, Pajemski, TJD, all got to get a little bit better. They got to take steps. But as they're taking steps, let's also realize that Steph and Draymond are going to be a year older. And included in that has to be Wiggins has to be better than he was this year. Like, can he be? Could he be? I don't know. I don't think you can get rid of – I don't know that you can get rid of Wiggins without including Kuminga or somebody like that, because I don't know if anybody's going to want that contract, although it's not – I don't think it's a terrible contract, but I'm not sure if anybody's going to want that. So the only thing I would say is this. I'm not giving up future first-round picks for someone that could help us maybe get in the top 5. Like, that makes no sense to me. I mean, at some point, you got to start, maybe not start over, but you got to start planning for the future, like without Steph and without Draymond. Like, well, I'll tell you what they could do if Steph would be okay with it, is get something for Draymond. I think you can get some value for Draymond. Like, can you get some first? Can you make your team different?
You'd be looking for a back end first, or like a team that's in the 20s or something. Somebody to make a jump, right?
Probably
Because
something like that.
You have to join a team. I'd go Eastern Conference and somebody who's like in the 20s, right? Somebody who he might make a difference and an impact on a championship caliber team.
But other than that, I mean, unless look, I would be willing to trade Kuminga for the right player. Like I'd heard last year there was a possibility that they could have traded Kuminga for Anunoby. And, like, would I do that? And I said, at the time, in a heartbeat, I would do that. Because I still think upside-wise, Kuminga probably has a little more upside. But you watch Anunoby play for the Knicks, he is really good. He can shoot the three. He's athletic. He can defend. He's smart. He understands the game. And I think that's the next step for Kuminga. Just thinking the game, like understanding situation, like when to go, when not to go, weak side defense. Because weak side defense is all about understanding what teams are trying to do and thinking the game. He has problems with that right now. And that's something that has to improve. Because we talk about, the stars, but really it's about all the guys around the star. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, one of my favorite players in the NBA, Josh Hart. I love watching this guy
because
play.
When he makes an impact on the game, whether he's shooting it well or not.
He makes winning basketball plays.
He's kind of like Iguodala for them. It's sort of what I was thinking.
A little bit.
Like he's maybe not quite as intelligent on the floor, but when he's not going well, he's a vet out there. He's the adult.
He rebounds his ass off.
I like him a lot, man.
He defends. He makes the right play. Like, when you watch him play, you're like, God, that play had an impact. His play had an impact on scoring or stopping the other team from scoring, yet he wasn't directly involved in the play. And you watch, you're like, oh, look what he did here. Look at that pass. Or watch how he switches this guy on defense. Or watch how he'll switch guys on the weak side from top to bottom. Like, he gets the game. And that's what the Warriors need. They need some more of those type guys. Jordan Poole wasn't one of those type of guys. Kuminga isn't one of those type of guys. Like, Podziemski is one of those type of guys. Like, he just understands the game and what's needed in that situation. So, but you got to have your stars too. Like, if you had just Josh Hart on a team, you need Brunson on the team. Like, you need that type of guy.
He's a killer
on the team. But think about it. Who else do they have besides Brunson? I mean, they got Randall, but he's hurt. I mean, Brunson's like the guy, but they got a bunch of guys who are hard-nosed, who will battle their asses off.
Like that.
They can play defense, and then will come in and give you something of value that maybe doesn't even show up in the box score. So, for me, the Warriors, I mean, you got to start getting draft picks. You don't want to be the Suns and the Lakers, where you look around and you're kind of middling. Are we better than Denver? Not really. Are we better than Minnesota? Not really. Are we better? OKC isn't going anywhere. OKC is young, and they may be in like 3 finals in the next 5 years. I mean, that's how good they are.
Well, so that's kind of the argument,
youngest
right?
team in the NBA.
That's the argument for not having the superstar team with these 3 or 4 big-time expensive players. And it's sort of to your point about not trading first-rounders if you're trying to extend this 2-year window with Steph and with Steve Kerr here, is that the Phoenix Suns just got eliminated. They got swept with KD, Booker, and Bradley Beal by a much younger team that was drafted and built from within, right, in Minnesota. Now, I know they added some other pieces there from the outside. But
Gobert was the big one.
Right, but that's a team much like the Warriors that was built internally. Same with OKC. Like, they got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but he wasn't this when they acquired him.
No.
He was a lottery pick. He was like a 19 or a 20-year-old 2-year player in the league with the Clippers coming off the bench. So, I think there's a case to be made that you're right. Work through the draft. Use the pieces you have to maybe acquire more to get the draft picks you need to help Steph in the next 2 years. But I don't know that getting, like you're saying, you don't want to just get the top 5. Getting LeBron or getting KD, like getting Giannis, I think changes a lot. I think getting an Embiid would change a lot. But getting one of those guys, LeBron or KD, I don't think it does much for you in the West. I don't think it changes much of your fortunes.
Well, look at you brought up Minnesota. So it's Karl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards. I think both of them were number 1 picks.
Both were drafted over,
McDaniels, like first rounder, I think mid-first round. He's been really, really good for him. You trade for Gobert, and people wondered how that was going to work. Last year, not so well. This year, the number 1 defense in the league. But think about who is always the adult on the court for them when he's on the court. Conley.
Yeah.
Conley's incredible for them, and he's not near the player he used to be, like athletically, but he's so smart. He understands stuff. You watch him, he gets the game. And you got to have some of those guys on your team. And he is definitely one of those type of guys. Like, he comes in, settles stuff down, organizes stuff, kind of like Iguodala used to do. I mean, you needed a guy like Iguodala. He wasn't going to do what Steph and Clay did, but you had to have, and Steve always called it, the adult in the room. We got to have somebody out there that organizes stuff. When things get a little wild, a little crazy, he can settle stuff down, and he knows what he's doing out there. The Warriors, back in the day, when they were rolling teams, think about the IQ they had on that team, the first team that won. Draymond, one of the smartest players probably of all time. Iguodala, same. Bogut, completely understood the game. Like, I don't think, as good as Steph and Clay are, I don't think they're like thinkers. Like, in terms
they're
of
not
like
the hyper IQ players.
I don't think that.
Yeah,
I don't
Agreed.
think the incredible IQ. They're not dumb, but it's not IQ. It's not their thing. So you had to have those guys, and they had it. Livingston, another one of those type of guys, like, who just understood what winning basketball plays are. Example: winning basketball play. If you have a guy on the wing, and you're the weak side defender. You have an offensive player on the wing, offensive guy in the corner, right? Who am I going to rotate out to? The guy in the wing or the guy in the corner? Traditional defense, you get the first pass and have somebody come behind you. But if I have, let's say I'll use Kuminga. I'll put Kuminga on both offense and defense just for the sake of argument. But if I have Kuminga in the wing and Steph in the corner, I'm not going to go out to him. I'm not even going to stunt out to him. I'm going to stand my ground, pass it to him. I may wait for just a half a second to let somebody come and replace me, but I'm going to the corner. Because I know that's the more dangerous. Traditionally, that's not the way you do it. You rotate and it's Phil. Like, you'd rotate and somebody would help you. But you're not going to leave Steph Curry open in the corner.
No.
But that's thinking ahead of the game. Like, that's, okay, if it comes my way, I take a quick peek. Who's in the corner? Who's in the wing? Okay. Cool. So I know exactly where I'm going.
What the threats are.
Now,
right.
if you inversed it and he was in the, of course you'd go to the wing and leave the corner guy open. But, like, okay, who are the shooters? Who do I want to make sure doesn't beat me in this situation? Let's make sure I take that away. That's like thinking ahead of the game, which is more of a kind of a baseball thing, because baseball, you have time to think about those things. Ball's hit to me. How fast are the runners? Where am I going with it? What am I going to do in this situation? How many outs are there? All that. Basketball, you don't have time, so it's got to be quick. And you just see guys that understand that almost innately, like, okay, where I should go, where I should be, what I need to do to impact winning. And some guys are incredible. Like, there's a lot of guys, and Warrior fans loved Monte Ellis. I love Monte. It's so much fun to watch.
Wasn't a thinker.
But it was, yeah, you watched him, you're like, there's so many guys in the league that can put up points, and their teams don't win. Now, part of that is your teammates. But part of that is, you know what, I'm just super athletic. I'm really good at basketball, but it's not, this isn't a winning basketball play. It's just, I just go out there and play. Some guys, you look at, go look at Josh Hart's numbers. I mean, that nothing jumps out at the page, from the page. But there's a reason Thibodeau plays him damn near every minute of I mean, he's getting his money's worth out of Josh Hart in the playoffs. I think he played 53 minutes in the overtime. He just doesn't come off the court. He does not come off the court. And there's a reason he doesn't come off the court. Because he's versatile. He knows he can trust him. He knows he's in good hands when he's out there. Now, Tibbs probably goes a little over the top with
always does.
minutes for his
everything
players.
he does.
He's like, bro, you're playing tonight. Like, the whole game, so get ready.
He's going over the top trying to make it look like he's still got a head of hair, by the way.
But that should, exactly.
Tibbs, come on, bro.
And there's a reason that you look at his numbers and then look at his minutes, and you'd probably say, well, why does this guy get so many minutes? If you watched the game, you understood basketball, you'd know why he gets so many minutes, because he's that damn important offensively and defensively.
Well, here, by the way, here's Josh Hart's minutes per game.
Yep,
through the first
they're
5.
incredible.
Ready? 41-52.
Yep.
He played all 48 in game 2. 41-52, 48, 43-22, 45-41, and then 53.
Yep. 53. That'd be every single minute of an overtime game.
That's it.
Yep.
He played every single minute of that game, and so he's played every single minute of 2 games this series already. And they have another one, Game 6, coming up at 6 o'clock.
So that's
tonight.
what the Warriors need.
They need
that type of guy. There's not a lot of them, but those are the type of guys. They're not as expensive.
Give me a Hardenstein too. I'll take one of him.
Hardenstein's really good.
I'll take that guy.
He's really good. I think TJD can do some of those things.
Yep.
He's not that big, but I think I liked what I saw from him last year. And look, if you're a Warrior fan, hate to break it to you, but it could be a situation where you're just going to have to suck it up for a few years now. It's not going to be what it was. And it's probably not, well, I guarantee you that. It's not going to be what it was. Can they get back to winning a championship, competing over the next 3 or 4 years? Maybe, but it's going to be really tough.
Yeah, it's the same answer we have, a response we have to the people who don't like the NBA grab bag sounder. Suck it up.
Suck it up.
That's it.
Suck it up.
Tolbert and Copes through the Thursday afternoon. Marcus Thompson joins us for his weekly convo next on the Sports Leader. The Giants got a win today in Boston as Kyle Harrison struck out 7 and Yastrzemski homered in the 3-1 victory. What are your thoughts on today's win? Let us know at 415-808-KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. We got playoff hoops on tonight, and you should know by now that Underdog Fantasy is the fan favorite way to play fantasy sports. The regular season's over, so it's playoff time, and that's where you get in on the action with the NBA Pick'em game from Underdog Fantasy. The Pick'em game is where they give you a series of player stats. You select between 2 and 5 players. If your picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money in a single night. I'm looking right now at the app. I'm looking at Tyrese Maxey, 6 first quarter points. I'm going to go higher than that. I got a feeling Maxey's going to come out trying to fire after what we saw the other night. And then we were just talking Josh Hart. How about 3.5 first quarter points? I'm going to go lower than that. I'm going to go lower on Josh Hart, higher on Tyrese Maxey. When you do that, you can hit. But it all starts with signing up at UnderdogFantasy.com or downloading the app and using promo code KNBR like you're listening to right now. Because when you do that, you make a deposit, they'll match it up to $100. Plus, you'll get a pretty good mystery special pick to use with your first pick of entry. That's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code KNBR and we'll match your deposit from $10 up to $100. Plus, you'll get that special pick. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics' Marcus Thompson on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
We do it every week with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Joining us courtesy of the UMA guest line. We already have an NBA game underway, by the way, right now. The Bucks and the Pacers have already tipped off. No Giannis tonight, but we do have a Dame Lillard playing. And then a late East Coast tip, a 6 p.m. one for us for Game 6 between the Knicks and the Sixers. We'll talk more about that. What's up, Marcus? How are you, man?
Man, y'all interrupting my Damian Lillard viewing. Come on.
We're interrupting.
Friday.
The show's interrupting my Damian Lillard viewing.
What happened on Friday?
I think what happened on Friday is the Giants are playing early tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. I'm just messing with
Giants are in Philadelphia. Go ahead.
You missing this T.J. McConnell clinic being put on right now.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm watching it right now. We're watching the T.J. McConnell clinic. We're paying attention. I'm also watching diligently to see if my 53.5 first quarter points hits. It's looking okay. Looking pretty good.
You're looking pretty good. Yeah, you're looking pretty good.
Bear down.
53.5. Tell me what that means. That means I got to score.
I need
53.5
I got to go 54 points. So I can't push.
Oh, okay.
So I can't push.
What's that now? 45?
Yeah.
46
right now.
I'll root for a drought. Let's go.
Score
a drought.
What?
Root for a drought?
No, he needs
What's that
over
about?
points,
No,
not
I know.
under
He
points.
wants me to lose money. Stop dribbling so damn much.
Oh,
man. Now we got
no.
defense being played.
He got smoked.
This is awful as Adam live does his bet here on Tolbert and Copes with Marcus Thompson. So we were talking right before we had you on about what you told us or what you mentioned to us. I think it was last week. Could have been 2 weeks ago, but I think it was last week where we were talking about superstars coming to the Warriors. And you said, don't sleep on like a Giannis or a Joel Embiid. Now we're looking at both teams potentially seeing an elimination here. What are your thoughts on either guy leaving their respective organizations?
I think it'll be tough. Like, it's one of those things that, it's not the craziest thing that's ever happened in the NBA, but it's probably not going to happen, right? So I think it's tough. With Joel, the question is, do you do it? Theoretically, it sounds great, but given he doesn't finish seasons healthy and strong, it's a big question mark. I don't know. You probably have to do it because it's Joel, but I think we're going to see a lot of shifts in the NBA this offseason. A lot. Like, the West is so stacked, and these young teams are the ones at the top that all these other teams have to do something. Otherwise, you just got to, lose to Boston and Oklahoma City every year. So I think it's going to be some major shakeup. I don't know if it's Giannis or Joel, but if it is, Joe's going to be in the mix.
Well, if you're Giannis and Joel, why in the hell would you leave the Eastern Conference to come to the Western Conference? It's even tougher to win out here.
I don't know if you read the book Giannis by the great Mirren Fader, but
yeah, I missed that one.
Giannis is built like that. He wants the harder challenge. That's what he's been talking about all this time. No easy way out, no teaming up, and all that. Yeah, if he really wanted to be valid, he could come west and try to win in a real conference. That would fit. Bring his brother with him. Maybe his brother likes the Bay. I don't know.
Thanasis loves the Bay, so they're coming. Yeah, right. That's the move.
No, that. What if that's the deal? Do you do it? It's like, hey, Giannis will come, but I need a spot for my brother. Do you do it?
No. I don't know. What do you think it would take? Look, Wiggins, Kuminga, and three first-rounders are like a starting point. You want to?
Yeah.
So where does that? Let me ask you this. So if you have no Kuminga, no Wiggins, you have Giannis, you have Draymond, you have Steph, and then kind of build the team from there. Does that make you better than Denver and OKC and Minnesota?
You're definitely in the mix, but also it wouldn't be 1 year. Now you can build. Now you know how to draft, right? You know how to get around the edges. If you get Giannis, you need a lot of shooting, right? So now you can start mapping it out. I don't know if you give up all of your youngsters, but you still got Paz. You might still end up with Trace, or maybe you still end up with Moody. Like, yeah, I mean, eventually the most important thing is that Giannis is, 29? And you're hoping he's got several years left after him, 28, 29. So now you got what happens after life after Steph. But, yeah, I mean, they got the same problem now, right? Like, they don't have a chance now with what they have. Like, they're not beating the best teams in the West. They're not, like, getting to the finals. Well, Giannis, you got a fighting chance. So you got to piece the roster around him. I know we're talking about this like it might happen.
No, it's not going to happen.
It's not happening. It's not happening.
I already said it's not happening. I mean, look, don't you think, to me, the best course of action is you just ride this thing out and keep your draft picks and keep trying to get younger and try to figure out a way to be viable for a championship again in like 3-4 years and still be competitive, like make the playoffs, make yourself dangerous, possibly trade deadline candidates, stuff like that, where maybe something does happen. And I know last year I said, like, if Steph's here, you owe it to him, you owe it to the organization to give everything you can to win a championship. And I still believe that, but there's also part of me that just says, look, you can't mortgage your entire future by giving up your number ones. Like, if you're going to give up all your ones, Marcus, you got to feel like you're a top 5 team in the NBA. I can't give up all my number ones and say, well, hopefully we'll be a top 5 seed in the West. That to me makes no sense, because then you're in Phoenix's boat where you're okay. Maybe you wish yourself into having a chance, but it's not a great situation. We have no assets.
Well, those number ones aren't number ones if you're going to try to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter anyway whether I'll give up 3 20 picks, right? Yeah, take 5 of them things. Like, what are you getting off of those? But I don't think that works. I think it sounds great, but that 3 to 4 years ends up 10. Like, nobody rebuilds it. Like, what you're really basically saying is, I'm going to find a superstar in the draft, and nobody does that until you can't win an NBA without a superstar. So the question becomes, if you let Steph go, it ain't about how you get the pieces and roster. It's how do you get a superstar, and that just doesn't happen. Like, it doesn't. Like, look at Oklahoma City; they fluked up and got Shea, but they didn't know that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you end up getting Ant. Imagine if it doesn't happen during the pandemic and more people, and I don't know, maybe LaMelo wow somebody. Like, I don't know. Like, you need that more than anything, and the fastest way to do that is to trade for them or sign them. But if you just look at the champions, it's just not built. They just aren't built that way. That way doesn't work. You know what works? The Lakers going to get whatever big stars available. That's how it works, right?
Well, it worked for Denver.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But look how long it took. Now, if Jokic is out, when's the next one coming? You ain't getting that in 3-4 years. Like, you got to find somebody else. But to me, you have to have an elite superstar to win. And I don't think you just get it because you had 4 draft picks. Like, you could trick those draft picks off easy. Like, look at Minnesota. How long they with it? They had all the draft picks. They had 2 in the top 5 in 2009 and didn't get Steph.
Oops.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, to me, I just think I understand what you're saying, but if you're going to go draft picks route, you got to get rid of everybody. And you need to be at the bottom, right? You need to say, you know what, forget this. We're going to keep our picks, so we're just going to be bottom. And that's what these other teams did. And that's how you get to the top of the draft, is being at the bottom, and then you hope you get you a Cooper Flag or somebody like that, right?
Yeah.
And now you got a superstar. But to me, the easier way, the way that Joe would, we're talking about Joe Lakers too, right? Like, how long is he going to wait? The easiest way for Joe to get what he wants is to go do the Lakers route. Be like, who wants to run my kingdom? Right? It's a little harder sell in the Bay than it is in like LA or Miami, but those teams aren't waiting for I feel like that's the reason to do the poverty way. Like, oh, let's just hope we get rich, hit the lottery ticket. Like, nah.
Yeah.
You go out there and you make your wealth. You go seduce a superstar to come to the Bay. That's what you do. You pay them Bitcoin, and you line up all the Silicon Valley investors, and you convince him to come and be the new king of Golden State. That's the way. Forget them picks. Take all them picks. Take all the Patrick O'Brien's and Ike Diagu's you want. Go have them all.
I'm not sure they're light years anymore.
No, unless it's behind.
I'm not sure. Hey, look, you can. It's
back.
It's a great.
Right, yeah.
It's a great pitch, right? Come here, try to continue to win championships. Look, you can go to Walgreens and take $900 worth of stuff, and you don't even got to pay for it. Look at all the money you can save here in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Great recruiting pitch, I think.
Tough. Oh man. Why? And don't worry, we'll cover your property taxes.
Good luck on that.
Okay.
Your income taxes, we got that. We'll figure that out. Don't worry. You don't want to go to Houston.
This is why it doesn't happen. This is why it's hard to sustain dynasties. This is why nobody other than maybe San Antonio has been able to do it. And think about what that took, right? It took guys taking less. Duncan took a little less. Ginobili took a little less. It took having a Hall of Fame guy get drafted in the second round, a Hall of Fame guy get drafted late in the first round, a Hall of Fame guy that got traded from Indiana. I mean, that's what it took. And now you want to talk about fortunate, and I give him credit for the scouting, but my goodness, I mean, that just doesn't happen where you go, okay, we have a succession plan, and then another one, and then another one where we can go 17 years and get 50-plus wins. Unless, now, I don't know if the Warriors are the new Lakers, Marcus. I guess that's worth debating because there's a reason the Lakers were able to do what they did in the 80s and 90s. I mean, the 80s was fortunate, right? They get Magic, flip the coin, get Magic, and then they suckered Cleveland into a trade where they got Worthy. It's like, oh, hey, we're good now for about a decade. We're fine. And then
they were some super suckers then, though, right? Like back then, like how did Boston get? Remember how Boston got Bill Russell? Man, we'll bring the ice capades.
Yeah,
to you.
Exactly. Or I'm still not sure how the Celtics got Bird a junior eligible draft.
What was that about? Yeah,
I still don't completely understand the junior eligible draft. That was wild. I got to admit. But then so the Lakers get to the 90s, right? And it's like, okay. We get Kobe because of Jerry West, and I'm not sure exactly how the hell that worked out, but they end up getting Kobe. And then, but before that, Shaq wanted to come there. Like, Shaq was a member. Like, that Magic team was supposed to be the team with him and Penny. And then they didn't get it done, and then he comes out to L.A., and Jerry West woos him there. But are the Warriors that type of team where they can get those type of – I know it's a different scenario, but can they get those type of players there? Can they get somebody – like they got Steph number 7, right? So that you're going to have somebody like that. I think, what was Kobe, 11, 14, something like that?
It was 13, yeah.
Was it 13? Yeah. Okay, so.
But that draft was stacked.
No, it was. But can you get somebody like that in the mid part of the draft? Because this Warriors isn't just about Steph, right? It's about Clay, number 11. It's about Draymond, second round. Like, that's what you have to do. Can they do that again? While also convincing a star to come here. I'm wondering if the Warriors have the cachet among NBA players that the Lakers do.
That's I think we're going to learn now because I don't think Joe wants to do that. The whole 2 timeline thing was all about not wanting that 10 years of poverty before you win again. Like, he doesn't want to go through it. So they're going to try to convince somebody. So we'll see. Like, I mean, what we've seen during a period when it was peak, people would come and ring chase. But, like, I mean, obviously probably the biggest free agent acquisition of the modern era, right, was Kevin Durant, perhaps, right? So it happened in that situation. The question is now, can you do it? I don't know. I think this is going to be a massive, major test. If they can get somebody to say, you know what, Steph is 36, he's on his way out. I'd like to own the home Steph used to own. Yeah. Right? Like I'd like to have that. I don't know. I think it's a little bit tougher sell than LA and Miami. I feel like everybody's trying to get to Miami. Yeah. Right. Like, so I feel like those are a little bit easier sales. But if they just need to do it once and they need to do it while Steph is playing, because I don't think you're gonna be able to do it when they're gone. And you're like, hey, let's start from scratch. That's tough. Now you just got to go with the picks and hope you land the superstar. But while Steph is here, you got a fighting chance. You might. Who's not happy? That's what they should be doing. They should be looking to go break up a happy home. Or an unhappy home.
Right. Who you gonna screw?
Let's be honest, too. The Heat culture is a thing. It's a real thing. We all get that. but they're in Miami. If that was the same culture in Indiana,
Miami.
they go, oh, man, Pacer culture. I got to get to Indiana. Like,
It ain't heat
my
culture.
ass. Nobody's go, oh, I want to go play for Spolstra in Indiana. No, they want to go to Miami because
it's South Beach culture. That's what it is.
They love Miami. It's like, bro, the culture and I get Miami? Of course I'm going to give. But really, go ahead.
I love Udonis Haslem, but
yeah,
it's all about the culture down here, man. It's all about the culture that we created.
But yeah, Pat Riley is incredible, but I don't think that's why people try to get the back.
Like, I wonder how, because I know how people view the Lakers, and they're one of the storied franchises, them and Celtics in the NBA. And people want to get to the Lakers because of that, because of the banners, because of the legacy, because of Kobe and Magic and Kareem and Shaq and all the championships. And it's L.A. Like, people would rather go to L.A. than Boston, right? Because it's Boston.
If that were true, why aren't they going to Boston?
Exactly. Because it's L.A. Yeah. But I'm wondering, and maybe you're right. Maybe we'll find out, Marcus. Does the recent run of the Warriors have enough weight to combat, like, 40, 30 years before that? Because before that, nobody wanted to come here. Nobody.
Do you not remember the Jason Caffey signing? What do you mean, nobody? What?
What about Maggette?
Do you not remember Corey Maggette taking $50 million? What?
Hey, Elton Brand was going to come before they matched that offer sheet, too, and then we got Maggette because of that. Don't forget that, Marcus. They got two guys to agree. I'm just saying, it was out there.
Let me repeat. Nobody wanted to come.
Hey, Maggette could get to the free throw line, though.
Wanted to come
he
here.
could get to the line like 8 times a game, though, Marcus.
So do they feel like, because the city is still the city, right? The weather's still the weather, taxes is still the taxes, and they're the same in L.A., but again, it's L.A. The weather is a little bit better in L.A. You get the stars down in L.A. You get Jack Nicholson, not as much anymore, but Diane Cannon, not as much anymore. But all the stars and celebrities are down there, and everybody just they gravitate to L.A. I'm just wondering if the last 10 years has been enough to, let's say, 3 years from now, the Warriors haven't made the playoffs for 2 or 3 years. Somebody says, you know what? I want to get to Golden State, bring one buddy with me, and go there and play for this storied franchise, even though by storied I mean the last 10 years. Is that going to be a pull? Is this 10 years going to kind of be forgotten? And Golden State, they're never going to be what they were because Lacob's not Cohan. He won't let it happen. But are people going to view it kind of the same? Like, I don't know if I want to go play in San Francisco. I don't know if I love the weather. Then there's some of this and that or the. I'm just wondering how they're going to. I really wonder how they're going to view it in like 3-4 years. How people are going to view the Warriors.
It's going to be an incredible test case, right? To see how. I mean, because it wasn't bigger than this. But so here's how I see what might be the draw, especially all these players getting into entrepreneurship, right? And
that's a good point.
All this stuff off the court. I do think Silicon Valley is still a draw. And remember who the president of the Players Union is, right? It's Andre Iguodala, who's basically a mainstay now in Silicon Valley. You got Steph all involved in that stuff. So I do think that draw of business and tech and making more money off the court, I do think it's a draw. Also, the Warriors are one of the most valuable franchises, and it's a very high-end franchise in that sense. So, that might be – does that beat out, what I'm saying, Kim Kardashian courtside? I don't know. Does it beat out South Beach? I don't know. But if South Beach and L.A. is taken, then there aren't that many places to go outside of that. So
we got computers.
We
got apps. I don't know they got Kardashians. Yeah, what do you want?
We might have a sideshow to shut you down on the bridge. You might.
Marcus Thompson, the voice here on the Uma guest line. Only getting sideshow talk and NBA free agent talk with Marcus Thompson. He's the only guy we're getting. Marcus, have a good weekend, man. Enjoy the Friday away from us. We'll talk to you next week.
I have a good one.
By the way, Marcus, I hit my over, by the way. Came in.
Oh, yeah, hit his over,
dude,
Marcus.
Bobby Portis smoked a free throw that almost, with less than a minute left, it almost hosed me. Then he hit a fadeaway jumper.
Marcus is pumped for you.
Marcus, I'm sure he was rooting against me. When we come on back, we still, by the way, at 4:50 today. At 4:50, Farhan Zaidi, Giants president of baseball operations, going to join us. We'll talk to him about this struggling Giants lineup despite a 3-1 victory today over the Boston Red Sox. We've got a nice, big, full sound soiree and it's next on the Sports Leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Sunnyvale Sports Leader.
Chris Mad Dog Russo joined Giants pregame on NBC Sports Bay Area and said the Giants are lacking a great player. Do you agree with Mad Dog? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Kugelman Law, Alex Kugelman and the team over at Kugelman Law, sftaxteam.com. I'll get that right out of the way. Then I'll hit it again. If you're having tax issues, any tax issues, doesn't matter what they are, set up a consultation. Are you late? Late filing? Not good. You can handle it, though. Criminal? Oof. You can handle that, too. Oh, what about crypto? You can handle that. Any issues that you might have that might arise, set up a consultation, figure it out together, especially the late filing part. You don't want to have the IRS on your back. You do not want the IRS hounding you. Uncle Sammy, go away. I don't need you calling. I'm not worried about you. Don't need you sending me correspondence, or certainly don't need you knocking at the door, because they are going to get their money. You know that. You know you have to take care of it at some point. Let someone who handles this sort of thing figure out the best way to resolve your issues. And that's what it's about. And then you can use the Kugelman tax team, Kugelman law team to keep you out of any issues. That's the best thing. You don't have any issues because, well, I got it done right. I got it done right the first time, and I'm good to go. That's Alex Kugelman, the Kugelman law team. Any issues whatsoever when it comes to taxes, drop that bag of stress off with them and go on living your life. They're at the sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or predict results.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you, the soothing, calming, somewhat romantic and sensual sounds of a sound soiree. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. For Thursday. No, that's not. It's not what I was talking about.
Baby.
Your sound soiree today, by the way, we're going to talk to Farhan Zaidi in about a half hour at 4:50, but your sound soiree today starts in Boston. Mike Yastrzemski homered again today. I say again because he homered in Boston at Fenway Park in front of his grandfather, Carl Yastrzemski, the Hall of Famer, one of the greatest to ever play back in 2019. He hit another one today in front of his grandfather, in front of his mom. And here's Mike Yastrzemski on the NBC Sports Bay Area postgame show talking about the emotions of playing yet again at Fenway Park.
It's just really cool. Obviously wouldn't have the opportunity without him doing what he did. So, it's just fun. I try to enjoy every chance I get to play here. Having a lot of family here is great. And, the first time I was here, it felt a little pressure to perform and play well, but this time I really got to enjoy it and just relax and see family and have fun. It was a lot less media than the first time, but that stuff's all so memorable that I enjoy it now more than I did when I was going through it. But I got a ton of family here, left about 30 tickets every game, so I played for free this weekend, but it's worth it.
That's pretty cool.
Pressure to perform. They have pills for that.
Nice, Tom. Well done.
Tom?
There you go. Now, Tim, you stay out of this. When you first time you went back home to play a basketball game, Los Angeles, Southern California,
to the Forum.
So you'd have been playing for the Magic, yeah? Is that right?
Well, the Hornets, I didn't make it that far because they got cut around Christmas time. And then next year was...
probably Warriors then, right?
Warriors, yeah.
So it was Warriors would have been the first time.
Going down to L.A. Tenerife did not make it out to L.A. It wasn't in the travel budget.
You didn't get one of those soccer-friendly matches where you came out in the winter, in the summertime to play a match? No,
I don't know that Caja Canary played friendlies back in the day.
That's a team Tom played for in Spain, is that right?
Exactly.
Tom Tolbert, stand in line. Not many have.
They sure haven't. In college, he played at Arizona with Steve Kerr and Sean Elliott and was a good player, but certainly not one of the featured players.
So do you remember, your first game back, did you leave a bunch of tickets? Was there any added pressure?
No.
Was there nothing like that for you?
No, there wasn't a bunch of tickets. Mom, Dad came to the game. Lori came to the game.
Wasn't a bunch of tickets, no.
I'm looking right now. My first game there looked like 29th of December. We lost by 19. Played the Clippers, too. And I wasn't very good. I had wasn't very good at all.
Oof.
It looks like I had 7 points with the Clippers, 5 points we played the Lakers.
It was a big 5 then.
I didn't shoot a robust 3 for 4. We played the Clippers.
Efficiency.
Yeah, it's not bad. I was trying to see. I thought I had a pretty good game in LA at some point. Maybe it was at the end of the season.
Is it called it a revenge game?
Okay, here we go. This is March 9th at the Lakers. We got our ass kicked again. That was 5 for 9. Ooh, 2 for 6 from the free throw line. God dang, that's awful. 12.7 rebounds in 24 minutes. So that's not a bad game. Thank you. 2 for 6? God, that's heinous. I just remember going down there and thinking to myself, God, no, look, that was a highlight, one of the highlights of my career, being interviewed by Chick.
Tom Tolbert, nice lad, University of Arizona for 2 years.
I love Chick. I love Chick. I grew up with Chick.
Yeah.
It's awesome. But just going in there and playing, knowing all the championships they'd won there, and Magic. And Magic was playing. when I first got there. So that was it was awesome. Purple and gold, Magic, Byron Scott, James Worthy. I mean, it wasn't as much fun guarding James Worthy as the thought of playing in L.A. at the Forum against James Worthy was. And actually, at some point, like, oh, yeah, we got to guard this guy. Kind of like the idea of guarding him than actually guarding.
Yeah, well, that first game against him.
6'7" is big. He's 240 pounds. Big legs, big arms, big chest, big. Well, you figure it out.
Sounds like easy, chick. Easy, chick.
Big legs, big arms, big chest, big. Well, you figure it out.
Easy, chick.
Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. That was just our first piece of sound here. Sound Soiree. How about this one? James Jones, Suns general manager. James Jones, former. He played for the Heat.
Mr. Jones.
No, different one. This is Brent's sidekick, okay. James Jones, Suns general manager. Here are his plans for Kevin Durant. He's like, we got plans for KD. Here they are.
Figure out how to maximize Kevin Durant. No one's done it yet. I believe we'll be the first team to do it because if we can maximize him, we can maximize our entire roster. We're a better team.
What did he say?
We're going to maximize Kevin Durant. We're going to maximize his ability. Nobody's done it yet. We think
the Warriors didn't do it?
I thought a Finals MVP was as max as you could get. I thought a second one in a row was as more max as you could get.
I thought the Warriors did a pretty good job of maximizing
What's
Kevin
the
Durant.
Pinnacle for Durant? It's a Finals MVP. Well, we're going to maximize it.
Yeah, we're going to do that. Well, he's done it twice.
Nobody's done it yet.
Okay, but no. Yeah. Oh, what?
Yeah, Derek said, sorry, he was in the bathroom for the presser. Was he sitting in a stall when they asked him that question?
No one's done it yet.
There's a flush behind him. Tom's over urinal.
That's right.
How about 49ers general manager and Hall of Famer John Lynch? He was on the Pat McAfee show. He says, I'm doing everything in my power to keep this roster together. Here's John Lynch.
I'm doing everything in my power to keep our roster together. And that's my goal. And I don't question that. I've got so much belief. When you talk about guys like Brandon Ayuk and Debo, they're guys we drafted. They're guys we take a lot of pride in what they've become, who they've become, and we couldn't be more proud of those guys. And so, during the course of drafts and off seasons, do conversations happen? Absolutely, they do. We're past that now. And, we're thrilled to add to that group Jawan Jennings, Brandon Ayuk, Debo Samuel, Chris Conley, Ronnie Bell, Danny Gray, and now you add Ricky Pearsall, Jake Cowing. I think we made an already strong group even stronger. And part of my job is to think about the now and then to think into the future as well.
I think he covered every scenario, didn't he?
Yeah.
Like literally every scenario there. And look, I've never heard, and I like John Lynch a lot, but I've never heard somebody say, we got a strong group and we made it weaker in the draft.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Got some guys who brought our net down. our net gain is worse than it was before the draft.
Although I did read Matt Barrow's article today in The Athletic. Scott McLuhan, former Niners GM, said he loved Jacob Cowing. He was a huge fan of his.
At Arizona?
Yeah, huge fan of his. I guess Matt sits down with him every year, and Scott goes over the draft. That's really what he is, a scout. And a really good one. He kind of goes over who he likes, who he didn't like. He said he loved Jacob Cowing, so bear down.
There you go. One more piece of sound here for the Sound Soiree. Chris Mad Dog Russo, we played the sound to him earlier from Giants pregame today on NBC Sports Bay Area. A little bit more. He said earlier that the Giants didn't have a great player, didn't have any superstars. He then elaborated and gave his evaluation of Farhan Zaidi, who's going to join us in about 20 minutes at 4:50. Here's his evaluation on Farhan.
The Giants have been a very interchangeable team. He's been there now 5 years. How many good years has he had? One, correct?
Right.
Yeah, 2021.
Okay. Now, if I'm on the radio for 5 years and I have one good year, am I getting a new contract?
Nope.
If you're a manager of a baseball team and you're there for 5, Belichick was in Cleveland. Belichick. He had 5 years. He had one playoff year. What'd they do? They fired him. That's Bill Belichick. Zaidi is not Bill Belichick. So, and he had Brady. Eventually, you got to win. So I don't think there's any. Listen, Kapler, to me, got a raw deal. I didn't love Kapler's hiring, but he got a raw deal. Everybody loves Melvin. I love Melvin. We all love Melvin. Bay Area, good manager, managers of the year. We have no issues with Melvin. But if you look at the body of work, when you're a general manager of a baseball team and he's in a big market, he's not with Kansas City. He's not in Tampa. He's in a big market. Is it his fault that Ohtani and Judge didn't take his money? Didn't take the Giants? Probably not. but he's been here for 5 years. They've had one good season. If I'm owning the team, that's not enough.
Just eating out of the palm of his hand, dude. They're sitting there listening to him. The first time, by the way, ever, I think Belichick's been brought up on Giants pregame on NBC Sports. That's Belichick. Hey, Belichick named Brady. He's in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Cleveland 5 years.
So.
I mean, he makes some good points, and that's the thing that we've talked a little bit about, and we'll discuss this with Farhan a little bit further, but it's not like there's any immediate or imminent pressure, it feels like, on the Giants, which then begs the question, how long do you stick with some of these guys before you try to stir things up with dudes in the minors? We can talk more about that with Farhan at 4:50. When we come on back, talk a little bit about that as it relates to the 49ers and John Lynch. You just said he was trying to do everything he could to keep this team together. How would you evaluate the job he's done? 7 years, more success, but no titles, and that's what we judge 49ers success on. More on John Lynch and him keeping this roster together, and then Farhan at 4:50 on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, a little bit different, but probably have one thing in common. You have one spot in the house that doesn't get quality Wi-Fi, doesn't get the speed that you're used to, or the reliability for that matter. It could be a attic, basement, corner bedroom, wherever it is, everyone should get the same Wi-Fi. Well, if you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everyone gets the same Wi-Fi. Doesn't matter what bedroom you're in, doesn't matter what device you're on, doesn't matter what you're doing, whether you're streaming, gaming, working, going to school, doesn't matter. Everyone gets the same Wi-Fi. Blazing fast speed and reliability. Now, everyone can do their thing. You don't have to worry about it on any device. That is what you want. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your whole home. Now, through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast, reliable Wi-Fi that you get throughout your whole home. You will love Xfinity.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon here. Farhan Zaidi going to join us in about 15 minutes. Giants to get a win today to salvage a game in the series against the Boston Red Sox. They won 3-1, only racked up 6 hits, 3 runs. Did not do well in Boston this week. Also, that one spot in the lineup right now, or in the rotation, I should say, where Blake Snell would be throwing, it's been a dead spot so far all season long. Dalton Jeffries yesterday, as well as more guys out of the bullpen. But Giants now continue on the road on this 11-game road trip, the longest of the season, in Philadelphia tomorrow. We'll talk more about that with Farhan in just a few minutes. We played a piece of sound from John Lynch in the sound soiree there, where he said, I'm doing everything I can to keep this team together. Started talking about adding receivers to an already, I wouldn't call it a deep receiving core, but a core that already had a bunch of receivers there. And we thought if they added, that probably meant somebody was out. Not the case. He said, I'm planning for now and I'm planning for the future. So in thinking about how we evaluate John Lynch and how do we evaluate him 7 years in, I mean, multiple NFC championship appearances, 2 Super Bowl appearances, but no victories to this point. Here's more from John Lynch on the Pat McAfee Show on building a team, being a former player, one of the most feared, hard-hitting safeties to ever play the game, and now he builds a team and he has no say in what happens once the game starts. What's his game day experience like?
Game day sucks. It's awful. Not a damn thing you can do about it. And that is really hard. It really is. And, I remember my first year doing this, I'd be up there and the cameras were on you a lot because you'd come from a different background of doing this, and the cameras would constantly, and I'd be pounding the table or whatnot, and my dad would say, hey, don't let them see you sweat, some poise. You're going to have to learn to do that. But I'd become so accustomed to doing something on game day, and I can't do a damn thing. I mean, like if someone gets hurt, you start calling guys for the next week for tryouts or something. But I think what you come to know is that your job is 365 days a year, helping run an organization, help lead an organization, bringing in the right people. And yeah, hay is in the barn come game day, but I can still be passionate. And I live and die with these guys. I've been through what these players have been through. So I respect the heck out of what they do. I know how hard it is, how difficult it is, how much sacrifice their families make. And so really more than anything, I just pull for these guys and try to be there to support them and support our coaches. And it's fun until that game kicks off and then realizing it doesn't get any easier knowing that there's nothing you can do come game day.
I remember Steve saying the same thing when he was the GM of the Suns. He goes, being a GM sucks on game day. He goes, you just watch the game. You're just a fan. You're just watching the game like any other fan, except you put them together, and if things don't go the way you'd expect them to go, nothing you can do. As a player, there's always something you can do. As a coach, there's levers you can pull one way or the other. As a GM, you just sit there. You just sit there and take it.
Game day sucks.
Yeah, whether it's good or bad.
Well, and because he used to be such an impactful
much impact
guy
on the game at game day as we do.
That's about Pat McAfee did as the punter. Yeah, he's like, it's just like for you, Pat. No impact. You just gotta sit back and watch.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, come on.
Killing Pat McAfee.
We're all laughing. We're all joking and having fun.
Game day sucks.
Yeah, right. Game day sucks. So it's been 7 seasons with John Lynch as a GM, and it's funny, you mentioned having cameras on him a bunch. I do remember that. Like when he first got here, remember how much? Because he'd come from not just being a Hall of Fame player or caliber player at the time, but being a broadcaster. And so then the camera was on him all the time. All the first couple of years, it was always just him standing up there and frustrated, and the team wasn't playing well. And they started 0-10 or something that year, 0-9. They were awful in that first season. Then they acquired Jimmy and won the 4 in a row to end the season. But it's sort of now come to the point where he's not just a Hall of Fame former player. Like, how do you think he's handled that transition to GM? He's been pretty damn good.
Really good.
I think the best, if not one of the top 3 in football.
Really
in the
good.
time he's been the GM.
Who do you think, I was thinking about this, who do you think gets the most camera time in the NFL as a GM or an owner?
Well, Jerry.
Yeah. Jerry's number 1. Because I was thinking 2 guys. I was thinking Jerry, and then I thought of George Steinbrenner. They always had him on camera, too.
They always had Steinbrenner. Kraft gets a lot of TV time.
I thought of him, too.
Anybody who's winning
gets
a bunch.
a lot of...
Ursay doesn't get quite as much.
Not as much.
Love to see
He
it.
just wanted to hit that
He just
button.
wanted to play it.
You idiot.
He's like, let me throw this out there so I can play my sound.
Top quartile.
He whispered in our ears, too. How about Ursay? Tim.
Yeah, I set my own joke up.
Yeah, we know.
But I would say as far as GMs, Lynch is right there with and you're right. You have to realize the camera's always going to be on you. And people will, even if you don't say anything, like, oh, check out this video of John Lynch upset when Purdy throws a pick, or upset because this guy misses the tackle, or there are probably so many times if he was at home watching it, he'd probably behave very differently than he does in the suite, knowing that there's always a camera, or more often than not, a camera trained on him.
Yeah. For sure, that would be the case. He's reacting differently because he's an emotional guy, too. He wore his emotions on his sleeve when he played. He was an emotional player. And he seems pretty honest. Every time he talks about stuff, I mean, even saying that game day sucks, that's not stuff you hear GM say. And, no, we're always locked in and trying to, like, no, dude, these guys get emotional. And part of that comes from being a former player. So for a guy like John Lynch and Mike Dunleavy Jr., also a former player and not as high caliber, as Hall of Fame caliber, but still played at Duke, played at a high level, was he a number 3 overall pick?
Yep.
Mike Dunleavy, so still a really, really high draft pick, and expectations came with that. Played a nice career in the league for a handful of teams. But how much do you think being a former player helps them in being a general manager? Because it's not always applicable, but I do think that there are times where it's valuable. And in football, we're seeing more of it now.
And maybe during the interview process and stuff, get inside a guy's head and see how he thinks. And you have to have an idea of what means something to you as a player and kind of bring that to the GM. I bet you if you asked him, he would credit a lot of people early in his career showing him the ropes, like how to do what he's doing. Not how to do, but, when you don't know, you've never done that before, and he was never groomed to do that. When you take over a job, you got to have help along the way. And I'm sure he has maybe his style's the same, but he probably feels a lot more confident in that style now than he did then.
Sure.
When you first take over, you just have no idea. I mean, I always say that's why Steve hired Alvin Gentry. He wanted a former head coach on his staff because they'd been there before. They could help him out through certain situations, what to expect certain situations, time management, all those sort of things. And I think when you haven't done anything, you don't know. So now, but no, you can't, again, you want to get on some of the draft picks, fair game, absolutely. Free agent signings that went well, didn't go well, fair game, whatever. What you can't question is the success the team's had. They've lost 2 Super Bowls to the Chiefs, to one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. And you lost a couple others where, one, they were on the road in L.A., and L.A. won the Super Bowl. They lost that by 3. And then the other one was, who was the other one to? I'm blanking on that.
The NFC to the Eagles.
Yeah, the Eagles. The Eagles. Well, your quarterback blows up his arm 2 minutes into the game. So, I would take that any day of the week. Any day of the week. It's disappointing, sure. But with what they've done over there, what they've built over there, there's no reason to believe they're not going to get one. Until you get one, then it's all talk. But there's no reason to believe they're not going to get one. There just isn't. So I think he's done a fantastic job.
209 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You can always check in 415-808-5627. Says Al Davis used to phone downstairs to the sidelines. Tell him to air the ball out. Yeah, I want you to throw it. Throw it here.
Long.
Throw it deep and throw it for a touchdown. On the flip side of things, with a GM like president of baseball operations like Farhan who didn't play, what do you think the problems are, the issues he could run into? But I wonder what role that plays in having known the game and the intricacies of the game and being a player versus having no experience in being a player.
Well, I don't know that it matters much. I think you look at it probably differently. But the way the game is played now and the way how people think about the game and how baseball teams themselves think about the game, it's very analytics driven. And this wasn't a guy that didn't have experience. He had a lot of experience with Oakland and the Dodgers. So he had a good idea of how he wanted to shape a team. And I don't know. Like, there's a possibility if they didn't have 2021, he might not have a job right now.
You'd be here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. He might not have a job as a president of baseball ops. And again, a lot of it is just circumstantial stuff. A lot of it isn't, hey, what did I do? What could I have done? Like, they tried to extend the run as far as they could. And when he took over here, it was pretty barren. And it wasn't heading in the right direction. That's why 2021 was one of the biggest outliers you'll ever see.
Remember Andrew Suarez? Remember that?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Remember him?
Yep.
Yeah, Tim just shook his head. He said, purse is loose.
I remember him.
It's tough. It's tough.
But I think he's really smart. I think he could have success elsewhere. I think he could have success here. But it hasn't happened, and you can't blame them for not spending, not going out and getting guys, not trying to get guys. They've tried to get just about everybody.
That's what Russo said. You can't blame them for guys not taking the money.
You can't. You're going to blame Bryce Harper for not taking the money? You're going to blame Ohtani? You're going to blame
Well, people would say, well, if you'd built a better place for guys to come, then maybe they would have come here. Maybe, but also it's tough to compete with a team that's already done that. I mean, the teams that are landing these guys are teams that have already done that prior to him arriving. The Dodgers were setting that stuff up.
Well, it's very...
He helped build that.
It's similar. I wouldn't say it's apples to apples here, but it's similar. Maybe it's like Granny Smith, the Red Delicious, like kind of apples, but different apples, to what the Warriors did. They had a run here, too, for about 5, 6, 7 years, where they were really, really good. And then they kept all their players. What are you going to do? Where are you going to go then? They're paying for it. They're still paying for it, trying to rebuild the team. So if you do that, it takes a little while. It took the Astros forever to be as good as they were.
Well, where are you going to go?
Forever. They were terrible. They every year 100-loss team. Terrible.
Now they're bad again.
And then
they suck again.
You know how bad they are? They're below the Angels.
Yeah, that's it.
That's how bad they are. You know they're bad. So I don't know, but bottom line is, and Russo pointed this out. You know what? At this level, in this market, you got to win. You have to. Or maybe you don't, because he just signed an extension.
What lousy that?
So he's going to be around here. But he can't go out there and hit for Chapman. He can't hit for Soler. He can't pitch for Snell. You go out and sign guys. And
we
you
were
feel
hyped
like,
on these signings. Were
yeah,
we not?
everybody.
We were down
was
with
there
these,
anybody that wasn't happy?
Yeah.
Is there a Giant fan out there that said, "Oh no, Snell. Oh no, Chapman"?
I mean, some Giants fans didn't want Chapman.
Soler.
The body of work with all those guys. I thought it was a good offseason. The team has just not strung the hits together that they need to. So where do you go from here? You've got a couple of guys in the minors right now in Luciano and in Elliot Ramos, who seem like they're brimming and ready to maybe come up and help this lineup. We'll talk more about this with Farhan Zaidi, the Giants' president of baseball operations. His biweekly conversation is next on the Sports Leader. John Lynch joined the Pat McAfee Show today and said the 49ers are past having any trade talks for Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel. How confident are you that both stay with the 49ers throughout 2024? Let us know on our socials at KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group, talking about retirement planning and investment management. It's all about knowing the rules of overtime when you get to retirement, because there's no do-overs in life, especially when you get to retirement. If you're looking for someone to help with all that, a local fiduciary who's licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money-related, please call my good friend Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, he's been helping people like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you've been working hard enough to set yourself up for that lifestyle in retirement that you've been working so hard for and that you've always dreamed of. Call them now, 866-496 or online 866-496-2300 or online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
From the diamond to the boardroom, Tolbert and Copes get down to business with Giants President of Baseball Ops Farhan Zaidi on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's time for our bi-weekly conversation with the president of baseball operations and San Francisco Giants, Farhan Zaidi. Farhan, what is going on?
What's up, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing fantastic. Just enjoying. At least I'm so glad the Giants won today, not just because they won, but it's always nice to get a win before we talk to you. So congrats.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Yeah, no, they were talking on the air about how it'd be nice to get a win on Getaway Day. I was like, it'd be nice to get a win on KNBR Day.
Nicely said.
I was thinking it'd be
my big motivation.
Right.
I was thinking it'd be nice to get a win any day.
Yeah,
just
true.
just give us as many wins as possible. So we were talking about this earlier in the show, in that the offense has struggled so far this year. Like, guys' numbers are below what you'd expect them to be. Still pretty early in the season, but it's starting to get to a point where you can't keep saying it's early. How do you view it? Like, because I know you track all this stuff, how are the at-bats? How is the offense compared to the raw numbers that we see? Have you thought about tweaking stuff, or is it like, hey, these guys, this is a team we have now, and this is a team we're going to study? I'm just curious how you look at that after like 30-plus games of the season.
Yeah, I think one of the big things you can look at is tendencies of our hitters, and you're trying to evaluate kind of the overall performance, and to your point, whether it makes sense to make changes. But we're also kind of far enough into the season where we can, talk to our guys about adjustments that might make sense. And obviously we have a great coaching staff to do that. But one of the things that's been reported on, and it's accurate, and it's a conversation we're having, is with our hitters just being more aggressive when we get pitches to hit. We've got a few guys that, like to take a pitch early in the count, and when the book gets out on you, you're getting fastballs down the middle, and that's probably going to be the best pitch you have to hit in the entire at-bat. So we've seen that a number of times. So it's always good to stay one, especially these days in baseball, really in all sports, but in baseball it seems like in particular, the advanced scouting and the research, the opposition research, I guess, is so good that you almost need to just kind of keep shape-shifting a little bit in terms of your own profile, because if you get too predictable, you become too easy to pitch to. So those are conversations that we're having now, looking for guys to make some adjustments to stay a little bit ahead of the competition.
I'll use Austin Slater as an example here. I don't want to pick on him, but I just want to use an example because he's really struggled this year. He's batting 100. But in the past, he has really hit left-handers well. And you got a guy in the minors right now, Ramos, who's hitting the ball really, really well. So I'm wondering, at what point do you say, okay, I can't keep looking at the back of the baseball card expecting he's going to do what we expected him to do? Or do you say, look, he has a track record of doing X, and he's just not doing it right now. Eventually, he's going to figure it out, and that's what he'll do. Like, I guess the question is, how long does the back of the baseball card argument sustain itself into the season for anybody? But I'm just using him as an example because he's been scuffling lately.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a tough at-bat today in the big spot. That's usually a spot where you're pretty excited about bringing Austin off the bench. And, in fact, the opposition might not even bring in their lefty reliever knowing that he's going to come up, and he's such a dangerous hitter in that spot. So, yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that we've been trying to navigate is the fact that we haven't faced a ton of lefties, and so our right-handed bats, whether it's Austin or Tom Murphy or even a guy like Wilmer Flores, who hasn't really gotten it going, although he's been in there a decent amount and he's found different ways to contribute. You know, the point with Austin is that it is 30 at-bats. And they've been pretty erratic. You know, I can't remember the last time he was in a game. So that's a pretty tough spot to put him in. I mean, look, we're always looking at what guys are doing in Sacramento. Ramos, like you said, is playing great. And between injuries and some other things, he actually, had a stretch of playing really well in AAA last year. Wanted to see him back him up, and he's doing it now. So he's definitely on the radar. You know, it's funny. I like to check in with our minor league players when they are playing well. You know, send them a text of encouragement like, "Hey, we're watching you. Keep it going." And Elliot, I just texted him today, and usually guys are like, "Hey, thanks, I appreciate it." He was like, "Hey, thanks, I'm ready to help in San Francisco whenever you guys are ready." So he got straight to the point. He wasn't doing small talk with management. So he wants to be here. That's awesome to hear. But he's playing great. And again, when you're looking for an offensive spark, guys that are lighting it up down there are definitely on the radar.
What does that say about his character? I'm talking to Farhan Zaidi on the Uma guest line. Relative to, he was a really, really young guy when the organization acquired him or when they drafted him, and now he's rounding into. You see his body change. I mean, we've seen it in the last couple of years, but that type of confidence in saying, "Hey, I'm hitting down here. I'm figuring things out. I'm ready to help you." Is that any different than the guy you knew when you walked through the door?
Yeah, definitely. I think he's matured a lot. We had some conversations with him last year. He got a couple of opportunities early in the season, and when we sent him down, he said, "Hey, what do I have to do to get back up here?" He said, "Look, if you look at what he did in AAA in 2022, and I think he might have been there some in 21, but certainly in 22, he said, look, you've got to be the best hitter on that team in Sacramento, and you've got to really stand out both on paper and when we watch the game. Like, this guy is head and shoulders above the competition." And he hadn't done that, and then he went down there and he did it, and he's continuing to do it now. So I think the maturity of, hey, what do I have to do, asking the question, then going out and backing it up, that's what we like to see from our young guys. So he's definitely working his way into the picture.
Your thoughts on Kyle Harrison's performance today?
It was good to see. He's been so good at throwing strikes, and I know we've talked about it a couple of times, limiting the walks, and you're just not going to have that every time you go out there. Sometimes the command is going to be a little shaky. Sometimes the opposition, I give the Red Sox a lot of credit. I mean, this series, their hitters were really patient and forced our pitchers into the zone. And he kind of worked in and out of trouble and kept us in the game. So I loved it. I thought it was great. And when he really needed the strikeout, he had a little extra. He got a little extra on the fastball, throwing it by guys. So to me, it's almost more impressive for a young pitcher when they don't have their best stuff. And if they can kind of navigate through that and give your team a chance to win, thought he did that really well today.
I think the one thing that jumped out to me, and it jumped out to me the last game too, I think this is 3 straight games for him where he hasn't given up the long ball. And that was something he struggled with a little bit last year and then early on this year. And that's 3 straight games where he's able to keep the ball in the yard. And I always thought with him, like, as long as the control doesn't go just wacko, where he's like walking like 5 guys in 3 innings, he can get away with a walk or 2 because of his ability to strike guys out. But if he keeps the ball in the yard, it's just going to be really hard to string together hits against this guy and score off of him. And that's 3 straight. I don't know if he ever, I'd have to go back and look at it to see if he ever had 3 straight games last year where he didn't give up a home run. But that's the one thing that jumped out to me today was, wow, it's been 3 straight games now and he hasn't given up a homer.
That's a great call. And last time I was on, we talked about him with a high fastball, the fact that that's a good swing miss pitch, but it's also a pitch that if you show too much and if guys square it up, it's going to go a long way. So, watching him today, I do think he didn't overexpose that pitch. When he got to 2 strikes, he was using it, but he was throwing a lot of changeups and sliders as well, and he was spotting his fastball in different places too. So I think that's his continued maturation as a pitcher, being efficient, keeping the ball in the ballpark. If he can do those things with the swing miss stuff he has, it's really exciting package.
How far away you think we are from being able to stabilize that? I don't want to call it the 5th spot, but the spot in the rotation that Blake Snell was pitching in. It was sort of getting filled up by bullpen guys before he debuted, and now I know he threw on the side. I'll ask you about his bullpen session in a minute, but just it seems like that's a difficult thing in trying to get into a rhythm game after game or day after day when, you got to tap the bullpen a little bit. Somebody's got to be a bulk guy, but you're also not getting into a consistent rhythm behind Logan Webb.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, that spot in the rotation really, it's almost like, the biggest story of our team this year has been when our first 4 guys have been starting versus that 5th spot in the rotation. Obviously, Blake didn't get off to a great start, and, I think this time off is going to help him. We're hoping he's going to be ready to go when the team gets back home. So, that would mean 1, maybe 2 more turns for this spot before he's able to fill it. So that'll factor in as well, the fact that it may just be 1 start, but we'll see how he does. Dalton Jeffries, it was obviously a rough outing for him yesterday. He had the rough outing earlier in the year in San Diego. He came in, we made an error behind him the first play of the game. Yeah. And, when I look at Dalton, he's a guy who obviously Bill Mel goes back with a ways. He came so far in spring training for a guy who hadn't pitched at all last year, coming back from some serious injuries. And, in a sense, we've got $70 million of starting pitching on the shelf right now. And it probably forced us to go to him earlier than was fair, considering he was coming back from what he was. So, but we're going to have to evaluate different options in that spot. Obviously, Mason Black's a guy who's pitched really well in AAA. And, he'll be a consideration this next time. But some of that's going to depend on how Blake's feeling. And, again, we're hoping he's available once we get back home.
When you look at the swings, Farhan, of Chapman and Soler, who, look, they're in the middle of the order. They're playing this year, period. There's no talk about them, but they're going to have to perform better. I mean, they're going to have to kind of solidify that middle of the order. And look, it's just got to be right around what their numbers are, what you'd expect their numbers to be. I would expect, Soler to be in the low 800s OPS and, Matt Chapman to probably be in the high 700s, maybe 800, but right around there in terms of OPS. But they're not there, and I think that's really hurt the offense. There's no stability, no production out of the middle of the order that's been consistent. But what have you seen from their swings that either you like or you don't like?
Yeah, I think with Soler, obviously yesterday he smoked 3 balls and didn't have anything to show for it other than a broken bat, which he broke himself. So.
Yeah, right.
It was impressive, though.
That was impressive. Yeah, I mean, I think that the 3 batted balls were impressive, but that might have been the most impressive showing of the day. But I think his timing is pretty good. We're seeing it even today. I thought he just got under a couple of balls. So, I think he's pretty close. He's taking good swings. He's hit balls hard, and it's going to start showing up. With Matt, same thing. Got off to a late start with a late signing, and I still think he's working a little bit on his time. He's gotten some really big hits for us, but I agree when you look at the bottom line production, the OPS in the mid 600s as opposed to, what you're hoping for in that 750 to 800 range, like you said. I mean, that really adds up. And like you said, we've got a few guys doing it. It's funny when you read any team that's underperforming, the teams that are around us in the standings, a couple games under 500, but we're looking to be better. You hear that a lot. Hey, our guys aren't producing up to their levels, and they'll get there. But then again, these games are in the books, and you don't get a chance to get them back. So I agree with you. That's one of the tough things that we've had to battle is our left-handed bats. I think have done pretty well. Conforto carried us early in the season. Lamont Wade's had a good year so far. Yaz has been coming on, and it's been the right-handed bats that are, a little bit on the underproducing side, and that gives the opposing teams confidence to bring all these lefties out of the pen late in the game, and we're looking to get a little bit better balance. So I agree with you; those two guys are huge for us, and we're confident they'll get it going.
Talking to Farhan Zaidi here, Giants president of baseball operations on the Uma Guest line. Have we gotten your opinion yet on the Camilo Doval entrance?
No, I don't think so. I don't know that my opinion on that is all that pertinent.
I didn't think it was really. I was like, I don't know if anybody's is. I kind of thought, I'll ask you about it.
I'll say this. Alex Berg, who's our catching coach, unbelievable coach. Really thrilled to have him in that role. But I have to say, when I saw the video and the lights went off, you could still kind of see. So the next day, I walk into the ballpark. There's a huge media scrum around him. He's getting interviewed about the amazing feat of catching the ball when the lights went out. And I really wanted to break it up and say, hey, you could still see. I could tell the but
that would have gone over well.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm not sure he wouldn't have been that happy with it. I know it was a big story, but I think it's pretty cool. The crowd gets really into it. I mean, I'm usually in the clubhouse or, somewhere in the, lower regions or bowels of the stadium, and I can really hear it when he's coming in. So it's been cool to get the crowd energized like that.
We've talked a lot about analytics over the years and how it factors into even day-to-day operations in baseball and stuff. But I'm curious. I've watched, I wouldn't say every team this year, but most of them. It seems to me like a lot more steals, which makes sense because of the bases and everything. And I think teams are generally trying to get more athletic. Also bunting. Like there's actually, I don't know if there's this like surge of bunting, or maybe I've just watched every game where they've bunted, but we saw the Red Sox do it. I think it was last night. Could have been the first game, but I think it was last night. You guys have done it a couple of times. Some other games I've watched where teams are bunting, and not in traditional bunting situations. Traditional as far as I'm concerned, but not over the last 10, 15 years. Is that like something that analytics has a say in? Because I remember, just to give you a quick one, Farhan, I talked to Steve Kerr, and he was telling me that they go to the offensive glass a lot more this year because analytics show that offensive rebounds produce more points than just getting back on defense. Like what you give in transition, you're going to more than get in extra possessions and scores and stuff like that. And I'm wondering, because everybody's always tinkering with the analytics, or is that just something that coaches have said, you know what, let's try to get back to moving guys over because runs are at a premium in baseball right now. And then who knows, maybe he'll say, Tom, you're not seeing any more of it than last year. Then I'll go, well, that sucked. I just wasted 30 seconds. But it seems to me like there's more bunting, stealing, that kind of stuff going on.
Yeah, I think so. When you look at the overall offensive environment in baseball, offense is definitely down. That's been really clear. There's been a lot of sort of high-level talk about how to even the playing field a little bit between pitchers and hitters. And so, from an analytics standpoint, in that kind of run-scoring environment, it makes more sense to make productive outs or trade outs for runs, and that's what you're seeing with the bunting. The bunt for a single that Yaz had the other day,
yep.
Even if he's out, but you advance both runners to get a run out of it, that's a good play. So at least the way our offense has been going, and I think it's kind of a microcosm of the way a lot of teams feel is, it's been tough to score runs. The pitching is way out ahead of the hitting so far this year, and so you're willing to make that trade-off a little bit more when you have that kind of environment.
Before I let you go, Farhan, I wanted to ask you, we were playing a soundbite a little while ago. John Lynch, 49ers GM, was on the Pat McAfee show this morning, and they asked him what the game day experience is like for him. And because he was such a feared hitter and a maniacal player and played with so much emotion, he immediately said, "Oh, it's miserable. It's awful. I hate game day," because he's like, you spend all year long putting this team together, and then you have to get to game day, and you have no impact at all on what happens. I was going to ask, what's a game day experience like for you? Because we've been talking about the moves you made this offseason. Nobody was upset about the addition of Blake Snell, and now you've got to sit there, and they're not hitting, and there's not much you can do about it during a game. But what's that like for you?
Yeah, that's funny. I guess compared to John, I mean, John only has to do it once a week, so I can't be miserable 162 times over the summer, right? So we've got to pace ourselves a little bit more. But I tend to, I try to be a little bit, sort of have some objective distance from the game. It's really hard to do. And, I guess the time when I sort of least have that sort of emo thing going on that I think a lot of front office people have when they're watching their teams playing is, when I have guests or when I'm entertaining people. Like, I actually had my son's 4-year-old class at a game last week, and, there was no pouting that game. There was no time for it. The 4-year-olds, had their run of the place, and so I just had to sort of run around and pay attention to them. So, but in general, I definitely feel John on that comment. There's a certain level of helplessness, but again, baseball, it's kind of hard to survive 162 days in the summer with that level of intensity. So try to mix it up a little bit.
One last thing I wanted to ask you, because I ask you this occasionally throughout the years. What is one thing this year, without giving up state secrets, that's different analytically, or maybe the analytics or baseball, it looks at it a little bit differently than maybe it looked at 5 years ago?
I think you're seeing a little bit of a rebound in terms of the balance between pitchers going with their best weapons and emphasizing their best weapons versus using their broader arsenal and maybe having the element of surprise at their disposal. So, I really think over the last 5 or 10 years, as we understood pitch characteristics more, it was like, hey, your slider is awesome. You should be throwing that 60 or 70% of the time. And we're seeing that get overexposed a little bit. So we're doing this internally, and I'm seeing it more around the game. Guys are almost they contracted their pitching arsenals, and you're seeing a little bit more expansion. And it gets back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier. With all the information that's out there in the game, it's almost like you have to stay a step ahead of how the opposition is gaming to beat you. So I think that's something we're seeing on the pitching side. For
Interesting.
Sure.
Farhan, we always appreciate the time, man. It's fun catching up every couple of weeks. I'm hoping, by the way, you picked out a couple of those 4-year-olds with some good arms. I'm looking for maybe some
yeah.
It's like scouting.
We're ready to get right on the field, so we have to hold them back, but they'll be out there soon.
All right, man. We're hoping for positive results for the rest of the longest road trip of the year, and we'll see you next week when they come back home, man.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Farhan.
Catch you later. Great stuff there from Farhan Zaidi, Giants president of baseball operations. Always a fun conversation. You missed any of it, you can check it out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. He also told us that we could see one of the top young Giants starting pitchers from AAA the next time through the rotation. Mason Black, he said, is in consideration to start for Blake Snell the next time around. We'll talk about that next, and then a nice big pot of soup du jour on a hot Thursday afternoon on the Sports Leader.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's Sports Leader.
The Giants got a win today in Boston as Kyle Harrison struck out 7 and Yastrzemski homered in the 3-1 victory. What are your thoughts on today's win? Let us know at 415-808-KNBR.
everybody. Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, a little bit different, but probably have one thing in common. You have one spot in the house that doesn't get quality Wi-Fi. Doesn't get the speed that you're used to, or the reliability for that matter. It could be a attic, basement, corner bedroom, wherever it is, everyone should get the same Wi-Fi. Well, if you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everyone gets the same Wi-Fi. Doesn't matter what bedroom you're in, doesn't matter what device you're on, doesn't matter what you're doing, whether you're streaming, gaming, working, going to school, doesn't matter. Everyone gets the same Wi-Fi. Blazing fast speed and reliability. Now, everyone can do their thing. You don't have to worry about it on any device. That is what you want. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your whole home. Now, through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast, reliable Wi-Fi that you get throughout your whole home. You will love Xfinity.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Thursday afternoon here. Just spoke to Giants President of Baseball Operations, Farhan Zaidi, who gave us a pretty good answer there about, we were talking about John Lynch earlier. He was on the Pat McAfee show this morning and was talking about how game day for him is awful because you spend all this time, 365 days a year, he says, building the team. Somebody gets hurt on the field, you got to pick up the phone and start calling guys like Deshaun Gibson, like, hey, can you come work out for us? DeMontre Moore, remember him, the DN, the D tackle who came in a couple of years ago off his couch, played well for a few games, and then ended up getting hurt. He said it has to constantly be scouring free agency. Then games start, and you have nothing to do with it. Can't call plays, have no impact on it. So it is funny that, and this happens a lot. I know we talk so much, Tom, about players making plays, and it's not on coaches always. Like, coaches make bad decisions. And Mad Dog Russo said, I think Kapler got a raw deal. I'm like, really?
That I wouldn't agree with.
He got a 3-year extension.
That I wouldn't agree with.
It's all guaranteed money. My man got another job as an assistant GM with the Marlins, and he lost the clubhouse.
Yes.
That's the fastest way for a coach to get fired, is losing the clubhouse. Guys weren't buying in. He wasn't talking to guys the way they wanted to. I mean, Logan Webb and some anonymous players last year, I think, had some comments near the end of the season about that, and he was let go with 3 games to play, and Kai Correa managed Brandon Crawford's last game in a Giants uniform.
Wild.
It's wild to think about it that way. So, in terms of what Farhan had to say here about himself, like, I get it. Fans are upset, but I'm not hearing as much Farhan hate or distaste. I'm not, as we were this offseason and last year and the year before even, because he made moves that people, I think, in general would agree with. If you had to go get the guys that weren't Ohtani and weren't Yamamoto, these are some of the guys that were out there. Soler was a nice DH ad. There's a very few legit DHs he's won. He's just not performing. Conforto not performing.
Again. It's the players.
You can blame the guy who put the team together, but we were all excited about it.
Yeah.
We were all excited.
You can also blame the players, and the players got to do better, period. I'm not saying you got to be mad at them, but, like, you got to do better. You got to be better. Trust me. If Soler and Chapman's OPS are the same at the end of the year as they are now, they're screwed.
Yeah.
Screwed.
Royally screwed.
They have no shot. None. It's not going to happen unless their team ERA is like 0.8.
That can't happen.
And maybe they'll have a chance. But, I mean, look, you can sign the players. You can scout the players. No one. I shouldn't say no one, because when I say no one, like usually when I say no one, unless I differentiate, by no one I mean just about everyone, like as in 98% of the people is really what I'm saying. But no one thought, signing Chapman sucks.
They're worse off with Chapman. They're worse off with Snell. They're worse off with Soler.
Signing Soler sucks.
Nobody bought that.
Signing Lee sucks. I mean, no. This team spent money. They spent money. Did they get the big fish? No, but I think everybody knew where he was going. Sorry, you didn't get that guy. But there wasn't anybody that I talked to as a Giants fan that wasn't happy with what they did during the offseason. And I you know who I always forget? But no one, it wasn't a big deal, but Hicks. Hicks probably the best one of them all. The way he's pitching, he's been phenomenal. So, again, it's got to be the players. You can't blame Melvin on this one. You can't blame Farhan on this one. You can blame the players. And I'm not saying you have to blame them, but they're the ones mostly responsible for where they're at right now.
And what does Pete Patella stand in this on? What blame is he going to take?
I have no idea.
Tim's like, Pete Patella's got to answer for these crimes.
I never realized until you said that. He's got his last name is a tendon.
Yeah, but it's spelled different.
Yeah, that's the same to me.
Patella.
I don't really care.
It's like a tendon if you're from the East Coast. Hey, it's a patella. It's a patella tendon.
It's good to me.
So are.
But I mean, you can sign him. It's the old you can lead a horse to water deal. You can sign him. You can't make him hit. You can't make him pitch.
Lead a horse to water. You can't make him hit. I'm good with that.
You're just hoping that he is a reasonable facsimile to what you think you're signing. Like the Angels are the best at that. They sign somebody and then they suck.
Yeah.
They're like not even close to what you thought you were getting. Like if you're going to sign somebody, you better hope they're close to what you thought you were getting. Right now, Chapman's on the outer reaches of close, but the bad end. Soler's on the outer reaches of bad. It's not bad, but he's just
not good.
He's not what you hoped he would be. I even think Lee's going to be better. Now, Hicks is on the upper end. Like what you thought you might get from him right now, he's on the upper end of that. Like he's been fantastic for them. So it's just guys got to just start doing it. And I would say, you know what? Ahmed hasn't been great, but he's at least, at minimum, what you thought you were getting from him. Offensively, he's been solid, had some big hits for him, and he's been really good defensively.
He's been like the best defensive shortstop in baseball.
That's
one
what
of the
you
top
think,
few.
That's what you thought you were getting from him. That's why he's there.
Not hearing about Crawford very much.
No. So he's been exact kind of. Well, I won't say exactly, but if you were to do this whole thing, is he 5% above? Is he 5% below? Is he 10% above? 10% below? What you thought they would be? I would say Ahmed's probably in that 5 to 10%. Like where we thought he was going to be, he might be a little above it. Not a ton, but that's perfect. Hicks would be like, one of those like, okay, 50% above where I thought he might be. And then Chapman and Soler, the middle of your order, are probably in that, below the 10%, 20%, probably in the 25% below what you thought they might be. And it's, again, it is early, but we're starting to get to the point where it's not early anymore. And you can't have two, well, you can. It's not going to bode well. Two guys that are in the middle of your order that you paid, what's Soler getting, about 15 a year?
Maybe 12.
12, okay.
I'll look it up.
About $35 million, close to $35 million, and have them perform that far below. Now, a lot of season left. I think Chapman's going to start hitting the ball. Soler, I agree with Farhan on that. His at-bats look fine. He's just not getting paid off. He doesn't have any results. But
so he got 3 year, $42 million and a $9 million signing bonus. Salaries of $7 million this year, 13 in each of the next two.
Okay, got it. So you can only go sign him. You can't make him perform. And then Snell was $32 million, and that's just been. It was a joke, but it's not really a joke. That the way he pitched, you would have paid him $1 million to pitch against you, the way he was pitching. Like that's how bad he has been. He's been terrible. Not that there's not time to kind of reverse course, and then the spots in his order have been awful. So it's just been a black hole in the spots he's turned in the rotation. I think all things considered, they're about where they should be, because the pitching 1 through 4. I mean, you're probably not going to find many ERAs that are better in baseball, 1 through 4. Red Sox, it's everybody that starts for them is really good.
Well, Farhan said that. He goes, it's sort of become the story of our team, that the 4 guys in our rotation are great.
Yes.
And have been throwing the ball great, but it's hard to keep the consistency and feel like if the lineup's not hitting, you got to get 5 great starts. And right now, that 5th spot has just not been good. We called it the Kaiway Tang, the Dalton Jeffrey. So they got to figure something out there. We're talking about Elliot Ramos.
Well, have they won a game where they've given up 6 runs?
Yes.
They have?
Wait, have they?
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Come from behind.
I know they've scored 10, 11 a couple times. I don't know if they've needed to. Like, I don't know if they've won one of those games. I'll look real quick. If they've won like a 9-7 game or a 10-6 game where it's like a slugfest. Like
Derek's actually getting on it right now. He's going to look at he's looking up that stat right now. But let me tell you what. Well, let's replay this cut. Yes.
It's never enough funny.
Spreckens, Derek. All right. So Farhan was on. I said it's tough to get a rotation going or a momentum going and consistency and continuity when it seems like every 5th day that spot is just a scheduled loss almost. It's like the opposite of having an ace. And it's the day after your ace goes who can be the stopper for you. But then if he's the stopper and your 2 spot is just a scheduled loss, you're sort of SOL. Well, here's who he mentioned could be in line to start the next time through that Blake Snell spot in the rotation.
Blake didn't get off to a great start, and I think this time off is going to help him. We're hoping he's going to be ready to go when the team gets back home. So, that would mean 1, maybe 2 more turns for this spot before he's able to fill it. So that'll factor in as well, the fact that it may just be 1 start, but we'll see how he does. Dalton Jeffries, it was obviously a rough outing for him yesterday. He had the rough outing earlier in the year in San Diego. He came in, we made an error behind him the first play of the game. And, when I look at Dalton, he's a guy who obviously Bill Mel goes back with a ways. He came so far in spring training for a guy who hadn't pitched at all last year, coming back from some serious injuries. And, in a sense, we've got $70 million of starting pitching on the shelf right now. And it probably forced us to go to him earlier than was fair, considering he was coming back from what he was. So, but we're going to have to evaluate different options in that spot. Obviously, Mason Black's a guy who's pitched really well in AAA. And, he'll be a consideration this next time. But some of that's going to depend on how Blake's feeling. And, again, we're hoping he's available once we get back home.
So that's probably the biggest piece of news that Farhan's given us, at least to this point this season. Mason Black, he said it, and I will say this, if you go back and you listen, it does sound more without naming names and talking specifically about who could be called up. But we did mention Elliot Ramos to him. It does seem like now, because he said, hey, a month in, we are at the point where evaluation matters, right? Where what we've done to this point does matter. He said we're also at a point where we can talk to guys about making an adjustment or switching some stuff up from what they had done early in the year. Kind of like Kyle Harrison. He's definitely throwing the ball differently than he had. He also acknowledged that when guys in the minor leagues are playing well, he'll shoot him a text. Like he specifically said, Elliot Ramos, he texted today, said, hey, man, you're doing well. Keep it up. Great game, blah, blah, blah. And Elliot responded back, yeah, thanks. I'm ready to help in San Francisco whenever you guys are ready. Whenever you guys need me, whatever you need me to do, I'm ready. I think the same can be said about a guy in the rotation. We saw what happened in 2010 when not just, at the end of 2009, Bumgarner comes up. But 2010, that addition to the rotation and removal of Todd Wellemeyer changed the Giants' fortunes at the back part of that season. Mason Black on the year in 6 games started down in AAA. It's good-looking numbers, dude. 6 games started, he's 2-1 with a 1.01 ERA. He's got a .9 whip. He's got 29 strikeouts in 26 2/3 innings. He's walked just 8. He's given up 3 earned runs and 1 homer all year. So for a guy who now is building some consistency at the AAA level, if you're giving Dalton Jeffries the nod, why not?
Yep.
Give Mason Black the look. So that's something that we should be paying attention to this next time through.
Can he hit?
If he could, it wouldn't matter because we have a DH now in the National League. So I was asking.
Throw him in there.
Pitching's great, but can we hit? How about
Elliot
that?
Ramos should have texted him back. Who dis?
Who's this?
Who dis?
What's this area? Is this
Lost
a
your number.
San Francisco area code? Because I don't live there right now. I'd like to.
I don't know who you are.
Let's get back to the
I don't
show.
know who you are.
Well, there you go. So Mason Black potentially on his way, and I think we're probably closer to Elliot Ramos than we were 2 weeks ago.
No,
based on
I
what
agree.
Farhan said today.
I agree. So I look real quick. I looked at this. Here are the games the Giants have won this year, and how much the opposition has scored. We'll start with today and work backwards. 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 3, 2, 1, 2, 2.
It's Morse code. What are you?
That's
59. Well, no, Derek says they won the 3rd game of the season 9-6.
Yes, 9-6. That was it. Well, you interrupted me. I didn't get to go back far enough. 2.
Bottom line is, they don't win games in which their opponent scores
6. That was it.
4. If their opponent scores 4 runs, they're not winning.
Exactly. That's kind of the point, and that kind of emphasizes the offensive issues here. That if they can score 4 and pitch their ass off, they're gonna have a good chance to win.
0.0.
In the 3rd game of the season, 9-6. That's the only one.
But
59.
Look, and the weather's going to warm up a little bit, and you're going to have to start scoring.
Yeah.
I mean, will they? I don't know.
I don't know.
All I know is they're going to have to.
0.0.
69.
There's no way to go through life, son.
Fat, dumb, and stupid.
Fat, dumb, and stupid.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him hit is my new favorite Tom Tolbert-ism from today. When we come on back, it's a warm day. Maybe it's some Cioppino. We got some soup du jour coming your way. A little cold soup, a chilled soup next on the Sports Leader.
Respecting the law, respecting the law. Copyright law, copyright law.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, reminding you that once again, the San Jose Earthquakes host their biggest game of their MLS season against their rivals, Los Angeles FC, at Levi Stadium this Saturday, May the 4th, presented by Audi. It's the biggest Cinco de Mayo party on the West Coast, and it returns with special appearances and performances and a meet and greet with El Tri legend Osvaldo Sanchez and a halftime performance by Ya Acabó. The Quake Soccer on Cinco de Mayo weekend. It's becoming a tradition now. Get your tickets at SJEarthquakes.com, the largest Cinco de Mayo celebration on the West Coast. The event kicks off with a fan fest featuring Mexican national team legend Osvaldo Sanchez, Reynoso, and Soltero of the Give and Go podcast will be in attendance. And the fan fest doors open at 1:30 Pacific, just outside of Gate A, and will conclude prior to kickoff at 4:30 p.m. Should be a beautiful weekend, a fun weekend down at Levi Stadium, the largest Cinco de Mayo celebration on the West Coast. Rolls on again this Saturday, May the 4th at Levi Stadium, where the San Jose Earthquakes are taking on their rivals, LAFC. Get your tickets at SJEarthquakes.com.
Excuse me, Flo?
It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
Game day sucks.
All right, let's get to a little soupy soup. I always enjoy DoorDash stories. You never know what you're going to get. You're a driver for DoorDash. You're going to deal with a bunch of yo-yos. You're a customer. You got to deal with a bunch of yo-yos. What you got to deal with. Just like, I have the Dash Pass. I think I saved $90,000 last year. Incredible. I saved so much money. I could buy a small country without the money. I did. Although this is probably about 2 weeks ago. Lady comes up and delivers my food to me, hands it to me. Awfully nice. Pizza box, food on top, little cardboard carton. The only problem is I didn't order a pizza. So that was a little bit of an issue. And then I gave it back to her. I go, this isn't my order. You got the wrong order. This is somebody else's. Like, I didn't want to keep it. I'm keeping somebody else's order, Eric L. or whoever the hell that was. I go, look, this isn't my order. And I would guess probably over under 24 words of English she spoke, maybe. So I couldn't even communicate with her. Like, I couldn't even tell her. She just nooked at me and was nodding her head. And I was like, no. Like, not it the other way. This is not my order. Take it to somebody's hungry right now, wants a pizza. I just want mine. So they canceled the order, and I think I ordered it again, and then somebody came and delivered it. But look, I'm not going to be that guy because I don't love that guy. But if you're going to have people delivering stuff, you got to at least speak a little bit, so I can tell you this is not my order. This is my order. This is where I ordered it from. At least give me that, okay? I'm not asking to quote Shakespeare. Hell, I can't do that. So, let me get to my DoorDash story here.
When the moon hits the eye like a big Amicis pie.
Stop. This is what this is incredible that DoorDash would be upset with this driver. This is incredible. Because apparently in DoorDash you get offered a delivery, right? Hey, this is what you're going to make on this delivery. This is what you have to deliver. Do you want to accept it? Do you not want to accept it? Apparently, this female DoorDash driver said she would deliver food to so-and-so. Didn't really matter. And then, on second thought, she said, I don't want to deliver to that person. Why not? Not that it was out of the way, 8 miles. Not that she was only getting $10.50. I guess that's standard. But she decided she did not want to deliver to this person because the person was a nudist.
Naked guy, of course.
Yeah, well.
And told her that he'd be accepting her order, her delivery, in the nude. Really? You're going to accept the delivery in the nude?
So you put that on the special instructions?
Yeah.
It was not ring the bell.
You can't just leave it? Yeah, you can't just leave it there.
I will be opening the door.
I'll come get it?
Raw. Yeah.
Naked guy, of course.
Don't ring the doorbell because that might not be a doorbell. Oh, hey, come on. You kidding me? So she said she didn't want to deliver there. She didn't want to say some dude, just swinging on her and grabbing his raviolis or whatever the hell he was grabbing. Maybe onion rings. Maybe he was going to play a fun onion ring game. I have no idea. But she said she didn't want to deliver to him, and DoorDash penalized her. And I was totally with her. I'm like, come on. You can't expect her to deliver to a guy who says I'm a nudist.
Naked.
I'm going to be naked when I answer the door.
I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho.
You probably didn't hear about
butt
it.
cheeks and everything.
Totally nude.
So I was totally with her on this. I'm like, you shouldn't have to deal with that. You bull crap. Until she said this. If you're a nudist, good for you. And this is the part that I was like, okay, I'm not with you anymore. I'm not here to yuck on anyone's yum. I'm like, what?
Yuck on anyone's yum?
Yuck on anyone's yum.
That's a hell of a term, dude. That's a hell of a term.
I was like, get out of here with that crap.
Come on.
Both of you. The nudist and you. Go. Just go.
I gotta
Go.
yuck on that yum.
Like, if you're a nudist, like, great, you're a nudist. Cool. You're a nudist. Like, how about just don't answer the door then? Okay? Let her drop the food off. You know why he didn't do that? Because he wanted her. He wanted her to see.
You're making me uncomfortable.
Exactly. I would have been extremely, extremely uncomfortable. Next story. Priest, I'll give you the headline. Priest allegedly spends $40,000. And as soon as I read it, I go, oh, my God. I'm going to say kids, are they? And it wasn't, because it's a funny story. That's what we do here.
My God.
Oh. Candy Crush. He spent $40,000 on Candy Crush and other video games.
From the collection plate?
Yes, from the church. He took it from the church. $40,000 on Candy Crush. Now, my mom loves Candy Crush. She'll sit there on her iPad while I'm watching the game, and she'll just play Candy Crush and everything.
She's bumping Slipknot, playing Candy Crush.
Yeah, exactly. Listen to a little Psychosocial, and then spending the retirement fund.
Yeah, right.
No, but my mom, it's funny because my mom will stop playing, and then she'll play she plays video poker all the time.
Yeah.
Which I've never understood people that play video poker on like their iPad and stuff. I'm like, so what do you win? Nothing. But it's poker. Like, why would you play poker without winning?
Without winning,
like,
you're gambling.
Yeah, I don't anyway, but she does. And then she'll come back to Candy Crush later. I'm like, well, why don't you just keep playing? And I did not know this, and I still will screw it up. I'll still screw it up because I don't really understand it. But apparently someone has to give you lives when you're playing Candy Crush. Like if my Aunt Nancy, who lives in Pinole, gave her she could give her 5 extra lives, and she could send it to her. And I guess you probably get a certain amount per day where they send you the lives so you could play on it. Or you could power up, right? Yeah, you could purchase them.
How much power do you get for $40,000?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. $40,000?
So where's the story go from here?
Well, he got caught.
He got caught, Potty.
Yeah, he got caught.
Did he say I'll take it up with the big fella? Like, I'll take it.
No, it was not God sanctioned.
It was not God sanctioned funds.
It was not. There was no Pokemon. There was no Pokey involved at all.
Is Candy Crush better than Pokemon?
Actually, if there was Pokey involved at all, that would have been the kid's story. But there isn't.
Oh,
so
come on.
It's just.
It's Tom.
We're not yucking yum, Tom.
Like I'm lying. like I'm lying.
Stop yucking yum.
Yeah, I'm just making this stuff up. Yeah, don't yuck my yum.
That's a crock.
What is that? Don't yuck.
What is that? You can't say that.
Don't yuck my yum.
You can't say that. Stop saying that.
It does make you like.
You can say it, but it's weird. I don't like it.
No, it's really weird. It really gives you the willies.
Yeah.
You're just kind of like, yeah, that's. What do you mean, don't yuck my yum?
You're making me uncomfortable.
Yeah. I was making myself uncomfortable just talking about it.
Yuck my yum. Come on, man.
And then this one, so I can close a lot of my browser stories that I've had open for 3 days.
He's got all these tabs open of all these wacky stories on Tom's computer.
Who doesn't love a good case of road rage? I know I do. Big fan of road rage, especially when it entails throwing food at people when you're driving by them, especially when it entails throwing pasta al dente at somebody.
Yeah, al dente pasta. That's hard.
With tomato sauce. I've got noodles going everywhere. Oh, my goodness gracious. It said the defendant threw food, pasta, with sauce from the passenger seat of his vehicle, striking the victim through his open window as he operated the vehicle. Is that a burrito, bro? You just throw a burrito at me?
A burrito? Wait, did they say what kind of pasta it was?
It did not.
I'm thinking you got to throw spaghetti because that's the funniest.
Yeah.
It drapes on you. It's not good to get like a penny pasta. Or you could just go maybe the greatest thrown piece of food or beverage in any movie, a milkshake.
Go back to Treasure Island!
Dodgeball hits him with that shake. I'm like, you're in Vegas. Who would throw that at a pirate in Vegas on the strip? Everybody's dressed like that. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, spaghetti better than rigatoni.
Yeah, I'll do totally.
Absolutely.
Lasagna's just it just falls off.
Exactly.
It's just a smack in the face. Some angel hair, maybe?
Angel hair?
That'll get on you.
And by the way, I've always wondered this. Maybe we need
Did you just throw a burrito out your window?
Why do you have pasta in his car?
Well, I think he ordered it. I think he was coming back. Well, yeah. Well, it could have been a box, like cardboard box.
Did you just throw a burrito out your window?
Why do we need 10, 12 different kinds of pasta when it's all the same thing?
It all tastes the same.
It is all the same, right?
Yeah.
There's not you don't add something to a rigatoni recipe that you don't put in spaghetti or angel hair.
Tim says not true. Tim, if you want to bring this, you want to bring these contradictions to the air.
It all tastes the same, Tim.
Tim's our in-house pasta connoisseur.
Yeah, pasta expert and drug expert, evidently.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the deal is different types of pasta have sauce cling to them different ways based on the structure of the sauce. So if you get like a rigatoni noodle or something like that, something to corkscrew, it's going to contain or hold more sauce than an angel hair, which is all spread thin. Make sense?
That's stupid.
Yeah, it's dumb.
That's not what you said. I said they're made the same. Like the same ingredients go into spaghetti that goes into rigatoni.
They taste the same, and you said not true.
Well, they would taste different because of the sauce content.
Of the pasta, yeah.
But if you're, let me ask you this: if I were to blindfold you and then punch you in the face,
God.
Tim, you volunteered for that too?
And then asked you to taste 5 different pastas, could you tell me what pastas those were? Without any sauce, just the pasta, like rigatoni tastes different than spaghetti.
I don't think I could tell you if they
No, you couldn't.
tasted
Of course you
different,
couldn't.
But you could probably figure out the shape.
Well, yeah.
No. I'm not. I would cut it in such a manner that they'd all have the same shape.
I would chew it and then spit it into your face.
Yeah.
Is what I do.
Why
and
do
then
you
tell
guys
me.
hate Italians? What's going on
I
here?
love Italians. I love pasta. I love pasta. But to me,
I will
let's
hold
put it
the
this
flag
way.
for the Italian cuisine.
Let's put it this way. If someone goes to the store and they're making spaghetti arrabbiata or whatever, or rigatoni arrabbiata, which I love, and they said, look, we can't make it tonight because there's no rigatoni, there's only spaghetti, I'd be like, what are you talking about? Just get the spaghetti then.
Cut that
and
ass
we'll
up.
make it with spaghetti.
Let's go.
Like, it doesn't ruin a recipe because there's a different pasta involved.
Okay, but like, let's say you go to the grocery store, you see fresh pastas maybe in like a cooler section versus like a dried pasta that's like $1. There's probably a difference.
It's this rich neighborhood Tim shop and all these fresh pasta just hanging out.
Not only are you moving the goalposts, you're bringing in new goalposts.
Yeah, he's like bringing in new
I'm saying you don't taste a difference based on shape. Of course, fresh pasta is going to taste better than boxed pasta. Like that, I get. What I'm saying is, if I made fresh pasta, God dang it! God dang it! I've turned into Greg
you're
Papa.
done. It's over.
I've turned into Greg
It's
Papa.
over. Now that lives forever.
Oh God!
And don't forget about the fresh pizza.
Can you bring me a flat bill hat? I can wear that next time. So you cannot tell me that if I were to make pasta, slow down, that if I made spaghetti, a rigatoni, corkscrew. God, what happened to me?
What are you talking
And
about?
don't forget about the fresh pizza.
Corkscrew pasta? Like, any of it would taste any different. Like, I wouldn't have to use different ingredients to make those different
And don't
types
forget about the fresh pizza.
I wouldn't have to use different ingredients.
May 2nd, 2024, the day that Tom and Adam said that they hate Italian cuisine.
Okay, knock it off, Tim.
Never
Stop.
said
Don't
that.
forget about the fresh pizza.
Tom said that.
So let me ask you this. If I were making spaghetti or corkscrew or rigatoni, would I need different ingredients for each of the 3?
No, but much like any
No,
dish that
that's
you
all.
make.
No,
Tim, that's all we need to know is the answer, Tim. Tim, stop qualifying.
Defense rest.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
it.
Thank you.
All right, Tim, you
That's
done?
it. You're done.
Just make a Wellington.
You're done.
Yeah, you're done. Oh, I made a Wellington, and it was badass. A beef
And don't forget about the fresh pizza.
Tim Webb, the king of Italian flags and yuck and yums on the sports leader. Chris Mad Dog Russo joined Giants pregame on NBC Sports Bay Area and said the Giants are lacking a great player. Do you agree with Mad Dog? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And Steve, something that people should know, it doesn't matter what it is, what the issue is, or the concern, you can handle all of their tax needs.
Right, all the tax needs for all different types of clients. Sometimes clients will say, well, am I too small for you? Am I too big for you? Do you only handle business people? Do you handle individuals? And the answer is we handle all of that. Whether you have a big business, medium business, small business, you're an individual, all different types of tax cases. You say, well, wait a minute, Steve, how can you handle all of those different type of cases? And how can you do it economically? You know, money's always important. And the answer is, just like boxing, you have weight classes. You're matched in your weight class. So if you have a heavyweight tax problem, we match you with a heavyweight. We match you with the appropriate person. We have tax attorneys, CPAs. We match you with whom you need, what's going to work best for you. Because what we want to do is sufficiently impress you so that it's just not that one case. We want to have a lifetime relationship with you. In order to do that, we have to impress you with a good job at the right price, and that's how we do it. All you have to do is pick up the phone and call.
Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
What I'm saying is, if I made fresh pizza.
Wow.
God dang it.
And don't forget about the fresh pizza.
I'm part of the collage.
That's it.
I'm part of the collage.
You're part of the problem.
Like I said, all I need is a flat bill hat now. I'll be good to go. I'll be maybe tomorrow, 40-minute show. I'll see if I can wear 20 hats during the show. You know what I was gonna break out today?
What?
I didn't, because I don't wear hats as much anymore. I was gonna break out my old Expo hat.
Ooh,
love the Expo hat. That's one of my favorite hats I don't wear.
Does it have holes?
No, it doesn't have holes.
Neither
Just
does a shirt.
You know what? Tomorrow I'm gonna wear I'll wear the AC/DC shirt for everybody.
The whole shirt?
The one that doesn't have a collar.
Well, it's only a 40-minute show tomorrow, I think.
I know,
right?
that's why I'm gonna wear it.
And Harmony's coming by tomorrow.
Is she?
Yeah.
Oh, the Derby.
What's Harmony's furlong picks? Is that what we're gonna call them, or what are we? I'm looking for something funny for it. I've been working on this in my head. I don't know. There's a stallion riff in there. Maybe I don't know. Something's there.
Now I got to think about
Derek,
that.
you got something? Has your girl talked to you about it at all?
I gotta think about that.
Oh, speaking of Harmony, we have Carrie here. Carrie's on the line.
Yes, we do.
Oh, what's up, Carrie? Speaking of Harmony,
what's up,
dude?
What's going on, guys?
How are you, man?
Can't wait for that segment tomorrow. You guys got 40 minutes, and I'm sure Harmony will take up 39 of them.
Oh, of course.
Oh, if it's like Derek, she'll take up about 2.5 minutes of them.
How's your mediocre pasta doing?
Oh, I had mediocre pasta for dinner tonight. Gosh, what a disappointment. We're about 10 days from moving out of our apartment, and so we're just trying to eat everything in the pantry.
If I made fresh pasta.
Yeah, it was a bad decision.
So what was take us through the what kind of sauce, what kind of pasta?
It was the rigatoni pasta with a cacio e pepe Trader Joe's jar of sauce and some sort of garlic sausage that we'd had in the freezer for a while that I got out and put on the stovetop. It was all me. I was cooking for one tonight, so I took one for the team.
You did a lot of we in that cooking for one.
Yeah, you did.
There was a lot of we's there for you to make a crap pasta.
It was like interviewing Jeff Samardzija. If you ever noticed that guy, when he would come off the mound, he'd say, we threw a lot of four-seam fastballs tonight and stuff like that.
Did we give up those home runs too, or did?
Yeah, we just didn't have it tonight. Jeff, I think it was you who didn't have it.
Did we fleece the team for $90 million, or was that you? Because I don't recall.
Hey,
what do you want me to say? No. You're not going to say no. Give me that money.
Yeah. So we did not like our pasta tonight, and by we I mean me.
I'll give you the effort though. You're just cooking for you, and you actually cooked. You could have gone super easy. Like I would have probably gone English muffins and peanut butter. That'd have been good right there. Tastes good, little protein, little milk.
Wow.
I would have gone cans of tuna and some Coors Light.
I've done that before, absolutely, yeah.
Couple of C minuses.
Keep it low key.
That's great. A couple of cans of tuna and a few lattes. And
absolutely, I have no problem with that. Or if you want to, and I've done this before for dinner when no one's at home, I'll just take the ham out of the deli drawer
and just sit it in front of you.
Have like 7 slices of that, maybe like six little cubes of Swiss cheese.
You put any plates out, or you just?
I'm good. No. I just caveman finger. I just caveman finger that thing.
Do you crush those?
There and grit it.
Do you crush those little wax cheeses, the ones that come in the little red thing?
No, I don't do that.
Okay.
No.
I don't do that. I like the. You can go to the store now and get cubed Swiss cheese, and you just pop a cube in your mouth. And if you don't have anything to drink, you know what you can do? There's that little watery residue in the bottom of your deli thing, the ham. Drink that, a little extra protein.
Tom, I might gag on the
air. You're good to go.
That is truly one of the worst ideas I've ever.
It's like hot dog water.
What are you talking about?
It's like hot dog water.
A little thinner. I've had both.
I might not make it to the start of my own show.
A little better.
You guys need to change the
Is there a film when you
no film. No film. I got to say, though, a little high in sodium.
Yeah, it's a little salty.
A little salty.
Yeah, salty.
Get a little salty.
It's not it's not a dessert or a morning beverage. It's an after lunch or
no. It'll give you a kickstart though.
Yeah,
it'll definitely give you.
It's like a digestive. You know what I mean? It's like a.
Hey, sometimes you know what? You don't want to eat. You don't have time for it. You just like, okay, how can I get some calories in my stomach and some decent calories in my stomach? And well, hey. You know what? Tim goes, they're not decent at all. You don't know what my options were. It was actually pretty decent, got to be honest with you.
Think you're relative to what there was?
Either that or a massive bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. So I just went with that.
We probably go crunch the next morning.
Well, yeah I could have. Yeah, or Fruity Pebbles. Yeah. I mean, like I have no problem with just give me some cheese, give me some deli meat, and let's go. I'm good. I'm good to go with that
Tony Soprano.
But I do enjoy. I got to say, I do enjoy the English muffin, peanut butter and milk. That's always a good because I feel like I'm treating myself and I'm getting a little protein.
No milk will ever be armed.
No milk?
No milk. No, I was quoting now.
Really?
Yeah. How about this milk SOB right here? Kerry Crowley. He doesn't even drink it, does he?
Hell yeah. No, I don't.
Yeah, you don't drink milk at all.
No, I told this story that it was my favorite beverage as a child, and then my parents slipped some medicine into my milk.
Oh, really? That got you.
Yeah, that's turned me off of milk forever.
That's disgusting too.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you work in a taste of medicine in the milk.
It's the trick that you try to pull on your dog. Yeah. And they pulled it on their child, trying to slip the medicine in there. So, did not go for it anymore after that. It ended milk for me.
That's weird. You're the you're the young one too, right? Like I was. Usually you only mess up the first one with kids. No, it's like pancakes. My dad says.
Yeah, I only have one thing.
The first one. Yeah.
I only have one thing that I drank or ate when I was younger that I just can't stand the smell of anymore. Jack Daniels.
I was going to say mine's Captain Morgan.
Yeah.
That's where I was going.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Carrie's is milk.
Yeah. Well, that's what my parents used to put medicine in, Jack Daniels.
Jack Daniels.
Yeah.
3-year-old Tom.
Drink it.
And that's what happens when you play quarters with Jack Daniels.
Yeah.
You kind of lose the taste for it. So, yeah, I can't even those Tennessee teas, if I smell them, it's like I gotta get out of the room.
I don't think my sister can have a beer because
milk was a bad choice.
Threw a party one time when she was in high school. My parents were out of town, and she got drunk on beer and threw up. And I don't think she's had a beer since. The best part was the next day, my dad came home and he was convinced she had swine flu. I was like, I don't think that's what it is.
There was an era.
She's got natty ice flu. I think it's what she has. I don't think it's swine, but I think she's had a beer since.
I got a lot of friends who are that way around Fireball, but that's not me.
Fireball. I had that once.
I feel like Fireball's a really polarizing one if you have a bad experience with it.
It's very cinnamony.
Very sugary. Super. So it's like Red Hot.
Cinnamon sugar in every bite. Yeah.
It's like it's too much for me. What do you got going on tonight, Kerry?
We got Alex Pavlovich joining us in about 10 minutes. Looking forward to that, and we'll probably do Giants, 49ers, Warriors. We'll do everything. We got 3 whole hours tonight, Tom, so nothing's off limits at 415-808 KNBR. It's this is the People's Show this evening.
The People's Show.
The People's Show.
For the people, by the people.
Exactly. The less I talk, the more we learn.
Enjoy the pasta, Kerry.
All right, man. Enjoy the pasta.
Thank you. I'll Tom, enjoy the film from your deli.
No. Tonight I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna get a chicken tikka masala burrito.
Oh,
I think is what I'm going to get.
That's a huge upgrade.
Oh, those things are the best.
That's delightful.
Only problem is the heat index on that thing ranges from 8 to 4. So you're not sure exactly what you're getting. And I always say give it to me spicy.
Give it to me, Big Daddy.
Yeah, not the super spicy, but even then, 8 to 4. I like it about.
Why was scaling it backwards?
I don't know. 4 to 8.
It's like giving the losing team score first.
Yeah.
Like, the Giants lost last night 2-6.
Giants won today 1-3.
People in my family do that. I'm like, get the high score first,
exactly.
all right?
Yeah.
So I don't know why I went. Did I go 4 to 8? Yeah, I did.
Twice.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, 8-4 then. It's not great because 8's too hot. 4 and 5 aren't hot enough. I don't know. Just
give
weird.
it to me, Big Daddy.
There it was.
All right, that's it. All right, Carrie, have a good show.
Thank you, guys.
10 minutes till Pavlovic, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can't come quick enough.
Yeah, right.
All right, let's
we're done.
Let's get out of here. We can go. Let's leave. Let's thank our guest, Farhan Zaidi, JT Snow, Marcus Thompson.
Great JT today, too.
Yeah, he was really good.
Fun JT.
Thank you, Derek. Appreciate it. Great job today. Eat bleep. And thank you, Tim. Except for your stupid pasta commentary.
Yeah, get a life, nerd.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, if I made fresh pizza, it's so funny.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb to say it.
It is dumb.
I was so dumb when Greg kept doing it. He kept messing it up.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
And don't forget about the fresh pizza.
That was he was like recording it. We were like, why can't you get the word pasta? And grandma style pizzas.
Oh God. Well, I did it. There you go. And we just got to wait for the third person to do it.
Not me.
That'd be fantastic.
I'm always cool.
Yeah. All right. Let's get out of here. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Tomorrow, 40-minute banger tomorrow.
And banger.
Speaking
Harmony
of
will be
banger,
there too.
stay tuned. Carrie Crowley up next for you right up until 9 o'clock right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down. Let's go home.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Good man!
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We are back. What's going on, folks? Carrie Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock this evening. We've got a full slate here on Sports Phone KNBR. A reminder, this show is presented by Industrial Metal Supply online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. After 2 brutal games in Boston, Kyle Harrison comes back and helps the San Francisco Giants pick up their first win of this 10-game road trip. Hopefully, for the Giants' sake, they'll get more than one. They've got a 4-game set coming up in Philadelphia. It begins tomorrow. They've got a 3-game set at Coors Field next week. Even as bad as the Rockies are, it's never easy to end a 10-game road trip. And today really did feel like a must-win game for the Giants if they are going to give themselves an opportunity to at least split this road trip, to at least go 500 in what is a daunting and rigorous slate for this team, because you lose last night's bullpen game and you exhaust your relief staff. The Giants use just about everyone except the quality arms who are lined up to pitch the high leverage situations in their bullpen. And so Kyle Harrison, the fact that he got off to a good start today, was able to limit the damage despite not having his best stuff on the mound. He allowed 3 hits but 5 walks today. The fact that he was able to get through 5 innings was a big win for this Giants team because it set up Ryan Walker and then Eric Miller with a 7th inning that absolutely popped for this Giants team. Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval shut the door, and they pick up a victory against this Boston squad. The Red Sox, of course, win the series. The Giants' offense, still many big-picture concerns that we'll dive into this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We'll open up the phone lines around 6:30 tonight, but plenty to discuss with regard to this Giants team. We'll also get into some Warriors conversations this evening. We'll talk about the San Francisco 49ers and where they go post-draft, some positions of concern for this team, but so much to talk about here tonight. And Alex Pavlovich of NBC Sports Bay Area is about to kick us off on the other side with our conversation. Looking forward to that as he gets set to join us. Quick break coming up here. I'm Carrie Crowley, the show Sports Phone KNBR. You're listening to KNBR 104.5-680, the sports leader.
The Giants. The Giants got a win today in Boston as Kyle Harrison struck out 7 and Yastrzemski homered in the 3-1 victory. What are your thoughts on today's win? Let us know at 415-808-KNBR.
Park. His second visit here with the Giants, and he has homered in each visit. That one was into the Boston bullpen. And the Giants take a 1-0 lead.
On a day the Giants really needed a win, Mike Yastrzemski delivered early. The Giants win it 3-1 in Boston. Kerry Crowley back here with you on Sportsphone KNBR, and here to help us break down this Giants game and this Giants season to date, our friend from NBC Sports Bay Area, Alex Pavlovich. Alex, how are you this evening?
I'm good. How are you, Kerry?
Oh, doing well. Always fun to have this conversation here on air, and let's talk a little bit about Kyle Harrison to start us off, because 22 years old, doesn't have his best stuff in the slightest, 5 walks today, but he's still able to grind through 5 innings on a day where the Giants bullpen really needed it, and he set up this relief pitching really well, because the one thing Bob Melvin did do yesterday is save his high leverage arms.
Yeah, I actually thought his stuff today was okay. It was just maybe the tightest zone we've seen all year, and I don't even think it was a bad zone. It was just a very tight zone. I thought it was fair to both sides, but Kyle's a top rail guy, especially with his fastball, and he does rely, like all Giants pitchers, on Patrick Bailey helping him out at times, and I think that was an issue today, and I actually think that makes his outing even more impressive, because you mentioned he's 22. Like, that's something that could derail most guys, and I thought he did a good job of kind of fighting through that, and I still don't think he's where he's going to be this year. It's still mostly fastball. He's made some tweaks to that slider. He was happy with it the last time out. Wasn't quite as sharp today, I don't think, and the changeup is still coming along. But you look at where it's at after, I guess, a month, 5 weeks here of him being in the rotation. I think the ERA is like 3.8 or something like that. And, I think he's just done a really nice job. And people forget, like, again, you should mention as often as you can, he's 22 years old. Like, most guys his age are somewhere in the minors and just trying to get more experience. And he's out there at Fenway Park, and I thought he did a really nice job in the 5th as well, and ran into some trouble and then got out of it. So I'm glad Bob Melvin let him do that, and I think he showed a lot today.
Yeah, it was funny watching Dave Fleming on the broadcast today. He said that Kyle Harrison was making his second trip ever to Fenway Park. The first time was when he was 12 years old back in 2014. And this was really the first time, Alex, that I felt really old compared to a Giants player.
I know. Some of these guys, I forgot what his warm-up song is, but I looked it up when he used it for his first start at home, and I was like, that song came out like 10 years before he was born. And it was something that I listened to, and you probably did as well. So, this new generation of guys, they will make you feel old.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about the guy who came in the 7th inning and pitched for the Giants, because we knew today if the Giants had a lead, it would be Ryan Walker, it would be Tyler Rogers, and it would be Camilo Doval. That seems to be the top 3 in the bullpen for Bob Melvin. No surprise with what they accomplished last season, but it was Eric Miller who takes the ball in the 7th inning, and he goes against Jared Duran, who absolutely crushed the Giants in the first 2 games of this series, and Rafael Devers, who is as good of a left-handed hitter really outside of Juan Soto as there is in baseball. And he blew Devers away with 100-mile-an-hour heat.
Yeah.
It feels like Eric Miller has the potential to become the high-leverage guy and may have even passed Taylor Rogers on this bullpen depth chart.
Yeah, I think my guess is Taylor wasn't available today because he pitched the last 2, but I do agree with you. I mean, just you look at the stuff, and you also saw the reaction from him, and kind of I think that was a little bit of like I belong here. Like, this is it wasn't like surprise or anything. It was like, yeah, I got that big out. And he was excited to win that battle. And I was really impressed with him yesterday, because that's a tough spot. He hasn't started a game since like Double-A, and hasn't started much, period, in his professional career. And they put him out there at Fenway and basically say, go and get Duran and Devers. And he gets neither, I think, runs into trouble right away, but gets out of it and sets him up the rest of the day. Now, they didn't score any runs, but I thought he did a good job of just not melting down in a spot that was a pretty tough one for a rookie. And then you look at the stuff, and like his best pitch isn't even that fastball. His best pitch is his changeup. So, and he threw one breaking ball today that was just perfect. And again, just a tight zone. And any other day he probably gets that call. So it's an intriguing 3-pitch mix. And he's a guy who's gone from, early in the year, you're like, okay, Eric Miller's 97. Now, like, that was legit 99.8 miles per hour. That was the hardest pitch by a left-handed Giants reliever in the pitch tracking era. So
wow.
I think you were around for Josh Osich.
Oh, yeah.
The
Osich-Okert era. Who could forget?
Yeah, he edged Osich. So it is kind of like, and just so, there's not a lot of lefties around the league. I mean, the Giants will see a couple good ones this weekend. They saw Chapman last week, but there's just not a lot of lefties around the league who can throw like that. So, he's a guy that they're going to give every opportunity. And I think the last 8-10 outings, he's been really good. And I agree with you. I think they're an arm short there in the late innings, and I think he has a chance to be that guy.
Yeah, certainly hope that Eric Miller could be that guy for Bob Melvin's staff, because they need extra help in the bullpen right now, especially understanding that, Alex, if this team's going to win and get above 500 and be a playoff contender, I said this last night, but it really feels like there's going to be a lot of 3-1 ball games, 3-2 ball games, 4-3 ball games. I don't know that I do think this offense will be better, but I don't know that it will be significantly better over the course of this season.
Yeah, I'm starting to think it might not be significantly better either. I think, the one thing that gives me pause, and maybe this is maybe something not to worry about, but I've covered this game long enough to know that, like, these guys are not going to stay healthy. Mm-hmm. So it's like they've basically had all of their position players the entire year, with the exception of Yaz going on paternity leave. And some of these guys have really struggled. And maybe in some cases, it would open the door for somebody else. But I do think they've had, 31, 32 games here now of health, and they haven't really taken advantage of that position player wise. And some of these guys too, like with Chapman, it's a little bit concerning because he did this last year for most of the year. So Solaris had some years in his career that were not what he did last year as well. So I think Lee will be okay, but there are other guys in the lineup where you wonder a little bit, and I agree with you. For me, the formula, especially if they can get Blake Snell back pretty quickly and get him going, and if they can kind of fix parts of that bullpen, the defense is really good. And for me, it's just kind of an old school Giants team maybe, where you have starting pitching and you have a good infield defense, and that's your way.
Yeah, a lot of Giants torture this year, that's for sure. Alex Pavlovich joining us, courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area, their Giants insider. And Alex, I find it hard to believe that Jung-Hoo Lee hit the ball as well as he did this week against the Red Sox and came up as short as he did consistently. It felt like guys were tracking balls down at the warning track every single time that Jung-Hoo Lee came up to bat. I know that the OPS is down to 638, but you just mentioned it. I'm not worried about this guy at all. I think that there are big picture concerns about Chapman and Soler because they've had seasons like this, but to me, the swing quality, the at-bat quality is still really good with Lee.
Yeah, I don't worry about him. It's interesting, like basically since the start, he's hit the ball hard. I mean, even in San Diego, it was and in LA on that first trip, it was like this guy is hitting the ball a lot harder than we expected. Now, I think maybe some Giants fans are making too much of that because he does hit the ball hard on the ground a lot. So sometimes it doesn't matter if you're hitting it 104. If you're pulling it to the right side on the ground, it's just not going to work. So I think at times too much has been made of that, and that's why I actually think it was really positive what he did the last 3 days, because he's getting the ball in the air a little bit more, and if he does that, it's a guy who doesn't strike out. It's a guy who doesn't swing and miss. So if he's going to be lifting the ball a little bit better, and you look at kind of the advanced metrics on him, and the one thing that's really missing is getting it on the sweet spot and just having the right launch angle, and I think that's something they can work on and something he is working on. And when he fixes that even just a little bit, pretty good base runner. He's not Trey Turner, but he's pretty fast. So if some of these balls start getting in the gap, and he does kind of have it's not like an uppercut swing. So it should be a pretty flat approach. And I think the main thing for me is just he hasn't gotten balls in the gap yet. And once he starts doing that, I think he's going to be a lot more fun.
Yeah, definitely agree. And I do think the potential for him to be a really entertaining player and a guy who, fans buy jerseys of is very much still there with Jung-Hoo Lee, even though this is not the start statistically that he wanted to get off to. So, Alex, one big picture concern for this Giants team right now is until Blake Snell comes back, and even then until Blake Snell looks like the Blake Snell of old, every fifth day they've been getting crushed. They have not won any time that turn in the rotation has come up. We had Farhan on the air earlier with Tolbert and Copes, and he said that Mason Black would be a candidate to start on Monday. Feels to me like they've got to give him an opportunity on Monday in Philadelphia. And I know that Citizens Bank Park is not an easy place to make a debut, but I think Kyle Harrison did last year, and Mason Black's just crushing the PCL.
Yeah, Kyle wasn't, didn't go great for him. So remember Bryce Harper had a pretty rude welcome. So I
did.
For me, it's interesting. I think he definitely should have started this week in that spot. Like, I think they made a mistake. Now, having said that, if they don't want to start him in Philadelphia or at Coors Field, I wouldn't totally blame them. Like, it's a tough spot for a guy who's had a good spring and has been really good in AAA. And so I think now the decision is a little bit more interesting. I still think they should use him, but you're asking a lot. And remember, he is a Pennsylvania guy as well, which is, in theory, a great thing. Like, you go back home, but that's also like just a ton of pressure on a kid who's, you want to hit the ground running, and it's just a lot of pressure, I think, to have him out there. And then again, it's just not any better. I don't think the Rockies are so terrible. You might say go and do it anyway, but I think putting him in that Monday start is probably what they should do. But it is also like, I feel for him a little bit, just because if that's what they do, like that's like a lot of pressure on him. But again, he's the guy who he should have been in that spot in Boston. And I actually think, like, I was surprised going back to San Diego that he wasn't there and didn't get that fourth game of the season. So he should get that spot ultimately. I'm just curious to see if behind the scenes they're a little like, man, this is pretty tough now.
It really is, even though
you think about Harper and Schwarber and that ballpark, and
Yeah, looking at the Phillies' record as well, they've been quite good to start this season. Alec Boehm is one of the best hitters in Major League Baseball right now, so that's independent of the guys who we all know about on an annual basis. So one last one for you here, Alex. If there's one thing the Giants really need to change in the month of May, is it something to do with the bullpen? Is it the approach at the plate? What these hitting coaches are telling players? Like, what is the one thing in your eyes that the Giants absolutely must rectify to give themselves a shot to get back to and above 500 this month?
Well, I'll give you two, and you mentioned one of them, the approach. I think they've been pretty passive the last 5 weeks, and you look at they've adjusted a little bit, but early on you look at some of the called strike statistics and just how much other teams are in the zone against them. Like, there's been a lot of called strike threes, and I think guys are falling behind and missing pretty hittable pitches. They've adjusted a little bit there, and Yastrzemski said after the game today they were trying to be a little bit more aggressive. Now, the main thing for me, and I don't even know that this isn't an easy fix. This is more of like a big idea, but I think they've really failed to kind of capture the imagination of a fan base that wants to be excited.
Yeah,
and whether it's Lee getting going or Soler finally coming through with, not hitting a solo home run, hitting a 3-run home run in a big spot, or whether it's Blake Snell getting back out there this month and looking like Blake Snell. Like, I just don't think you can go too much further into the summer playing this kind of baseball, because it's, we talked about this for a long time on Giants Talk today. Like, this really looks like last year. Like, this looks like the second half of last year. And it's different guys, and it's different coaches, and it's a different manager, and it's bizarre that just offensively, this looks like what they did for 2 months. So for me, that would kind of be the big goal in May, is find some way to play better and find some way to be a little bit more interesting and a little bit more inspiring, because, I think the fans in spring training, you probably hear it on your show, and I definitely saw it at the ballpark and from my followers and my readers. Like, I think people wanted to be excited about this team, and they've kind of just, thrown water all over that for 31 games. So I don't know what the exact answer is here, but basically just like find a way, I think, to be more entertaining in May, even though it's a very tough schedule.
Yeah, we certainly do hear it on this show. People not afraid to express their opinions, as you know. Alex, thank you so much for the perspective and insight. We appreciate it, and look forward to doing this again soon.
Yeah, anytime.
All right. He is Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area. Does such a great job. And the Giants Talk podcast, absolutely a must listen. He and Cole Kuiper do really good work together. So we'll definitely pop that in tomorrow when I head out for my run. Looking forward to that. And looking forward to talking more Giants baseball with you after this break. I think Alex kind of gave us a good jumping off point there. And it's the fact that this team looks all too similar to the one that we saw last season. And the team that we saw in August and September specifically, that was such a letdown, that felt like it wasn't athletic enough to compete with other teams out there, that was so pitching dependent. And if the offense didn't score 3 runs or 4 runs, and that was most games, it felt like in August and September, then the Giants didn't have a shot. If the Giants fell behind early, you could call the game over. It just felt like after the trade deadline, this team lost so much momentum. And that's why I think, the change from Gabe Kapler to Bob Melvin, that was supposed to, spark a fire in the organization. And all of the free agent additions that the Giants made, from Jung-Hoo Lee at the beginning of the offseason to Blake Snell at the very end of spring training, they were supposed to change the identity of this team. And so far, Alex just said it. It has felt a lot like 2023, and the Giants need to change that. They need to figure out a way to get one of these guys hot, to bring a different feel to Oracle Park the next time that this team is home against the Cincinnati Reds and the Los Angeles Dodgers. Whether that's stringing a few 6-7 run performances together, whether that's Jung-Hoo Lee or Jorge Soler getting hot, I don't know what the ultimate solution is, but would love to hear your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR is the number. What's the one thing that you want to see from the San Francisco Giants in the month of May? The one thing that would make you a believer in this team again and excited about Giants baseball? Because I think that even after today's win, it's still tough to feel like the Giants are headed in the right direction. They've been hovering 2 games under 500, it feels like, for the better part of 2 weeks, give or take a game or 2 on either side of that, but they just have not been able to string together some momentum. They've not been able to put together entertaining, compelling performances. So when we come back, 415-808-KNBR is the number. Your calls, the one thing you want to see the Giants do different in the month of May. I'm Kerry Crowley. This is Sports Zone KNBR. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
is Sports Phone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
0-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So Wong down on strikes, and that is the 5th strikeout for Harrison. So 5 strikeouts and 4 walks. Walks and strikeouts. It can take a lot of pitches to get either one.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening. Thanks to Alex Pavlovich of NBC Sports Bay Area for stopping by, talking Giants with us. What's the one thing you want to see the Giants change in the month of May? The one thing that would make you believe in this team again. Is there something that the Giants can change? 415-808-KNBR is the number. Got a few texts on the line right now. I want to see the Giants have a starting left fielder that's an all-star. This is coming from 415. I sat in the bleachers for 15 years and left field and watched somebody new every stinking year. Even the World Series years had a new person every single year. Michael Conforto. He's going to be not on the roster next year. And the guys in the farm system right now, Luis Matos, Wade Meckler, Elliot Ramos, none of them project to me like they're going to be all-star left fielders. Maybe Matos is that guy. He's still very young, but I don't think that the bat will ever get to that level. I think that he's probably an average major league talent, maybe above average, but all-star caliber, I don't know. We will have a little bit to go before we find out because he's scuffling down at AAA right now. Another 415 texter, let Austin Slater go and find a better hitter to platoon and back up Mike Yastrzemski when he needs a rest. Okay, I think that is something the Giants legitimately could change this month. I do think that there's a possibility that Austin Slater is losing his grip on a roster spot, especially when you pinch hit him today and he goes down on 3 strikes. That's his job, is to come in and get hits against left-handed pitching. That has not happened thus far. So let's go out to the phone lines. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's head out to Ben in Southern California. Ben in SoCal, you're on Sports Phone. Ben, how's it going this evening?
It's going well. I think the one thing that I've noticed that's a problem with the Giants that they could work on that might help them get better is just better at-bats up and down the lineup. I've been noticing a lot of swings and misses, in particularly Soler and Chapman.
Yeah.
Swinging and missing or even striking out, looking, and that's really embarrassing to see. I've heard some people freaking out about Jung-Hoo Lee. I'm not particularly worried about him because he's constantly making hard contact, and I think at some point he'll probably break through, hopefully sooner rather than later. But the swings and misses and the striking out looking, that's got to change. That's something they need to grind their at-bats more and not be gone in 3 pitches or less, or not be gone on the swings and misses so much. They need to really drive up the pitch count of opposing pitchers and really make them work at the very least.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with that. But, Ben, there's been this fine balance this season, and the Giants have not struck it at all, where they're taking pitches down the middle and swinging at pitches outside the strike zone. And so you'd like to drive up pitch counts. You'd like to see these starters exiting games earlier against them. But it feels like every starter's been able to get deep by getting strike one over, and I do feel like they need to be more aggressive early in counts. We saw that a little bit today against the Red Sox right-hander, but I do think that one of the things that the Giants should change is, especially for Matt Chapman and Jorge Soler, who are still really struggling, swing the bat early in counts, because late in counts, they're leaving the strike zone, and that's not acceptable.
Right.
All right. Thank you for the call, Ben. Appreciate your thoughts here. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Got a few more texts rolling in, but priority will stay with the phone lines for now. Shu in Santa Rosa. Shu in Santa Rosa, you're on Sports Phone. How's it going this evening, Shu?
Mr. Crowd.
I knew it was coming.
Good, man. Hey, you know what? I don't want to it's like you guys are reading my mind. Okay, I haven't called in. I listen to the radio. You guys 2 hours a day. But look, man, our approach at the plate is like we're down 2-1 and it's the 8th inning. These guys are taking pus right down the middle, right? All these pitchers. I mean, the other pitchers, other teams, other pitchers for the other team, they know to throw a curveball 60% of the time, change up in the dirt, whatever. We're going to swing at it. But they always pump us a first pitch right down the middle, just something to say, hey, and we're sitting there like, hey, we got to pass the baton. And I agree with you fully. All these guys need to get up. They need to think about getting off on the first pitch, have some aggression to it. And you know what? Yeah, work the pitch count, try to get these tough pitchers out. But everyone's trying to get over that first pitch. And on us, it's working tremendously. I've watched almost every single game this year, every at-bat and every pitch. And it just, we're timid out there. It's like they're scared to get up there and swing the bat. And when they do, it's because they've been motivated by something else, right? So, I don't know. That's the other caller before me. I agree with them on that, and I also agree with what you said on that too, man.
Cool. Thank you for the call, Shu. Always appreciate hearing from you. And just building off of that point, I thought the first inning was interesting today because you saw Jung-Hoo Lee step up, swing at the first pitch, and drive a ball deep to right center field. A ball that would have been out in a few ballparks, would have been a leadoff home run, probably at Oracle Park it would have, and he gets nothing for it. Second pitch of the game, Jorge Soler again shows aggression, but he pops out. And then the Giants are down, 2 outs, 2 pitches into the ball game, and all of a sudden that swing early, be aggressive approach where, Jung-Hoo Lee's situation in most ballparks would have at least been an extra base hit, if not a home run. I think that, that's just tough luck today. And I hope that doesn't preclude them from swinging early in counts later on this weekend against the Philadelphia Phillies, because this Philly staff is no joke. Their bullpen has not been good. And so you drive up the pitch count of these starters. That's probably the goal, is to take a few pitches. But I think that the goal might need to change a little bit for this Giants offense to produce up to its capabilities, because so far it has been a rough go for the Giants at the plate this season. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We're headed out to Chris in Sonoma. Chris in Sonoma, you're on Sports Phone. Chris, how's it going this evening?
Well, good evening. Thanks for taking my call. How are you?
Of course. Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight, Chris?
I just love the way you pose your questions, because it stimulates some really good discussion. I'm in agreement with you on more aggressiveness at bat. It seems to me like maybe there's too much analysis of what to expect from a pitcher in a certain situation, rather than looking for a particular pitch that they can do some damage with.
Yeah, that's a good thought.
Slater, I really like how he's been a productive part-time player, but here's what really irked me, and we all saw it coming in spring training. Despite the fact that it was spring training, Luis Matos was probably their best hitter for that month of spring training.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think he drove in the most runs, which is kind of the idea behind hitting. Yeah. Right now they're 3 runs in a cloud of dust, and I think it sent the wrong message to the team that a young kid could have a very productive spring and not earn a roster spot simply because some other guy had an arbitrated contract. And right now, I feel bad for Slater, but this is the major leagues, and it's all about production. I really think it's time to cut that tie with Austin Slater and bring Matos up. I don't think they can bring Matos and Ramos up. I'd love to see Ramos get an extended stay, but he'll get part-time basis, and who will they send down in his spot? But I think those are 2 things that have to happen. And then the caller before talking about aggressive in the box, I really like the fact that Lee almost knocked that ball out of the park. I just think they're overthinking it.
Yeah.
In their approach to the opposing pitcher. You're right on top of it, Kerry. So those are my thoughts. But it's boring, man. It's boring baseball.
Well, yeah, it is. It is. I appreciate the phone call, Chris. Thank you for your thoughts here. And, talking about that Slater-Matos dilemma, I really do think that since spring training, now that we've played a month of baseball, it has become a Slater-Ramos dilemma for the San Francisco Giants. Luis Matos went down to AAA Sacramento, and he went cold early in the season. And he's still just 22 years old. I think he has an incredibly bright future ahead of him. But Elliot Ramos is the guy with the highest OPS on that AAA Sacramento team. He is the guy who fills the role of being a right-handed hitting platoon outfielder who crushes lefties. And the longer this goes on with Austin Slater, the more the Giants have to at least consider finding a way to get Elliot Ramos on this roster, because they've made it relatively clear that they don't want Mike Yastrzemski taking every at-bat against left-handed pitchers, and I think it's pretty clear that at this point in his career, Mike Yastrzemski is better against righties, and right field could be a platoon for the Giants. It's a question of, do they have the right platoon player in there right now? And I said it from spring training, and I'll say it again, I wanted Elliot Ramos on this roster. I don't think this front office has given him enough of an opportunity at the big league level. So we will continue to see. We got time for, I believe, one more call before this commercial break. Let's go to Ramon in Santa Rosa. Ramon in Santa Rosa, you're on Sports Phone. Ramon, how's it going this evening?
Hey, how you doing tonight?
Oh, doing well on my end. What's on your mind?
Hey, okay, I was going to tell you something. I'm tired of listening to KNBR, to Dave Fleming, when Fleming is saying, oh, this guy is hitting the ball hard, but he's 0 for 4, but he's hitting the ball 140 miles an hour, when the average is only 220.
Yeah. Hey, look, we all want to see hits fall, but Dave's right, and it's part of his job to assess the team from the perspective of, hey, if this ball is hit hard, in most ballparks it's fallen for a hit. In most situations, it's considered a good at bat. I remember going back to like 2008, watching Benji Molina, and it was maybe one of the most frustrating experiences I had as a fan growing up, because he used to hit the ball incredibly hard, and he'd be robbed at the warning track all the time. And you'd say, at some point, some of these hits are going to fall, and they did for him. They eventually did during the second half of a season, and you hope that happens for Jung Hoo Lee, because he's hitting the ball really, really well right now, Ramon. And if he stops hitting the ball well, then I'd have some trouble. Then I'd have an idea that, okay, maybe he's not the guy that the Giants signed him to be. But I still think that over 162 games, you're going to see this guy pick up his hits.
Hey, why do we have to know if the guy is hitting the ball hard? Or why do we need to know that, oh, this guy hit the ball 400 feet over the fence? In the late 80s, we didn't have that data. We didn't care about that, knowing that,
Here's what I'll tell you. Here's the perspective that I'll try to give you on this. No one hit the ball harder than Barry Bonds when he played. No one hit the ball farther than Barry Bonds when he played. You want guys who hit the ball hard. You want guys who hit the ball far. The Giants have had a few guys who've hit the ball really hard, but not far enough. And it's an indicator when you hit the ball hard that you're locked in at the plate and that you're going to get hits. And so if you're hitting the ball soft and you get a few ground balls through the infield, it's lucky. But if you hit the ball hard over 162 games, you're going to be a better hitter than the other hitters. That's why that information is given to you. Because back in the day, the guys who you remember as having great counting stats, they also hit the ball harder than anyone. That stat just wasn't available.
Yeah, but do you remember Rod Carew or Luis Aparicio or Pete Rose? Those guys didn't have to hit the ball hard.
But they did hit the ball hard. They did hit the ball really hard. Pete Rose hit the ball very hard.
Yeah, another thing that I want to say, how come this, the new pitcher now, they cannot go over 5 innings?
Yeah, that's where we'll find some common ground. That's where we'll find some common ground here, Ramon. I appreciate the call. Thank you for your time. I think that the way that pitchers are brought up right now, only facing a lineup 2 times through in the minor leagues and really preserving their pitch count, it's clear it's not working. Everyone's trying to maximize velocity. Everyone is trying to throw the ball 100 miles an hour instead of dialing it back just a little bit, like we've seen with Jordan Hicks this season, what he's done so effectively. I even think that Kyle Harrison and Keaton Winn have dialed it back effectively. But I think that you need to figure out a way to get these pitchers going deeper into ball games, and that's on baseball as an industry. It's not just on the San Francisco Giants. It's not just manager to manager. It's on baseball as an industry to figure that one out. So when we come back, more calls on the San Francisco Giants. I see Gary on the line. You'll be first off the list. See a few other people dialing us up right now, and we got some texters to get to as well. So you're listening to Sports Zone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging with you until 9 o'clock here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Chris Mad Dog Russo joined Giants pregame on NBC Sports Bay Area and said the Giants are lacking a great player. Do you agree with Mad Dog? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
This is Giants baseball. Nothing like it.
There's a long drive to right. It's headed for the bay.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, a Cumulus media station. Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling. Live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's the 0-2. It is line to center field. Here comes Lee. He will make a dive, and he makes a catch. Jung-Hoo Lee, what a play. And maybe as much emotion as we've seen from him all year. I think the frustration of not catching the pop-up. He slammed his bare hand into the grass after making that catch. What a play by Jung-Hoo Lee. That saved a run and helps Harrison get through the fourth.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening. Giants lose their first two in Boston, but pick up the win today. 3-1 by Kyle Harrison. Going 5 strong, just 1 run allowed, and then the Giants bullpen shutting the door. It was Ryan Walker to Eric Miller. What a 7th inning he had. Tyler Rogers in the 8th, and Camilo Doval in the 9th. The Giants, though, just 15-17 through their first 32 games. Clearly, something has to change for this team. What's the one thing you would like to see change moving forward? Got a nice text from the 415 during the break. In May, the Giants should get some winning streaks going. Yeah, I think so. I think that is something that every fan would like to see right now. We're headed out to the phone lines. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Gary out in Hayward. Gary in Hayward, you're on Sports Phone. Gary, how's it going this evening?
Hey, first-time caller, long-time listener. I got
best words in the radio industry.
I just wanted to give you my opinion or my outlook on what's going on. I think they need to get rid of Slater. They need to get rid of Solar. And they need to get rid of Murphy. That's the 3 players I could think of. And they need to change their approach at the plate. Even back in Little League, they taught you to protect the plate when you get 2 strikes.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seems they're going up there wailing, trying to hit home runs. What they need to do is level out their swing, stick the bat on the ball, hit it a little dink and donks out of the infield, and especially when you got runners in scoring position. Quit trying to swing for the fence. I don't know, I heard somewhere the coach told Willie Mays quit swinging for the fence and swing for average, and they end up going to the World Series. So it's really frustrating to watch when I played enough baseball to know that all you got to do is keep your eyes open, stick the bat out, and make contact. Stop with the uppercut swing and trying to hit the ball 500 feet or whatever, because your chances of hitting the ball goes way down when you have an uppercut. What you need is a level swing, and don't swing so hard. Just put the bat on the ball. Quit trying to hit home runs. And the pitchers need to keep an eye on when you get a guy on base. Seems like they're just ignoring them and letting them steal bases.
Okay,
And,
I see where you're going here, Gary. Thank you for the call. And next week, the Giants will return home to Oracle Park on Thursday evening. And actually, I think it's Friday evening they return home. And I don't know that they'll need a new hitting coach by then. But what you just said, you might be down in the dugout next Friday evening with that sage advice to keep your eye on the ball there for the San Francisco Giants. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's go out to our friend Yogi in Walnut Creek. Yogi in Walnut Creek, always a pleasure to have Yogi on. Yogi, how are you this evening?
I'm doing great, Gary. So I'm not qualified to, say what the Giants should do to turn this thing around. I actually think it turned around today. I can only worry about myself. There was something I was doing that I believe was hurting the Giants. And that is, so 2 years, 14 days ago, something happened. And it convinced me that Dave Fleming was jinxing the Giants. Now, my rational brain enjoys David. He was always a talisman. That Matt Latos pitch into his windshield was actually helped the Giants. So, but Anyway, I'm just letting my rational mind take over. I'm letting go of superstitions. I don't think Dave's a jinx. But yesterday it came to a head when they brought his brother on to do that play-by-play. I still have fingernail marks on my steering wheel. I was so upset. But today, I actually forgot the game was on. I missed the game until the ninth inning. I turned it on, and it's all good. A beautiful, beautiful day.
Yeah. Hey, the Giants may have turned it around today, and if they did, it was because Kyle Harrison takes the ball when they absolutely needed a pitcher to get through 5 innings, Yogi, and he didn't have his best stuff. He walks 5. It was a tight strike zone, but I think you learn a lot about a kid when they don't have their best stuff and they're still able to grind through and pick up the team, and he did today. That's what the Giants needed.
Yep. It's all good. Wynn, Harrison, and Hicks, and Logan Webb. And I think when they call up Black, it's going to be smooth sailing. And in fact, when Snell gets back, I hope he has 3 or 4 great starts, and then they trade him to the Yankees, who wanted him to begin with, and do that.
There you go. Thank you for the call, Yogi. Appreciate your time this evening. I want to go back to what our caller a few callers ago, Gary and Hayward, said about the changes the Giants need to make. Because I posed this question for the audience. What, in your mind, is the one thing the Giants need to do in the month of May that's different from what you saw in March and April? What's the one thing this organization needs to do to capture your attention, to play more entertaining ball, to start moving up in the National League standings? What can they do? We've had a wide variety of responses. A number of people say, hey, Austin Slater's had enough of a runway. The Giants need to consider changing that. They need to consider changing their right field platoon, bringing up Elliot Ramos or Luis Matos, giving a different look there. A few callers ago, we had Gary say the Giants need to get rid of Jorge Soler and Tom Murphy alongside Slater. Just for perspective, if they did that, it'd be $50 million in dead money. Jorge Soler is not going anywhere. And he hit the ball hard this week. I'm of the belief there's still adjustments to be made with his swing. He certainly has not been good with runners on base. In fact, he's been a huge letdown with runners on base. But I do think that Soler is someone who can turn this around. And Tom Murphy's the backup catcher. Backup catchers in Major League Baseball usually hit around 200. They hit about 10 home runs a season, and it's very difficult to distinguish between the really good ones and the mediocre to bad ones. You're just not changing your team overnight with a backup catcher. So to say that Tom Murphy needs to go, I, again, don't agree with that. But I do think that there are a number of things that our texters and callers have brought up tonight that the Giants must adapt to. 510 with a really good text here. The Giants must realize that the game has changed. They need speed and aggressiveness on the base paths that puts pressure on opposing pitchers, which usually results in better pitches to hit. I 100% agree with this assessment. I think that the Giants, for the last 10 years, have struggled with speed and have struggled with aggressiveness on the base paths because, as I said last night at the end of the show, they simply have not produced homegrown talent from the inside. And here's the difference between free agent talent that you acquire via trades, and homegrown talent that comes through your organization. Guys who are 23, 24, 25 years old who come up and make their major league debuts, who are homegrown products drafted and developed in your farm system, they are, generally speaking, far more athletic than the players who are available at 30, 31, 32 in free agency. You're just not going to find base stealers and above average base runners on the free agent market because in most players' case, they're stealing bases early in their careers. You know, there are the outliers. Trey Turner, who still steals bases at a very high clip at this point in his career. There's a number of players around baseball who are still effective base stealers at 30, 31, 32. But for the most part, when you have to build your roster in free agency and trades, like the Giants did, like they did last night when they did not have a single homegrown position player on their starting 9 lineup card, you're not going to be very fast. And so that change needs to come from within. You can't go out and suddenly acquire a bunch of players with speed. The Giants did their best to try to get above average base runners this offseason with Matt Chapman and Jung-Hoo Lee, guys who at least know their way around the base paths. But you're not going to find someone who's going to steal you 30 bags in free agency, and very rarely through a trade. So it needs to be something that the organization looks at in the draft, that the organization preaches at the lower level of the minor leagues, that the organization coaches into these players. how to maximize their abilities on the base pass. I completely agree with that assessment. 510. 650 adding the Giants ranked 21st in runs scored, 26th in stolen bases, bottom in bullpen ERA. I think the bullpen will be better over the course of the season. I don't think that the stolen base numbers will get better. I think they'll be a bottom 5 team in stolen bases this year, and that is not a good place to be. Let's go out to Omar in San Mateo. Omar in San Mateo, you're on Sports Phone. Omar, how's it going this evening?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Oh, doing well on my end. Omar, what's on your mind?
Okay, so I want to talk about Tom Murphy here, just talking about.
Yeah, let's do it.
I don't think that his problem is the hitting, because you said that you can't expect a backup catcher, to be a good hitter. But his problem back there is the framing. We're losing runners. We're losing runs. We're losing strikes every time he's behind the plate. And I think that's a real issue.
Yeah. No, I do agree with you there. His defense just isn't as good. And the standard is Patrick Bailey right now, who's a Gold Glover. And it's hard to live up to that because Bailey is so good at stealing strikes. But you'd like Murphy to be a little bit better defensively. And I don't know that I haven't looked at the advanced numbers right now, but I did notice that in last night's ball game. There were just a few pitches that felt like they could have been framed up, Omar. And so I agree. The challenge is the Giants, again, don't have anyone coming through their farm system who's pushing to be a backup catcher or an everyday player at that position. It's a barren farm system when it comes to the catcher position.
Yeah. Well, I was looking at the stats the other day, and he's like bottom in the league with framing runs.
Yeah.
And
it doesn't surprise me.
I'm thinking anybody's better than him.
Yeah, the challenge for the Giants here, Omar, is they're not going to replace a guy who they signed to a 2-year deal in the first 2 months of the season. Maybe if Murphy really struggles defensively and they get to a point in July, August, where they can think about the backup catcher and trade for a different one, that would be possible. Right now, they're kind of stuck as is. That's just not something. He's like the 23rd, 24th, 25th man on this roster that they think about on a daily basis, and they're going to ride Patrick Bailey as long as they can because he has star-level potential at that position.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for the call. Appreciate your thoughts and good analysis. Appreciate you chiming in here. Let's go out to our friend Oni in Hawaii. Oni in Hawaii, you're on Sports Phone again. How's it going this evening, Oni?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Good on my end. What's on your mind tonight?
Okay. Well, listening tonight, I've never felt worse after winning a game. I mean, it's like. We won the game, but we're not. We're looking at the future as being kind of torn up. And I was very positive yesterday when I called. I talked to you, and I do want to clear up one thing that we talked about yesterday. You're absolutely correct about Wisely, and I went and checked my stats right after I talked to you, and he hit 3 home runs in the last 3 days.
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah, he's cracking, and he's cracking tonight. He just hit a single, I think. I think why don't you bring him up and give him a shot, because he does play the outfield too. He's hitting right now. He's hitting better than Matos, and he's close to what Ramos is hitting, and he's more versatile. You can put this guy in the outfield. You can put this guy in the infield. Try him out. Let's see if he sparks the team. I think Schmidt is the better choice in the long run, though, because I'd love to see. I'd love to see Schmidt in the infield. He's just awesome. He's got that gun, and he's just awesome out there. Talking about what we do with the team, last year Estrada did a really good job batting in the 2 slot, and we don't see him there this year. I think that you should put him back up there, and that's where he should produce. And you went out and bought a number 1 hitter. You got Jung-Hoo to take the 1 spot, and I think they should put Wade in the 3rd spot, put Soler in the 4th spot, see what happens. Okay. and that's just my guess. Yesterday I had said don't trade the fielding guys for batting guys. Well, yeah. Okay, yeah. If we're going to trade them, let's get rid of them. Okay. So the problem with that is with the outfielders, there's no good outfielders in the minor leagues. They're sufficient. They're sufficient, and they come with bats. But you're going to be scoring runs, and you're going to be giving up runs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a dilemma they're going to face all season long, Oni.
I think it's going to be longer than a season because the way that you guys were talking earlier, and I did miss Alex's thing. I'll catch up to that later. But it's the minor leagues. They're doing really good. I mean, they're playing good ball, but there's like you said, there's no standouts.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the call and good stuff. Thank you for the update.
I got one more. Wait.
Oh yeah. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Okay, yeah, I think we could spark it up if we can at the trade deadline. This is what I was hoping for last year, not last year's league, but looking at this year from the winter, was at the trade deadline. If we could get Julio Rodriguez and Lourdes Gurriel, I think that would really help the team. And the last thing is Soler will hit the glove this year with a home run.
I love the bold optimism of the Jorge Soler hitting the glove, Oni. Thank you for that call. Statistically speaking, it may be impossible for someone to hit the glove out in left field during a major league game. I'm not sure a ball has ever been hit that far. Julio Rodriguez, hey, love the idea. You'd probably have to give up Kyle Harrison, Marco Luciano, and maybe another top prospect to get that deal done. And I don't think the Mariners are going to be in the business of trading a guy who looks to be the face of their franchise for the next decade or so, even though he hasn't necessarily gotten off to the start that he wanted this year in Seattle. Definitely more things to debate here on Sports Phone KNBR. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Got some good texts in as well. We'll keep this discussion rolling. What's the one thing that you want to see change for the San Francisco Giants during the month of May? What must they do differently to keep you interested, to keep you entertained, and ultimately to climb above 500? Let's hear it on the other side. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sports phone KNBR keeps rolling right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
Swing and a ground ball to the right side and into right field, a base hit. Coming in to score, Bailey, and going around to third, Chapman. And the Giants have gone back ahead 2-1.
415-808-KNBR is the number. Sports phone KNBR rolls on until 9 o'clock here this evening. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you, breaking down this 3-1 Giants win over the Boston Red Sox today. The Giants headed to Philly for a 4-game set against the red-hot Philadelphia Phillies. It's going to be a tough one. It does not get any easier for a Giants team that has underperformed so far, 15-17 on the season, not meeting any of our expectations. And even after a win, you still feel like there's a lot of room for improvement for this offense. So the question right now, what's the one thing you would like to see the Giants change in the month of May? What's the one thing that will get you excited about this Giants team? Brent in Walnut Creek, you're on Sports Phone. Brent, how's it going this evening?
Jerry, how are you this evening?
Doing well. Always better when we hear your voice. What's going on, Brent?
Well, I know there's only so much time that we have, Kerry. Otherwise, we could go through a lot of things that
we could be here till 9 o'clock.
See differently with the San Francisco Giants. I don't want to just restate the obvious of things that we've certainly kind of been rehashing of, they need to hit better. They need to score more runs. Their relief pitching needs to get better. I mean, that's obvious. I mean, I'm sorry, when you score 4 runs a game and you give up 4.7, you're going to have a hard time winning a lot of games. It's like the Giants are like watching a pro golfer having to make a 10-footer for par all the time.
That's a really good analogy.
It's really hard to sustain a round of golf when you're chipping out of the rough and you've got to make a 20-footer or you and every now and then I just want them to hit the ball down the middle on the green and 2-putt and get out of there with a victory. But when you have, unfortunately, the roster that they've had, and I think we can say this has been for the last really 10 years, if you throw out a year with an anomaly, they don't have the talent and the depth to be able to make a mistake in a game and hope their field goal kicker wins it for them in the end. They just don't. I know they wanted to go out and get more athletic, get younger, get more power, and you can have all the we want to go do this in the world, but unless you actually are able to accomplish it, you're going to kind of be doing the same thing that you've been doing. They didn't get younger. I mean, I guess you could say their center fielder, Jung-Hoo Lee, and I think Jung-Hoo Lee is going to be an all-star.
I really do. One day, I do.
But what's tough about the Giants, and I think this has really been the case, is they don't have an identity. I don't know really who is my team. I mean, back when Barry was here, it was Barry and the Bombers. We hit the ball out of the park. We would just beat you up. Then we had, Buster, Brandon, and the boys, right? From Buster Posey and the Brandons, we had Matt Cain and Timmy Lincecum. We were pitching. We had some identity. But kind of since that's kind of tapered off and we try to hold on to what was an identity, with Buster and the Brandons, we've kind of been wallowing around trying to figure out who we are. Are we a power hitting team? Well, we're not that. Are we a knock at singles and steal bases and manufacture runs? No, not really that. Are we a pitching and defense team? Well, in theory, we're supposed to be, but I think our defense efficiency is towards the bottom in the entire National League. I think we're in the bottom 5.
Yep.
And so, the thing I'd like to see, and again, it's somewhat of a pipe dream, I feel like a little bit, is an identity. And I want to be able to turn on the TV and say, I can't wait to see what Jung-Hil Lee does today. I can't wait to see. I mean, if the height of my excitement, the height of my go team, and again, I love me some Patrick Bailey. Again, another guy that's going to be an all-star. But if it's Patrick Bailey coming to the plate in the 9th inning, hoping he's going to duplicate the rabbit out of the hat again, that's a long season. That is a long season to have to do that, and we've been doing that, really for the last 10 years. And that, I think, is what's most frustrating. And so it's not just going and getting a Shohei, but that are people like that. And maybe Jung-Hil Lee will be that guy. Maybe I think the reality is we don't know who that guy is because we don't have him. We don't have an Ellie De La Cruz that you're going to be like, oh, my God, did you see what that guy did today? He literally could have had 2 inside the park home. We don't have a Ronald Acuna. We don't have a Mookie Betts. We don't have a Vlad Guerrero Jr. or a Bo Bichette. We don't have anyone that you go, I can't wait to see this guy. Kyle Harrison, love him. Logan Webb, love him. I think Jung-Hil Lee, again, I think it's going to be an all-star, and Pat Bailey. But, that's what we need. That's what the fans want. And that's what, is going to make this Giants propel to the next level. Is it Ramos?
I am right there with you, Brent. I'm right there with you. Thank you for the call. I think that you speak for so many fans in saying you just want the player who provides the electricity that makes you watch every single night. And it doesn't have to be a superstar acquired from the outside like the guys that the Giants have tried to go and get every offseason since about 2015 when it was the John Lester pursuit, then the Giancarlo Stanton pursuit, the Bryce Harper pursuit, the Ohtani Part 1. Then you had then you have Ohtani Part 2, Aaron Judge mixed in there. It never ends, but the reality is all the players that our friend Brent just listed, pretty much all are superstars in the organizations that drafted and developed them. And that's the challenge for the Giants. The last 10 years, the Giants have not drafted and developed a young, athletic position player who's a superstar, who can go out and steal 30 bases and hit 20 home runs. And almost all the players that he listed have the capability to bring eyeballs to the ballpark every night and have people be fixated on their every move on the diamond because they're so fun to watch. And the Giants haven't had that. And yes, Patrick Bailey can become that. I think in a way he's becoming that, but the catcher position's a little bit different. You have to be really locked in to appreciate the framing that Patrick Bailey offers. And he's not stealing bags on a daily basis. And the hitting's a little inconsistent. It's a little hot and cold. You want to see them have a shortstop of the future who plays the position for 10 years and who just lights up the game. You want to see them have an outfielder who fixes the left field problem for this team, and they haven't had that. So 415-808-KNBR is the number. Rick in Novato, you're on Sports Phone. Rick, how's it going this evening?
Okay, Gary, thanks for taking my call.
Of course. What's on your mind tonight?
So, you can talk about a million things that we should be doing better, but you're talking about one thing that I like to see, at least with the team we got, because we're not going to go get all these players. Everyone wants this, that. We're not going to go get them. But one thing I'd like to see is I would love to see Fitzgerald at the top of the order because he's got wheels. As they say, speed has no slump. And Lee is a great player, but he's not really, in a lot of ways, I see him as a two-hole hitter.
Okay, yeah.
He doesn't hit it. He won't hit into a lot of double plays. He hits the ball hard, and and if you get Fitzgerald on, you got a guy behind him that can hit him around. And this, like you said, let's try to get some runs going. Let's put a little pressure on their pitching and on their defense. And if you can only do one thing, I don't know how good of an outfielder he's going to be, but he's going to be good enough, and he's got to hit better than Yaz is hitting. So At least that puts some pressure on the team. It's one small change, but let's put some speed out there, and I think you'll see Lee hit. He'll hit a lot of runs in for you other than the 2-hole.
Yeah. No, I really like this idea, Rick, in that the days that Tyler Fitzgerald's on the field, and maybe it's tomorrow, they might need to give Nick Ahmed a break because the bat hasn't been there. You put him at shortstop, you put him in the leadoff spot, and you see what happens by putting pressure on your opponent. I really like that call. And Jung-Hoo Lee hitting in the 2-hole, he's making contact. And I think that, good things happen when you put the ball in play, and the defense has to, change its formation a little bit. You go double play depth up the middle, outfielders move around a little bit. When Jung-Hoo Lee's at the plate and there's a runner on base, I'm all for it. And let's hear one more change you'd like to see with this lineup, because I'm digging the top 2 that you've come up with.
Yeah, one more change. I'm trying to think about that. I only was kind of thinking about one. And I think part of it, too, is we do have to be a little patient. I mean, it is – I know we're 32 games in, and, they're kind of lucky that the West is, except for the Dodgers aren't, nobody is going like crazy. And I think – I am a firm believer of Chapman. I was so glad when they got him. I think his hitting will come around. His defense is phenomenal. And, he's going to hit enough long balls. And I think he just has to relax a little bit better, more. And I think with a lot of the Giants, just kind of let the game come to him, listen to Yaz's grandfather the other day. You're going to have slumps, man. And you got to, I think Bomel's going to get these guys rolling. And, we don't have forever, but you got to just let it kind of seek its own level, and it'll get there. There's enough talent. I mean, we're not the Dodgers, but we've got enough players that will get there, Yeah.
No, good call. Good call. I appreciate your perspective. Good insight, and I like that top 2 idea for the order, so thank you for that there, Rick. Tyler Fitzgerald is a leadoff guy when he plays. Put speed on the bases, put some pressure on your opponent early. It's the least the Giants can do right now to spice things up with this lineup and make it a little bit more entertaining. So maybe Bob Melvin will try that in Philadelphia instead of putting Fitzgerald down in the 8 or the 9 slot in the order, which is where he's been when he's gotten that sporadic playing time. I'm Kerry Crowley, the show Sports Phone KNBR. More Giants talk on the other side. Your calls when we come back. You're listening. KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2 strikes to count, and there's a swing. There's a liner into left center field. On the move to his left, Refsnyder back near the warning track, makes the catch. Jagging up at third, Chapman, he will score easily. And a great recovery there by Ahmed after falling behind 2 quick strikes. And he gets the runner home from third. 3-1 Giants.
It's May 2nd, and it's time to celebrate some sacrifice flies. Welcome back to Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock. We're halfway home this evening. Giants win at 3-1, and that's the way this offense has been going of late. You'll take a sac fly when you can get one. It was ugly on Tuesday night. The Giants did not score against the Red Sox. On Wednesday, they pick up 2 runs in kind of the what I termed last night the black hole game. Anytime that Blake Snell's turn has come up in the rotation, whether it be before he was healthy enough to pitch for the Giants this season and after he went on the injured list and while he was ineffective for the Giants have just gotten crushed in those games. Dalton Jeffrey started yesterday, or didn't start, but was the bulk innings pitcher, was not able to give the Giants as much bulk as they needed in a 6-2 loss, and that was the most competitive loss they've had in that turn through the rotation. So to win today's game, you'll play a sac fly. You'll play that highlight. If you've got thoughts on the one thing the Giants need to change, please do dial us up right now. 415-808-KNBR is the number. The phone lines are wide open. We've cleared everyone out. We've had some great perspective from people. And I think the number one concern on the minds of most fans right now, is what to do with Austin Slater, the longest tenured member of the San Francisco Giants, someone who has been, in the past, a very effective platoon outfielder for this team, has smashed lefties, has homered off Clayton Kershaw, has done productive things at the plate, but this season, he just hasn't done it at all. This season, he's 3 for 30? Something of that nature, with another strikeout today in a spot where he was called off the bench to pinch hit for Mike Yastrzemski, who'd already homered. The opportunities at the beginning of the season weren't there because the Giants faced so many right-handers at the outset of this season, but despite having limited opportunities, Slater just has not looked comfortable at the plate so far this season. It's been really rough for the Giants to not get the production they've needed. And over the last 2 weeks, statistically speaking, Mike Yastrzemski has been really the best hitter on this Giants team. Over the last 2 weeks, Mike Yastrzemski has completely picked it up and turned around his season after a brutal start where the Giants were getting nothing out of their right field platoon. And so what do they do with Slater? Is Elliot Ramos forcing his way into the picture? Earlier this afternoon, Farhan Zaidi was on with Tolbert and Copes. The Giants president of baseball operations had this to say about Ramos and his work down at AAA Sacramento.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's matured a lot. You know, we had some conversations with him last year. He got a couple of opportunities early in the season, and when we sent him down, he said, hey, what do I have to do to get back up here? He said, look, if you look at what he did in AAA in 2022, and I think he might have been there some in 21, but certainly in 22, he said, look, you've got to be the best hitter on that team in Sacramento, and you've got to really stand out both on paper and when we watch the game. Like, this guy is head and shoulders above the competition. And he hadn't done that. And then he went down there and he did it, and he's continuing to do it now. So I think the maturity of, hey, what do I have to do? Asking the question, then going out and backing it up. That's what we like to see from our young guys. So he's definitely working his way into the picture.
Working his way into the picture. I think Giants fans would like him to be in the picture right now. I think that folks would feel a lot more comfortable about the state of the right field platoon if Elliot Ramos was that guy. Because during spring training, I saw someone who looked a lot more comfortable and at ease at the plate. And since going down to AAA Sacramento, he has done nothing but rake. Against left-handed pitchers, he's hitting nearly 500 with 3 home runs on the season in limited opportunities. But that's a way that the Giants could help this offense. And I know that we're talking about one platoon right now. We're talking about one half of the platoon that, it's been 30 at-bats for Slater so far this season. 30 at-bats aren't changing the course of the Giants season. It's not turning a 14-17 team headed into today and flipping that into a 17-14 team or a 15-17 team that they are now. I think that there are other big picture issues at play, but that's one the Giants might address soon. And I don't know when that decision is coming, but if the Giants are facing left-handers this weekend against Philadelphia, and I know that Ranger Suarez is on that staff, he's been really tough, it is on Slater to start producing for this team and put the team on his back for a win to help solidify that position that Ramos seems to be creeping up on for the San Francisco Giants. You're concerned about other positions too. Matt Chapman has not been the offensive player the Giants signed him to be. Jorge Soler not producing with runners on base. Those are much bigger concerns right now. You look at the shortstop position where Nick Ahmed's production has just fallen off a cliff. And yes, he's playing great defense. There was the play today in the 8th inning going to his right deep in the hole at Fenway Park and just the incredible throw over to first base. He reminds you every day how valuable it is to have a great defensive shortstop. But he's brought nothing at the plate of late. Second base, Tyro Estrada continues to struggle on the season, underperforming relative to the average everyday second baseman. The other half of that first base platoon, Lamont Wade Jr.'s picked it up this year, but Wilmer Flores has taken a big step back. That's hurting the San Francisco Giants right now. They don't have the pieces to have guys coming off the bench right now and producing the way they have in other seasons, because not only is their starting 9 struggling, but their bench players are also struggling. This entire offense has not been good enough. And so they win today. That's a step forward for this team, but they have to build momentum. And that is something this Giants team has struggled to do all season long right now. It is really difficult. It feels like they've been floating at this 2 games under 500 record for the better part of 3 weeks. And every time they get within 1 game, they lose again. Every time they fall 3 games under 500, they win again. And it's just 500 has felt so close, but so far. And for the Giants to get there, what will it take? 3 wins in Philadelphia will get them to 18-18 against a very good Phillies team. And so it could be until next week. Giants have some work cut out for them. 415 chiming in on the text line saying Elliot Ramos needs a fair chance. I absolutely agree. 703 with a very interesting text from Virginia. I agree with most callers have said tonight about what they hope to see from the Giants in the month of May. What I want to see is a return to wearing the shiny batting helmets. Ever since the Giants started wearing the matte helmets in 2016, the offense has been dull as the matte finish on the batting helmets. 3 World Series in 5 years wearing shiny helmets, 0 for 8 since the matte helmets. I rest my case. Might be the best text we've received all night. I know that some people are going to say, that's crazy, it doesn't make a difference. No, go back to what worked when you were winning. I'm all for it. Is it the batting helmets? Do you need the shiny batting helmets to turn this team's fortunes on offense again, to start getting timely hits? Maybe you do. Let's go out to the Neck in San Francisco. The Neck in San Francisco, you're on Sports Phone. How's it going this evening?
Hey there. Paige and Mr. Crowley, Mr. Carey Crowley. I tell
What's
you
on
what,
your mind tonight?
We used to work so damn hard, and we call it busting your hump, and today they call it side hustle. Mm-hmm. You've gone out of your way to promote baseball for the Giants. But what I'm saying is you've learned from the best, the Grand Poobah, Marty Lurie himself. I know. Yeah. You guys promote baseball. I will never forget when he told us mid-season 2010 we had it all to get it done, and he shocked us. Mm-hmm. The question is, what kind of change? Yeah. Let's spend some fantasy dollars, Kerry. You know what? What can we do to excite the Giants, get them back? Well, maybe it's never been done this early, and at this point, what's there to lose? Should we not see what the change could be farther up the ladder? We could talk about baseball. I mean, hitting the ball, but this year's team is probably the best talent Farhan's put out. But this is the 3rd season that we can't get out of the box.
Yeah.
It's been embarrassing. Now, the other 2 teams, Kerry, were questionable talent. And we're talking about individuals right now, these Giants that have been good to us as good Giants. And is the talent level there? No. There's several players, not just the one you guys are mentioning, that are still there on the team. I tell you what, it's been 5 years, and 3 times we can't get out of the box. But it's 5 years that our general manager can't get out of his own way.
Yeah.
I tell you what, it's really disheartening when we're discussing the players themselves. And I've never blamed players. I mean, unless they do something off the field, you can't be stood for. But I mean, who puts them in? Who picks them? Who chooses? The fantasy. It's a fantasy with the numbers. We're tired of talking about that, right? We're tired of talking about the numbers and how they're going to put everything together. When spring training ended this year, it was talked about how the Giants were the most patient at bat to start the season. You know, that was a red flag for me right off the bat. I'm thinking, my first thought was, you better fire all the hitting coaches. We got lots of problems. But, you know, Farhan right now, I mean, who needs Farhan to finish the year? It's the whole management. There's a whole building full of men that can replace some pitchers, replace some players, bring them out of the minors, and make some trades mid-season.
Okay.
And we should do what should have been done in the offseason. We can do right now what's going to be done at the end of this season. Kerry, you kick butt. Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate the phone call. And look, I agree with a lot of what's said. Here's the deal. If the Giants don't make the playoffs, there will be significant changes. That's inevitable. And so you give this a chance to work out, because we know what's coming if they don't make the playoffs. There will be significant changes all around the organization with the money the Giants have spent this year. The pressure's on this front office. It's on Farhan to deliver. He knows what's at stake. It's why he went out and signed Matt Chapman, Jorge Soler, Blake Snell, took all these gambles this offseason. He knows that Giants fans are demanding a playoff berth. He knows that ownership is demanding a playoff berth. And so you don't make a change in May when you know that if the outcome is not a playoff berth, that change is happening. I think everyone is well aware of the stakes this year. The stakes have never been higher in the Farhan Zaidi era. And so I'm not advocating for a change on May 2nd, but I think we all know what would happen if the Giants missed the playoffs this year. When we come back, more calls. I see Rob on the line right now. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We will get to your calls on the other side. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now Doval pitches. There's a fly ball in the right. Right there, Slater. He's got it. And the Giants take the finale from the Red Sox. The Giants 3 and the Red Sox 1.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock. Promise we'll talk some 49ers and some Warriors in the 8 o'clock hour. My guy, Akash Anavarathan, going to join me around 8 o'clock this evening. But your calls just a little while longer. Let's go out to our friend Rob in San Francisco. Rob in San Francisco, you're on Sports Phone. Rob, how's it going this evening?
Hey, Kerry, how's it going, man?
Oh, doing well on my end. What's on your mind tonight?
Oh, nothing much. I mean, I'm doing better today, knowing that we didn't get swept in Boston. That's nice.
Yep.
But like you said earlier, it's just, I don't know why, but it's just so hard for our guys to build any type of momentum.
It's crazy.
And I think the frustrating part, well, at least the frustrating part for me is watching their at-bats just, it doesn't make any sense to me. The amount of times we stare at guys watching strike three go right down the middle and they just walk away, not shaking their head, not anything. It's just confusing. And I think that's what's frustrating for a lot of people, because I know it's frustrating for me. It's like, what is your approach at the plate? Like as a team, because whatever you're doing is not working. And there's a lot of baseball knowledge in our dugout between Bob Melvin, Brian Price, Garvin Alston, and even Pat Burrell. Pat Burrell's got a ton of baseball knowledge. But I don't understand what's going on with our hitters. And it feels like a continuation of the last 3-4 months of last season. And I think that's what's also frustrating as well. It's like we added all these new players, all these guys, and then our offense looks exactly the same as it did as when we were struggling for the last 3 months last year.
We had Alex Pavlich on earlier tonight of NBC Sports Bay Area, and he does such a great job covering the team. And he said that a lot of his conversations the last few days have been devoted to, the Giants did so much to change from last year, from August and September, to get a different mindset, to be a more entertaining club. And despite all the changes, it still looks like last year. And that's just, it's confounding in many ways, right?
It is. And I don't want to put blame on the coaches, because the coaches aren't out there playing. But like I said, I just don't know what's going on. I don't want anyone to lose their job or anything. But like Justin Veal, I have no clue what he's doing. Yeah. I don't know if him and Pat are working together, or if they're not working together with the hitters, or if some hitters are working with other coaches, one of the two, or if they prefer. But I don't know. To me, in yesterday's press conference with Bomel, he seemed tired, like man, we're only not even a month into the season, and we're already struggling like this when we've got all these guys. Like, Kruko says, you look at the back of their baseball card, and these aren't the numbers that are on the back of their baseball cards for a lot of our guys, like Soler, Chapman. Chapman's usually, a 240, 243 hitter.
It's never been about the average with Chapman. The average has never been good. It's been about the pop and the OPS, and that's not there right now.
It's not. And same thing with Chapman. He just looked lost at the plate. He's a big one that goes up there and stares at a lot of strike threes. And I'm just like, do something, man. Bunt, swing, let the ball hit you. Like, do something.
Yeah.
Like with Jung-Hoo Lee today, when he caught that nice catch out in center field, and he slams his hand on the ground. Like, come on, show some heart. Like, I don't know, maybe do they need like a Brewers type brawl? Who knows, man?
The Brewers Rays brawl with Abner Uribe.
Exactly.
No, good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you for the call, Rob. Appreciate your time this evening. I do want to get to one more before we bring our friend Akash on here to talk 49ers football. We're doing Niners, Dubs, and Giants in the 8 o'clock hour. Let's go to Dennis in San Jose. Dennis in San Jose, you're on Sports Phone. Dennis, how's it going this evening?
This thing about Furheim, he did the best he could. He got the trades. You got Slurhan that hit 40 home runs with Atlanta. Then he hit 35 home runs last year. This year, he's not hitting nothing. Okay, he's not hitting what he was paid to do. I mean, you can't blame this on Forheim, even though I don't like him either. But it's not his fault. He paid for some people. Chapman, 4-time Golden Glove guy. His lifetime batting average must be about 270, I think. I'm not sure, but I know he's not hitting like he should hit. We got a lot of key players here. Lee, he's a very good player. He's hitting and everything. He's really doing a real good job. But I can't understand why these guys that were big-time hitters just aren't hitting. And that's the problem.
That Dennis, you said it right on the head. Thank you for the call. That is the issue for the Giants. The guys are not playing up to their capabilities and their career numbers. Matt Chapman, you said 270. He's a 240 career hitter. But the reality is it's never been about average for Matt Chapman. 785 OPS is the career number for him. That's 16% better than league average on a year-in, year-out basis. This year, a 646 OPS, nearly 150 points below his career average. He's got an 87 OPS plus. That's 13% below league average. And I can spit numbers at everyone all day long, but the reality is the hits have to start falling. The balls have to be hit with harder contact. The Giants need to hit the ball in the air. The Giants need a different plan at the plate right now. And we've done 2 hours on Giants baseball, so let's flip things and talk 49ers football with our guy, Akash Anavarathan, on the other side. Breaking down this year's draft class, then we'll talk Warriors, then we'll talk Giants, then we will wrap things up here on Sports Phone KNBR. I'm Kerry Crowley. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Speak your mind on these sports leaders. Sports Phone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock here this evening. Our breakdown of the 49ers draft continues this week here on the Leader. We're 1 week removed from the 49ers selection of Ricky Pearsall in the first round at pick 31. And here to help us break it all down, Akash Anavarathan. Akash, how are you this evening?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing?
Doing well on our end. Hey, like I just said, 1 week removed from the Ricky Pearsall selection. Headed into the draft, I didn't see many mocks with the 49ers taking the wide receiver out of Florida. What was your surprise level when they went Pearsall last Thursday night?
Just like you, I also didn't draft lead into, this April that had Ricky Pearsall to the 49ers, but there were a lot of quiet whispers around the team suggesting that they may go receiver, even in the event that they didn't trade a Deebo Samuel or a Brandon Ayuk. That they might target a receiver, for 2025. And a lot of names were being thrown around, and Pearsall wasn't one of them, but he's the guy that they chose at 31. And I think, as Kyle Shanahan alluded to later that night after the selection, I think it was his route running and his ability to separate that really stood out. And I've got a good stat here. Sumer Sports put out an average separation for all the receiver prospects in the draft, and Pearsall was second, right behind Xavier Worthy, who went to the Chiefs. And I think that was a key thing that they were looking for in receiver prospects this year, given what had happened in the Super Bowl. And so I think Pearsall's going to come in. He's going to be a good complement with Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and just fit this offense moving forward as they try more of this downfield passing attack with Purdy.
Yeah, I kind of wonder what this looks like during his rookie season in the NFL, because obviously Kyle Shanahan asks a lot out of his wide receivers. We all remember Brandon Ayuk was in the doghouse for a bit. He had to learn how to block within this system, and it's not an easy offense to integrate into when you've already got Ayuk and Samuel and Juwan Jennings is back. What do you think the rookie role looks like for Ricky Pearsall? Is he more on the outside? Is he more on the slot? Too soon to predict? How do you see this going down?
I think it's a little too soon to predict. Luckily, he does have the versatility to both play in the slot and play outside. He did that at Florida. I imagine he starts in the slot. That's probably where he gets his opportunities to start this season, and then can hopefully kind of develop into a larger role. But like you mentioned, he's not in a position where he's going to be asked to produce right away, given the fact that they have Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and Juwan Jennings coming back. So he's at best their fourth best receiving option right now as a wide receiver. So he's definitely going to, he has kind of a runway here to step into, which is a good thing. And hopefully can just kind of develop from that standpoint. And then, by 2025, hopefully if a Deebo Samuel and or a Juwan Jennings isn't on the roster, Pearsall is ready to take over. But I think, from an offensive standpoint, I can see him contributing from the slot. I think he has an opportunity to contribute in special teams as a returner, which he has some experience doing, and there's an opening there for the 49ers. So I think he's going to have an impact. And, if he's not in Kyle Shanahan's doghouse, hopefully he can contribute.
Yeah, I'd say it would be a successful season if he can avoid that. 49ers fans will keep monitoring that situation as the first year of Ricky Pearsall's career unfolds. Kosh, let's talk about the second-round draft pick. Corner out of Florida State, Renardo Green. Looks like he might be able to play inside and outside, which is something Diamador Lenore can do for this team. Obviously, the 49ers added to this cornerback depth chart this offseason, Rock Ya-Sin and a few other players joining the organization. Well, what do you kind of see as the fit for Renardo Green right now? Because it looks to me like the 49ers will try to use him early. It's just not clear whether it's on the inside as the nickel or on the outside with Lenore playing nickel.
49ers are certainly worried about their cornerback depth coming into this offseason, especially with the way it went down in the Super Bowl. Right, with Logan Ryan having to fill in at slot corner after Ambry Thomas got benched. And so I think they really didn't want to be in that situation again. So like you mentioned, they signed a couple guys to one-year deals, including Rock Ya-Sin, and they went ahead and addressed the cornerback spot as early as they've done, I think, at Kyle Shanahan, John Legera with a second-round pick in Renardo Green. And I think, obviously, his physicality, his athleticism really stands out. I think that's kind of consistent across all their draft picks this year, is that they picked just athletes at the position. Versatility at Florida State, like you mentioned, played both inside and outside. Was excellent in run support as well, which is a huge requirement for the 49ers defensive backs, especially if you're their slot or nickel corner. You're going to be asked to fill in run support off the edge quite a bit, which I think Green did well at Florida State. So I think it just gives them some versatility. Lenore headed into the last year of his contract. Ward becomes a free agent after this season as well. So now you have Green, who ideally you can play in either one of those positions, and kind of the same thing, right? Kind of integrate him in this season. You've got a couple of one-year stopgap veterans if needed, but hopefully Green is able to take advantage of this opportunity and then just grow into a larger role moving forward. But I think he was probably my favorite draft pick of this class, just given what the need is at the position and just given how athletic he is.
Yeah, and highest drafted 49ers corner since Mike Rumpf back in 2002. Ooh. So, yeah, it's been a while since they added someone with this kind of a ceiling at the position, at least from a draft standpoint. So, chatting with Akash Anavarathan here on Sportsphone KNBR, breaking down this 49ers draft class. And Akash, instead of just asking you each individually about the picks in the 3rd through 7th rounds, of those mid to late round picks, who was your favorite and why for this 49ers team?
Two guys. I think the safety, Malik Mustafa from Wake Forest, starting with him. I think a lot of the scouting reports I read and a lot of the descriptions have him as one of the best tacklers in this class, especially in the secondary. He was excellent in run support, which was an area that the 49ers were not really that good in last season. It's honestly an area they struggled in. And a lot of folks, including myself, thought maybe, it was defensive line or whatever the case was. But honestly, I think the second level, the linebackers and defensive backs just didn't fill well in run support. They didn't tackle well, especially after Talanoa Hufanga went down with his injury. And so I think the 49ers are trying to search for another safety to play alongside Jair Brown, who can come in and be that sound tackler, especially in run support. Mm-hmm. And so I think that's where Mustafa kind of fits in. Again, another freak athlete at the position. So I like that pick, especially with Hufanga coming off the ACL, just unsure kind of where he's going to be as he comes back and he rehabs from that injury. And then the second pick is going to be Isaac Guerendo, the running back from Louisville. And, the jokes were flying, right? Another mid-round running back from the 49ers traded up to go get. They seem to do this all the time, right? Trey Sermon, Joe Williams, Ty Davis-Price, right? They've drafted a bunch of these guys that just have not hit. But I think Guerendo, different than some of the other names that I just mentioned, he's this true one-cut-and-go runner that really thrives in this system. His, athletic testing scores were some of the best probably ever, whether it be from a 40 standpoint or some of the change of direction metrics like the short shuttle or the 3-cone were fantastic. And when you really watch him, he kind of runs a little bit like Raheem Mostert, and we know what Mostert did in the system. And so I'm a big fan of that pick. I think, especially this season, they got to ease up a little bit on Christian McCaffrey, even though McCaffrey, played all the games last season and didn't get hurt. I think they just got to lighten the load a little bit, and having Guerendo and hopefully hit healthy Mitchell this season should help there. So I think those are two of my favorite picks beyond the first couple.
Yeah, totally agree. Addressing safety depth behind Hufanga, very important, especially at the outset of this season. And Mustafa, a very similar player. And then I also really like the Guerendo pick, although I kind of like the undrafted free agent they brought in, Cody Schaefer, as well. And it wasn't long ago, J.P. Mason made the team as an undrafted free agent. So you never know with these mid-round running backs that Kyle Shanahan brings in. But Akash, let's talk about positions that the 49ers didn't address. They don't go after an offensive tackle early in this draft. I thought that they might look to eventually get Trent Williams' replacement or someone who could challenge Colton McKivitz to the right tackle position. They don't do that, and in doing so, kind of made a statement about how they feel about the current group on the offensive line.
Absolutely, and this has been one of those positions that they've seldom addressed kind of in this tenure, right? The offensive tackle spot. When they started, they had Joe Staley. They drafted Mike McGlinchey, then eventually traded for Trent Williams. But they've never really spent a premium pick outside of McGlinchey at the tackle spot. Obviously, Colton McKivitz was a day 3 draft pick, I think, who was, a good replacement, above average starter at the position, but I think, was clearly a weak spot along the offensive line. And so I think a lot of us thought that they would address that, especially in a draft class where I think tackles were, it was a premium class for tackles. And a bunch went in the first round, and I think the Niners just got caught in no man's land at 31. I think to get one of the better tackles in this draft, someone that really fit the 49ers, you kind of had to move up into the teens, and I think the 49ers just weren't comfortable doing that. And, if they stayed put at 31, you could have either drafted like the 7th or 8th best tackle, or you take someone like Pearsall, who clearly they loved. So I think they chose that route. I thought they might come back and get Roger Rosengarten from Washington, who they worked out before the draft, but clearly they didn't like him enough to draft him in the second round there. They took Renardo Green instead. And so I think they're just prepared to roll it back here with McKivitz. They've drafted it, they've added a couple of interior offensive linemen to throw into that mix. And I think they're going to try to stopgap this another year before they try to address it. But tackle is one of those tough things. You either got to have kind of a high premium draft pick to really land a high level talent there, or you got to go out and pay a ton of money in free agency, which the 49ers don't have either. So I think they're going to continue this year-to-year thing where they just try to band-aid the situation.
The other position that they didn't address, and not that it's one that you use an early round draft pick on anyway, but the tight end spot right now. And I wonder what the depth looks like behind George Kittle, Akash. And maybe is there a possibility that the 49ers, just with Ricky Pearsall being the guy in the first round, go a lot more 10 personnel next year? And if Kittle, deals with injury issues, the 49ers just say, hey, let's use our wide receiver depth that we've built to our advantage and maybe not rely as heavily on tight ends.
Absolutely. And I think when they went ahead and signed, I think Brock Wright was his name, to the offer sheet, you kind of got an idea that, the 49ers definitely want to add some depth at this tight end position, especially behind Kittle, even though he's been healthy these last few seasons. It kind of showed you how much they believed in last year's draft picks, Cam Latu and Braden Willis. But, I think those are the two positions that you mentioned, offensive tackle and tight end, where I really think they just lack some depth. They're an injury or two away from just being kind of in a terrible spot. And so, Shanahan didn't have the greatest things to say about Latu during the draft, post-draft presser. Mentioned that Latu just hasn't been in the building, and they haven't seen much of him after he kind of redshirted his rookie year. And then Braden Willis, obviously, stepped in the Super Bowl, had a rough penalty there, but he's going to be back in the mix. And then there's just not a bunch of guys. I know Mason Klein they added this weekend, and I have a feeling they're kind of high on him, so we'll see what he brings. But they're kind of pushing in all their eggs in the George Kittle basket, hoping that he has another good season. But those two positions they just kind of haven't really addressed, and you have some aging stars there, and you're just hoping you can carry through one more season, just depending on those guys in Williams and Kittle.
Yeah, a great breakdown and a great perspective as always. One of my favorite follows on Twitter, Akash Anavarathan. We always appreciate your time here on Sports Phone. Thank you so much for joining us, and looking forward to talking to you more this offseason.
Appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
All right, he is Akash Anavarathan, does a great job breaking down the San Francisco 49ers. Always interesting perspective, and I go to him when you want the insider breakdown on Kyle Shanahan's scheme, on the players that the 49ers have added, their strengths, their weaknesses, how they fit these offensive and defensive systems. I really do think Akash is in the top tier of analysts, and really fun to have him on Sports Phone. Did it throughout the playoffs, and like I just said, hope to do it throughout the offseason. So when we come back, I want to change gears a little little bit and talk about the Golden State Warriors for just a segment here. I know that it's May 2nd. I know that the Warriors are out of the playoffs, and I know that they are not top of mind for most people around the Bay Area right now, right after the 49ers draft, with the San Francisco Giants winning today at Fenway Park against the Boston Red Sox. But I do think it's important that we address some of the early offseason speculation, some of the early offseason rumors. There are ideas floating around. I saw an article published by the San Francisco Chronicle today looking into the idea of LeBron James coming to the Golden State Warriors, what it would take, what it would mean for the franchise. And I've got some thoughts on LeBron James, a player who I know is polarizing, but I truly do admire his career. I think he's been great, but I don't think that he's the right fit for the Golden State Warriors, even if he's able to play extraordinarily well and extraordinarily high level at the age of 40 next season. So we'll get into that and what the Warriors need to do this offseason. Don't have the final solution yet, but I do have some preliminary ideas for this Warriors team. We'll do that on the other side. And then Alex Simon will join me right after that to close up the show tonight here on Sports Zone KNBR. I'm Kerry Crowley. You're listening to Sports Zone KNBR, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock this evening. We got the full 3-hour show. Giants wrap up early at Fenway Park today. The big 3-1 win. They salvage the end of this 3-game series. It was ugly the first two nights, and quite frankly, wasn't a great day for the offense today either, but Kyle Harrison goes 5 strong, giving up just 1 run, and a great performance from this Giants bullpen. It went Ryan Walker to Eric Miller, and we talked a lot about him earlier. What a showing from him in the 7th inning, ramping it up to 100 to strike out Rafael Devers. Then Tyler Rogers, then Camilo Doval picks up his 6th save of the season. So everyone feels better about the state of Giants baseball when they can come away with a win. And if you're going to win one, it's best to win one on getaway day. Giants head into Philadelphia for a 4-game set. It begins tomorrow evening. You can hear all about it here on KNBR. First pitch tomorrow, I believe 3:40 Pacific. So early pregame festivities here on the leader that will cut in to Tolbert and Copes. But we've talked plenty of baseball already tonight. We'll talk more baseball later on in this hour. But one thing that I wanted to do is talk a little bit about the rumors that have been circulating about how the Golden State Warriors could potentially get LeBron James up to the Bay Area, up to Chase Center, and team him up with Steph Curry. And this really does seem like one of the most far-fetched ideas. I know that every offseason you go through all the different ways that superstars can fall out of favor with their teams, and I'm not saying that that's what would happen with LeBron and the Lakers. It would be LeBron who's opted out and become a free agent already, just choosing to go somewhere else and choosing to team up with Steph Curry. But this one in particular feels kind of wild to me. And I know that there was the interest at the trade deadline and the Warriors potentially trying to unite Steph Curry and LeBron James together. Tim Kawakami's written about it a little bit, how Joe Lacob has, some interest in seeing these two finish their careers together. And I get it. I get the pull. I get the allure. I understand where people are coming from, because I know that LeBron is a polarizing figure in NBA circles. He's a polarizing figure in media circles. I happen to be a huge fan of LeBron James and what he's accomplished at the NBA level. The season that he just had at 39 years old with the Los Angeles Lakers was very, very impressive. It's almost unprecedented to see a 39-year-old do game in, game out what LeBron did for the Lakers this season. And with all of that being said, I think that the idea that the Warriors would actually get better next season by adding LeBron James is almost ludicrous. You can't look at the playoff picture right now in the NBA and think the Warriors are one 40-year-old player away from putting it all together. That is just so far-fetched and so disconnected from reality. And that's not to say that they wouldn't be, slightly better with LeBron James. I think that would be entirely possible if there was some crazy way that they could fit this all together and make LeBron a part of the Warriors next year and maybe draft Bronny in the second round and, to figure out a way to get him in the roster. It's not crazy to think that they wouldn't be better. But this is a Warriors team that knows that if the championship window isn't slammed all the way shut, there's only a slight air blowing in through that window right now. It is very nearly over, and in my estimation, it probably is over. But for Joe Lacob, for Mike Dunleavy Jr., for Steve Kerr, it's their job to figure out a way to try to push that window back up and try to keep this thing open, because they owe it to Steph Curry. They owe it to the face of this franchise. They owe it to the man who's delivered 4 titles to the Bay Area. They owe it to him to try to keep this group together and try to win one more. Now, with that being said, their best way of keeping that window open or trying to reopen it, if you're like me and believe that it is already closed, is not to go out and bring in a veteran talent well over the age of 30 who will be in his 40s next season. It's probably not bringing in an oft-injured Joel Embiid or a Paul George or a Kevin Durant at this stage of his career. Because you look around the NBA, and the teams that are thriving are the teams that are young, that have been together, and play extremely cohesive basketball. You look at the way the Denver Nuggets have been built, and obviously they're the outlier right now in the NBA. No one is building their team like the Denver Nuggets, or no one has built their team as effectively as the Denver Nuggets, I should say. What they have done with Jokic and Jamal Murray and all the role players on that team who just fit so seamlessly into Michael Malone's system, it's really impressive. You look at the 1 seed in the West, the Oklahoma City Thunder, how young they were this year and how great they played on both the offensive and defensive end of the floor. I think they finished the season top 5 in net rating on offense and defense. You look at the Minnesota Timberwolves and what they've accomplished with this burgeoning young superstar in Anthony Edwards, who very clearly just took over that franchise. It was a Karl Anthony Towns-led franchise, and Anthony Edwards was drafted out of Georgia. He comes in, and my goodness, what a stamp he has put on a Minnesota Timberwolves team that has won a playoff series for the first time in 2 decades. You look at all these teams, and the commonalities are not that they went out and added someone in their mid to late 30s who technically qualifies as a superstar or a star in the NBA. It's that they have built just a very distinct style of team, one where, you get your young talent. And it's almost like baseball. This is almost similar to the argument that I was making last night with the San Francisco Giants, how you need homegrown talent to compete. And you need the Giants farm system to start producing position players who can help you. Last night's lineup for the San Francisco Giants, one that scored just 2 runs against the Boston Red Sox, it was full of 9 players who were not drafted or signed as international free agents as teenagers by the San Francisco Giants. It was a team full of guys who've been traded for or signed in major league free agency. And that's not a way to win. And in the NBA, you have to draft, you have to develop, you have to get young talent that fits your system. And the Golden State Warriors would be sacrificing a lot by bringing in LeBron James and drafting Bronny, not to mention that could be a very valuable draft pick, knowing that the Warriors picked up Trace Jackson Davis with pick 55 last year? Yeah, I think that Mike Dunleavy Jr. might have an idea of what he's doing in the second round. And to use a pick on Bronny, who probably wouldn't contribute, if that is your goal to get LeBron James, it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't add up in the way that you look at these current NBA teams that are still playing in the postseason and the teams that are out right now. The Phoenix Suns, the Los Angeles Lakers, the Golden State Warriors. The torch has been passed. The torch has very clearly been passed, and I'm of the belief that the championship window has closed for the Golden State Warriors. I think that it would be very difficult for them to put a product on the floor next season that amplifies Steph Curry's abilities, that figures out a way to legitimately contend for a top 4 seed in the Western Conference, to have a home playoff series, and to move forward in a conference that is only getting younger. And by the way, the next superstar, Victor Wembanyama, the Spurs might be a playoff team next year. That's how good he is and how generational he is as a talent. And so to anyone looking out and saying, bring in LeBron, or reunite with Kevin Durant, or figure out a way to get Joel Embiid off the 76ers, I truly believe you're looking in the wrong place. And that doesn't mean that I have the right answer. That doesn't mean that I know who the Warriors should add via trade or in free agency to make this team better. Heck, I'm not even sure how I feel about Jonathan Kuminga, because I see him and I see all the potential. I see the continued development that he showed this year. And I think, you look around the league and it's players like Kuminga who take steps forward each and every season, who you kind of have to build with. And the Warriors took him so young in the lottery that, it feels to me like if they stuck with him and stick with some of these other young players, and Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis, and maybe Moses Moody as well, if you want to throw him in there, maybe they build towards something. But at the same time, I'm also of the belief that they can't just run it back. I'm of the belief that, hey, if you're bringing Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins back and you're expecting to be better than a play-in team next year, not going to happen. The Warriors were better in the 82-game regular season this year than they were a season ago when they were the 6th seed and then went up to Sacramento and knocked them off as the 3 seed. They won more games this season. It was a more difficult Western Conference. But moving forward in the West, to me, the answer isn't bringing in a superstar who's past his prime. To me, it's not bringing in a superstar who is looking for a big payday and an opportunity to team up with Steph Curry, turn in some highlight reel plays, and probably not meet the NBA's 65-game threshold to qualify for awards, because you're going to need so much more rest next season. So I think that the Warriors have to figure out a way to get younger. I think that they have to figure out a way to get more athletic. And I think that they have to figure out a way to structure this roster in a manner that is not reliant on 35, 36, 37-year-old, and if you were to bring in LeBron, a 40-year-old player to lead the way. I don't have the answers yet, and fortunately, we'll have all offseason to break that down here on KNBR. I promise you, we'll bring in John Dickinson, we'll talk with Greg Silver, we will do plenty of dubs on this show over the course of this season. But I just don't think, and you can call me crazy, that LeBron is the solution in the Bay Area. And I came into this week not wanting to touch this topic because I thought it was so absurd, but I did see earlier today, even the San Francisco Chronicle was writing about LeBron James, the Golden State Warriors, and the possibilities, and I get it because this is what we do every NBA offseason. The offseason around Chase Center started a lot earlier than it has in many recent years. There have been times, you go back to the COVID year where the Warriors didn't play in the bubble. That offseason got started really early. You go back to last year after the Warriors are bounced by, the Denver Nuggets, and Yeah, it's another offseason that starts pretty early. Not as early as this year, but you get the point. And you start to think about all the possibilities because the NBA is a very interesting league where stars are on the move all the time and players become available that you didn't think were possible to fit because they do not believe that they are fits in their particular organization. Just the other day, you had David Griffin talking about how the Pelicans might have to shake things up even after a 49-win season. They know that Zion is the face of their franchise, but is Brandon Ingram staying there? Might he be someone who you could bring in with the Golden State Warriors and say he could be a solution? I might like him better than I would like a LeBron at this point, or a KD, or a Joel Embiid at this point. And obviously Joel Embiid is a game-changing talent when healthy, but how healthy is he going to be for the remainder of his career? How healthy is he going to be consistently over an 82-game season? And so if the Warriors want to give Steph Curry one more legitimate shot or two more legitimate shots as he signed through the end of the next 2 seasons, I don't know what the solution is, but I can tell you getting older and bringing in a superstar who's older than Steph Curry, that is not the answer. Definitively, in my mind, not the answer. So, if you want to talk Dubs, we will do so again tomorrow evening here on The Leader. We got an early Giants game. The Giants are in Philadelphia against the Phillies. 4-game set. It begins tomorrow at 3:40 here on The Leader, and that means that we'll have not quite our full 3 hours, but the way the Giants have been playing, these have been 2 hours, 10 minutes, 2 hours, 20 minutes. We're getting the post-game show pretty darn early these days, and I think that we could have it tomorrow night for about 2.5 hours, and so it's not just going to be Giants baseball here on The Leader. It's going to be Golden State Warriors, San Francisco 49ers. It's going to be a fun Friday night, and I encourage you, if you've got some thoughts on this subject, dial them up. On the other side, Alex Simon will join me here of SF Gate, sports editor at SF Gate. Always fun talking Giants baseball with him. We'll bounce around a few different Bay Area sports topics to wrap up the evening. I'm Kerry Crowley. You're listening to Sports Zone KNBR here on KNBR 104.5 680, the Sports Leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging with you, and it is time to wrap up the show. And it's time to do so with our good friend from SF Gate, the sports editor, Alex Simon. Alex, how are you this evening?
I'm doing fantastic, Kerry. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah, looking forward to this. And, hey, the Giants won one today. First time this week that they've done so. I did Monday night after, of course, the off day. Tuesday night, they don't score. Wednesday night, another brutal offensive performance. And today they score 3 runs, but they're able to win. And it looks a lot better when Mike Yastrzemski's leading the way with a home run at Fenway Park.
Honestly, it definitely helps salvage any good feeling. You always want to leave on a good note in that regard when you're on a road trip, especially this long of a road trip where you're going to have 3 stops. So, you know, everybody always pays attention to a Yastrzemski at Fenway Park. For Mike to hit that home run, I'm sure it means a lot just to him and just to baseball. You know, it's a great story for baseball in that regard, and I'm sure for the Giants it helps salvage what otherwise would be a pretty disastrous start to a very important road trip.
Yes, 16 games in 16 days, 3 of them down. Of course, are 1-2 after the series in Boston. But I thought the really important part of today's ball game, Alex, was Kyle Harrison did not have his best stuff. He walks 5 Boston hitters, but he's still able to get through 5 innings of 1-run ball. He's 22 years old, and I mean, he's really a one-pitch guy right now, but he's a 3.79 ERA. I think at 22 years old, he's got star-like qualities, and we've debated this a little bit on tonight's show. I threw this out at the beginning. Could Kyle Harrison truly be a star in this Giants rotation? Where do you come down on that?
Well, I'm not just in wholehearted agreement with you, Terry. I think this is his best start of the season for the exact reason you mentioned. You honestly need to measure a starting pitcher not by the starts where their stuff is best, but by what they do when their stuff is the worst. And I think pretty objectively, this was the worst stuff that Harrison had all night. Obviously, it was a tight strike zone. He was squeezed pretty heavily all game. I think he walked more guys tonight than he had all season coming into today, but you can tell me if I'm wrong there.
No, 5 walks coming into today's start.
To be able to get obviously it's not a quote-unquote quality start based off the measure that we call a quality start, 6 innings, 3 runs or less, but in reality, 5 innings of 1-run ball, that's a quality start for this team right now, particularly when they just had a bullpen game that kind of went disastrously the night before. This to me is just further shine. This dude is a stud, and I think the Giants have found an absolute gem and did everything possible to draft him in the 2020 draft when they had a chance, and they knew right from then this guy has the chance to be great. So far, nothing he's done this season has dissuaded me from the thought that he could be that. And frankly, his worst start in terms of stuff only furthers that point to me.
So let's debate this. Keaton Winn has unquestionably been better this season for the San Francisco Giants. The fastball split combination is great. The ERA is sitting down at 3.18. He's got something like 4 straight quality starts. Harrison's still younger and learning. Today he walks 5. Who ultimately finishes with the lower ERA this season? Harrison sitting at 3.79 right now, Winn at 3.18. Who do you think has the better 2024, Alex?
It's going to be a weird converse answer. I think it's Winn because he's the one more likely to get sent down at a certain point.
Interesting.
For a period of time, if only just to rest. Both of these guys, and actually throw Jordan Hicks into this too, all 3 of them are not likely to really make every single start of the season. They've never had pitching amounts that go far enough into their innings count that you'd think they're going to start every 30 games this year. Actually, I believe Andrew Baggerly at The Athletic did a great story about this after this last weekend when they faced the Pirates, talking about the fact that all 3 of these guys are likely to have to be shut down at some point, and the Giants are just saying, let's use as many innings as we can early, and we'll figure it out once we get towards June, July, August. I think within that, Harrison's the type that maybe it's an injured list, or maybe you just slow him down a little bit. But Wynn's the type that I do think that would be more likely to just send him to the minors for a month, just to kind of give him a month off for a month of only like a start every 2 weeks to do that. So that will help him keep the ERA low because he has done an incredible job so far at doing that. It's not necessarily based on who's the better pitcher. I think they're doing very good things in different ways. But I think you are more likely to see less Keaton Winn starts than Kyle Harrison starts, which will help the ERA.
No, that's a great point, and something that I had not yet considered, and probably especially true for Keaton Winn because he dealt with the elbow injury last season, came into spring training with that, and it's just on the minds of the Giants evaluators knowing that he has special stuff, and they will want to protect that arm at all costs. Alex Simon of SF Gate joining us here on Sportsphone KNBR. Alex, after the Giants' loss on Tuesday evening, I should say, to the Red Sox, was thrown off by the Monday off day, Tuesday series start here, I said send Landon Roop down to AAA Sacramento because in 2 innings he generated 13 whiffs. And I said, don't send him down because of his performance. Send him down and make him a starting pitcher. Send him down and have him pitch every 4th or 5th day, going 2-3 innings at a time, so that come August and September, Landon Roop can be a part of this starting rotation when Kyle Harrison and Keaton Winn inevitably run out of innings. Are you in favor of this idea? Are you buying it? Are you selling it? Where do you come down on my crazy thought on Landon Roop?
I think it's not crazy at all. But more to the point, that matters to this, Kerry, because what do I know, right? I'm just a sports editor at one outlet. Farhan Zaidi clearly believes in this. They already tried to send Roop down once before until Blake Snell ended up needing to go on the IL, and they brought him back to keep relieve it. Clearly the plan with Roop is to get him extended, is to get him into a role where he can be starting come later. By having him in the bullpen, it does help keep his innings down for the full season to be a more acceptable amount to kind of ramp him in a full season role as long as he stays healthy. You've now gotten into May with him as a reliever. This is the time to say, all right, spend the next 2 months building up to 80, 90, whatever amount of pitches you want. And by mid-June or mid-July, right, when you're hitting the point where you probably need to get Hicks or Winn or Harrison or multiple of those 3 guys out of the rotation, Roop is ready to plug into the rotation. I think it's not just makes sense, but it's clearly what it seems like the organization's plan is very obvious to me.
I hope that it is, because it didn't feel obvious to me, and I'm glad you spelled it out that way. But that power changeup we saw on Tuesday evening against the Red Sox was just so dynamic. We know the curveball is basically the best pitch in the organization, so I'm all about it. Let's talk about. Oh, yeah.
Well, just let me cut in to say, there's probably a temptation to leave him in the bullpen all season, if only just to look across the bay and see what Mason Miller is doing in the bullpen. You can have a guy like that be dynamic if you just commit to him being a reliever for a season. The A's have done that with Mason Miller. He's now maybe the best closer in baseball at this point already. And what Roop can do with that changeup could be that level of impact. But I do think the bigger way that he helps the Giants in the long run this season is if he's starting games in July and August and helping them get their rotation into the best shape possible in September.
Yeah, no, well said, especially on Mason Miller, who, by the way, I just blown away, just like every major league hitter, by the stuff that Mason Miller has demonstrated for the Oakland A's. Let's talk about this offense, Alex, and there's not a whole lot to talk about if we're looking for positive signs for this team. Question, did Jung-Hoo Lee just have the best series ever for a guy who I don't think got a hit against the Red Sox, or he got one? He got one hit against the Red Sox this week, but it felt like he crushed the ball, and it was all warning track power this week.
If Jung-Hoo Lee, the next time the Giants go to Fenway and he says he needs to sit out the series for personal reasons, I think we'll all understand it at this point based off of what this first series did, because I don't think anybody smashed the ball harder than this guy has without getting a single result for it for a extended stretch. And frankly, right now, I mean, I feel like this is a bold take, but I don't know how bold it would be, and you can tell me. The offense has to feel like an unmitigated disaster right now.
Yeah.
Because everything that they wanted to have this offense be is not happening. And at some point, this is the offense that I know the fan base wanted, right? I know you look at it and you're getting the same guys over and over again after years of platooning. There's a couple guys who swap out on a daily basis, but for the most part, this is a set lineup. But those guys just aren't producing, and it's not even that they're not producing with all of the extra stuff. They're hitting the ball hard like we've seen Lee do this entire series. Soler has crushed the ball at times into outs. So at some point, you just hope that the baseball turns in your favor. But right now, there's got to be a feeling that something has to be done, if only for the sake of appearances. But frankly, that's kind of what would help this fan base accept it more, particularly when you do have some veterans who are just unable to figure it out. And I think that, the fan base probably feels the strongest about Austin Slater, who, he's a very good guy, but 3 for 30 over a month plus of a season is really hard to swallow.
Yeah, it really is. And today, the strikeout on 3 pitches coming in for Yastrzemski, who'd already homered. That was the type of move that you would have expected last year after, the Giants had grown accustomed to platooning under Gabe Kapler for the last several seasons. But you figured maybe Bob Melvin might leave Mike Yastrzemski in because he homered. No, they go to Slater with the lefty in for the Red Sox, and it just didn't work. And I wonder, Alex, how much longer can this go on, knowing that the single best player on the AAA roster, Elliot Ramos, is a platoon outfielder at the major league level who is hitting lefties. He's got 3 home runs and 33 at-bats down there. And an OPS well over 1,000 against left-handed pitching at AAA Sacramento. How much longer do the Giants give this, in your mind?
Well, our dear columnist at SF Gate for the Giants, Dave Tobener, called for this move 2 weeks ago. It has obviously not happened for the 2 weeks, but at some point, for as much as Slater is clearly a valuable presence in the clubhouse, he's clearly a guy that everybody respects and likes. This is a performance-based industry, and at some point you just have to look at the performance and say, when we need those moments to come up, what are we getting right now? And I do think Elliot Ramos, if not Luis Matos, if not even thinking about what happens at shortstop in the long run with Marco Luciano, even if you're sacrificing defense, all of these things are probably a daily and honestly multiple times a day question with this front office right now. But at some point you just have to pull the plug in that regard, and I don't think anybody wants it in the sense of Austin Slater's a good guy, but this is a meritocracy the way that sports is, and so I have to suspect that Austin Slater might have not already played his last game for the Giants in San Francisco, if not this last game was truly the last moment. We'll see.
Yeah, we will see. We will see. The Giants not in any rush this season to make moves. They're very different from previous years under Farhan Zaidi, where there's just not been a whole lot of roster churn thus far. But that could change if this team doesn't get back to 500 soon. And they have a very difficult series coming up against a red-hot Philadelphia Phillies team. So, Alex, I'll ask you one more Giants question before we move on. Are you more concerned about Jorge Soler or Matt Chapman at the plate?
I think it's Jorge Soler in part because I do feel as if he's the one that they really need to rely on more, not just this season, but he's the one who has a 3-year deal. Chapman could be here just for a single season in that regard. And Chapman has provided you all of the value that you want defensively and then some. I mean, he's turned all sorts of ridiculous plays, even double plays this week in Boston. But it's Soler who, one, is just a DH, so it's all bad. He's got to produce at the plate for him to be a value. And he's hit the ball pretty hard. The home run he hit against Pittsburgh in the 10th inning was a sight to behold. But that's what the Giants are paying for. And for him to kind of continue to swing at the same pitches over and over again and miss at them with those low outside fastballs is something that I think is going to be harder to swallow as the season gets later and later if he's not able to lay off those and find better pitches to hit. It is still early. It still could happen with ease. But I think because Chapman provides you so much defensively, you can at least accept a little bit of an offensive downturn. Soler being the DH only type, you kind of need him to be producing, and he's not right now.
Yeah, well said. Alex Simon, let's talk about a few other topics in the Bay Area sports world. These early LeBron James rumors are that the Warriors need to go out and get a star like Kevin Durant or Joel Embiid this offseason. I just addressed it in the last segment. I think it's ludicrous that they would go out and get an older player. Where do you come down on the way that this Warriors team, needs to change a little bit?
I do think if LeBron wants to, it's really hard to say no to him because he's LeBron, right? Like, he is the Jordan of this generation. He's the best player I've ever seen with my eyes and has somehow continued to be very close to that player at 39 that he was at 29 and at 19 in the NBA. But that's not what this Warriors team needs. This Warriors team needs to get younger and more athletic and more versatile. And LeBron is a player skewing in the opposite direction in terms of the athleticism and the versatility. Obviously, he's still very good at that, frankly, better than what the Warriors currently have in some ways, especially even at that position. He has torched a couple of the specific Warriors they would probably have to get rid of to make space for him. But I just think, it's a really tough offseason for the Warriors because do you just ride this until it's truly over is a really tempting thought. It is hard to look at Klay Thompson and say, we don't want you back. And I think when push comes to shove, they're just going to say, we don't know how to do this without you and keep this core. So then what do you do with that? If LeBron's really willing to do that, you've got to at least try to make it happen. But I just also don't see him wanting to leave Los Angeles and the Lakers.
Yeah. Yeah, that's well said, and I do agree with you that if he were to want to make it happen, that would be difficult to turn down for Golden State, even though it would probably be the right thing to do to turn it down. So one last one for you. John Lynch, 49ers general manager, was on the Pat McAfee show earlier today and essentially shut down the notion that the 49ers would trade Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel the rest of this offseason. How much are you buying those comments? And if the right offer presented itself for the 49ers, do you think that that John Lynch would pick up the phone and go out and potentially change this roster, shake things up post-draft?
I will pick at your words very quickly, Kerry, to say I think the key and why I buy it is that John Lynch is not going to pick up the phone anymore. Yeah. What's going to happen is if a team comes and picks up the phone to call John Lynch and offers a drastic overpay, then you might see a move happen. But I fully believe John when he says what he means at this point, that their intention is to go into the season with both Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. And frankly, they've played themselves into a way to say, you guys really need to earn our respects going forward. Do we want to keep you? Do we want to keep the other guy? Should we give you the extension, Brandon, or should we, make sure we don't trade you, Deebo, or cut you when it would help you? I think at this point, it's going to be awkward. It's going to be contentious, but sometimes that brings the best out of people. And I think the 49ers are probably going to hope that. Now, if somebody offers you 2 first-round picks, you're going to look foolish if you say no to that, right? Yes. If you get the Devontae Adams offer, which, the Raiders gave up a first and a second-round pick for him, I kind of can't imagine they would say no to that if they got it. Clearly, they're not getting an offer that seems like an overpay. So at this point, go with them. Be open if somebody calls you. You don't need to call anybody else at this point, though.
There you have it. Alex Simon, we covered the Giants, the Warriors, and the 49ers here in this segment. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Anytime, Kerry. Happy to be here.
All right, he is Alex Simon, and that is our show for this evening. Kerry Crowley signing off here on Sports Phone KNBR. I want to thank all of our wonderful callers this evening. I want to thank Jacob Violante, running things behind the scenes, everyone else who helped out here at the KNBR studios. I know Derek and Tim were running around earlier, helping get this show set at the beginning of the evening. And, of course, this would not be possible without you, the loyal listeners. So we'll be back in action tomorrow night. The Giants and the Phillies coming your way from Philadelphia. I think it's a 3:40 afternoon start in Philly as the Giants open up a 4-game set, which means we'll be on whenever the post-game wrap ends, probably around 6:30, 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, and taking you all the way into your weekend at 9 o'clock on Friday night. So I'm Kerry Crowley signing off for the night, saying so long here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Bart Winkler Show, David Shepard, Marco Belletti, and of course you at 855-212-4227. You can tweet us at INF Sportsnet. You can tweet me at Bart Winkler Show. Shep's been changing his handle every 3 days. I think he's Shep on air again. Is that right?
No, I haven't been changing anything every 3 days. I was told by the higher-ups that I can't have... that you listen, we're on Sirius XM. But
we are, channel 158.
What's that?
Channel 158.
Yeah, of course, yes. And I was told I can't have that. And I understood why. I respect my bosses. So I said I can totally get on board and I will change it. So I haven't changed it every 3 days. It's like
okay, all right. Yeah. 4 days?
No. No.
I would like to say that the Infinity Sports Network in my car, I get 40 presets, but I get 10 presets that I can rewind.
Nice.
Now, of course, you can always rewind the show on the Odyssey app if you're listening that way. But if you're listening on Sirius, my car does that. So I use both Howard channels are on there, the Conan channel, Infinity Sports Network, and then 80s, 90s, Alt Nation, Lithium, Classic Rock, and Dave. Those are my 10 channels.
Dave?
That I can,
What's Dave?
Dave Matthews.
Oh, got it. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well,
if Dave Ramsey had a channel, it'd be Dave Ramsey.
I mean, when I listen to Sirius XM, I listen to just strictly 158, or sometimes to complement 158, channel 86.
Ah, yes. Which is NBA.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I would absolutely listen to 158 first.
Yes, of course, especially 10 to 2 Eastern in the overnights.
And
you.
And 2 to 6 on weekends, yes.
Yes. Yes. 855-212-4227. So the table is set. The Bucks lost to the Pacers. They advance. Pacers do. The Sixers lost to the Knicks. They advance. Knicks do. Boston had a chance again to close out against Tampa Bay in the NHL playoffs. They did not. So that's going to have a game 7. That's going to be in Boston. My buddy, I got a buddy who is texting me. He was the one that called in a couple of weeks ago. And it was like, we talked like we were strangers. That guy. He was texting me about the Sixers-Knicks game, and he says, I might put money on the Sixers winning next year. And I said, Bucks. And he said, they have so much cap space. The Bucks are stuck. And then I told him, 11 years of Embiid, no conference title appearances. And he said, I'm the biggest Embiid hater in the world. I just think they're set up with Maxey and cap space. So one of the things we do when a series ends is we celebrate and look forward to the team that's still winning. And then we also look at what's the future of the team that lost. We've done that every night. We just did that with the Bucks for a little bit. And still can if you want to get in on it. But with the Sixers, they've got Embiid still under contract. Paul Reed is the other guy that's under contract. And then they got Jeff Doughton and Ricky Council IV. So basically, it's Embiid, if I'm reading this right, is the only guy really under contract. Besides Maxey, it's a restricted free agent situation. And you know they will hang on to him. Everybody else, Tobias is unrestricted. Buddy Hield, Batum, Covington, Melton. I mean, if I think I'm reading this right, they have a lot of cap space coming up into next year. $106 million minus Maxey's contract, which, again, he's a restricted free agent. So maybe we can start spitballing a lot of crazy ideas. Maybe Philadelphia drafts Bronny. bring LeBron over there. I mean, that would make him a title favorite. Maxey, LeBron, and Embiid. I don't care what the rest of the team is. And I don't know that works anymore. The Suns, Beal, KD, Booker. You got to fill out your team, man. The Bucks, Middleton, Giannis, Dame. You guys kind of old and hurt. But LeBron, Embiid, and Maxey, that would be something. Billy Ray is in California. Billy Ray, what's up?
How we doing over there, man? Let me tell you something right off the bat. I pocket queens last night.
Did you win on it?
I went all in, and the person that went all in against me, they had your hand, king, queen. What shows up on the river? A king. And I go home.
King, queen suited, best hand in sports.
I'm telling you, Bart, it was like by osmosis, you was in the room and you took all my money. So I'm okay with it. You can have all my money. You my guy.
Sorry, dude. But you got to be on the lookout. What did you think he had?
Pocket Queen's a scary hand to have. I don't love it. I really don't love it. I didn't like it.
What did you think he had?
To be honest with you, I was just so sure that I was going to win the hand. I didn't care. And it was a she. It was a she.
She, wow.
It is what it is.
Yeah, pocket queens are like the Boston Celtics. You think they got all the tools? You think they got all the tools to win the pot, and somebody else is going to come at the last minute and take it from them?
You couldn't be more right. Again, as always, listen, I want your take on one thing, and one thing that I know you know well. If you was the GM of the Milwaukee Bucks, who was all we talked about in the NBA just a few years ago, because they seemed like they was the team of the future, possible dynasty. You would agree with that, Bart? No? If you was the GM, what's the first three things you would do with that team to make them a better team right now?
If I was the GM of the Bucks?
Yeah.
I would probably tell a lot of people that they are not coming back.
Okay.
Gosh, they got a lot of guys under contract. And the Bucks do this weird thing. A lot of teams, the Bucks have these contracts that you think they're going to be expendable or expiring, but they got all these player options, so essentially they're 2-year contracts. God, I don't know. That's a good question.
I got no problem if I got you stumped. We can leave it at that.
Well, they're doing the same thing that like the Lakers have been doing. It's like, and it worked. They got a title out of it, both teams. But then you keep how about poker? You keep pushing your chips in, and they're like where you are. You get to a point where you're like, well, I can't really do anything else. This is what I got, and so I got to ride it out. And they're kind of in ride it out mode, unless Brook Lopez, $23 million expiring contract. Bobby and Pat have options the year after that, but I don't know.
All right, well, I wish you well, and I just want to thank you for the. It wasn't an advertisement. It was an invitation to you and Shep to come to Black Beach. But you the man, Bart. You the man, Shep. Be good for the night, and everyone be kind to one another. Go for your dreams, would you? Thank you.
I like that. All right, Billy Ray.
All right, take care. Good night, guys.
California, joining us here, talking about some of these teams' futures, like I mentioned. The Bucks and then the Sixers both bowing out tonight.
Hey, Bart.
Who I thought were two of the teams that could be there towards the end. Yeah.
I'm getting killed on Twitter for saying Embiid crumbled in this game. Did I watch the same game as everyone else?
You say he crumbled in this game?
Yes, he did.
Well, he fouled out. You can't do that.
Right, but he also crumbled in this game. Like, he struggled in terms of his MVP caliber play in the fourth quarter while Jalen Brunson took it to the 76ers, elevated his game, elevated his team. Joel Embiid was decent, but he wasn't an MVP. He wasn't a superstar, and that's the MO for this guy in every single big playoff game. I'm getting killed right now. Am I wrong?
I can't say if you're right or wrong about him crumbling. Again, I was doing a radio show as the show was ending.
Okay, what you know, forget this game. From what you know about Joel Embiid, doesn't it always seem like in the big home games?
Well, that's why I told my friend. I mean, I'm not betting on the Sixers anything. He has never been
correct
to a conference finals.
But it's not. But here's the thing: there's context to everything, right?